Between desert and deep ocean, the Red Sea hides a world far more alive than its surface suggests. From above, this ocean looks narrow, but below the surface, it opens into a vertical kingdom. The desert disappears, the heat fades, and the ocean begins to reveal its hidden world.
At first, the reef looks like paradise, a living ocean city filled with color, fish, and light.
But this beauty is not peaceful in a simple way. Every fish here lives close to danger.
In this ocean, coral is not only shelter, it is a maze where every path can become a trap. The Red Sea Ocean is a corridor of predators, where every layer has its own hunter.
Beyond the reef edge, the ocean changes. The blue becomes deeper, quieter, and more dangerous.
Hammerheads patrol the blue, reef sharks guard the walls, barracudas wait in the current, and silent hunters hide below. So who truly rules this narrow ocean corridor? The answer begins here. Inside, to understand who rules this ocean, we must begin with the reef, the living city where every hunt starts.
For small fish, the reef is protection. But for predators, it is also a map.
Every shape has meaning here. A narrow branch can save a fish, and a narrow passage can guide it toward danger. In this ocean, fear moves faster than teeth. One shadow can change the entire reef. The reef does not simply hold life, it organizes life, forcing fish, hunters, and currents into patterns.
Even the open sand is part of the ocean's design. It looks empty, but hidden hunters may be waiting below.
Power in the ocean does not always come from above. Sometimes it waits silently beneath the floor.
The Red Sea Ocean is narrow from above, but underwater it rises in layers, and each layer has its own danger.
Where the reef ends, the blue begins. And in that open ocean, a different kind of ruler moves.
This is why the question is not only which creature is strongest. The real question is, which predator controls which layer of the ocean?
Beyond the reef wall, the Red Sea Ocean opens into a deeper world, where distance itself becomes power. The hammerhead does not need to rush. Its shape alone tells every fish that the open ocean is not empty.
Its strange head is not a mystery of design. It is a living sensor built to read the ocean.
This predator connects layers, from coral walls to deeper water, from visible reef to hidden blue.
The Red Sea Ocean is not only narrow, it is vertical, and the hammerhead uses that vertical world. Down here, the reef is no longer a city of color. It becomes a memory of light above the hunter. Its presence travels ahead of its body. The fish feel the pressure before the shadow fully arrives.
The hammerhead may rule the blue edge, but the reef itself still protects those fast enough to read the warning.
In this ocean corridor, even after the shadow leaves, the behavior of the reef has already changed.
But the hammerhead does not rule the coral itself. Closer to the reef, another hunter keeps the ocean city alert.
But the hammerhead does not rule the coral itself. Closer to the reef, another hunter keeps the ocean city alert.
A reef shark does not need violence to command attention. Its patrol alone sends a warning through the ocean.
Here, power is rhythm. The shark follows the wall, and the fish reshape themselves around its path.
The reef gives fish places to hide, but it also gives predators routes to follow.
A single shark can turn open water into risk, and a safe path into a difficult choice.
Not every reef shark moves the same way. Some patrol the edge, while others wait inside the hidden architecture of coral.
In the Red Sea Ocean, even a resting predator changes how fish use space. In shallower ocean light,
Another reef shark carries the same message. The open edge is never neutral.
These sharks do not simply hunt fish. They shape the behavior of every fish that shares the reef.
Reef sharks rule the patrol line, but above the coral and inside the current, another predator waits like a silver blade.
Reef sharks rule the patrol line, but above the coral, another predator waits in perfect stillness.
Barracuda do not command the ocean by size. They command it by timing, patience, and sudden speed. In this narrow ocean corridor, stillness can be more frightening than motion. One break in the pattern, and the quiet ocean becomes a chase.
The reef saves some fish, but the open water always demands a price for hesitation.
But not every hunter in the Red Sea Ocean needs speed. Some rule by waiting inside the reef itself.
The grouper does not need the whole ocean. It only needs one cave, one ledge, and one careless fish.
Below the reef, the ocean hides another kind of power, silent, flat, and almost impossible to see.
The ray does not patrol the wall or chase through the current. It reads the ocean floor like a secret map. So who truly rules this narrow ocean corridor? The answer is not one creature.
The Red Sea Ocean does not begin with predators alone. It begins with the reef that makes predators possible. The Red Sea Ocean does not begin with predators alone. It begins with the reef that makes predators possible.
A reef is a city built by living animals, filled with streets, rooms, tunnels, and hidden doors.
Every narrow path can protect a fish, but every narrow path can also guide it toward danger.
In this ocean, danger often arrives first as pressure, not as teeth.
The reef creates choices, and in a predator's ocean, every choice has a cost.
Grazing fish feed in the open, but they never forget the shelter behind them.
Small fish survive by reading space, current, shadow, and distance to coral.
A school can disappear into coral in a heartbeat, leaving the ocean above it silent. The reef protects life by hiding it, releasing it, and hiding it again.
But the same shelter that protects prey can also conceal a hunter.
Predators learn these paths because the reef teaches fish where they must pass.
A gap that lasts only a second can become the most dangerous place in the ocean.
Safety is never permanent here. It is borrowed from the shape of the reef. This is why the Red Sea Ocean feels larger than it looks. It is narrow, but it is layered.
Between coral walls, even sand becomes part of the hunting system.
What looks empty from above may be crowded with hidden life below.
The reef connects the bottom, the wall, the current, and the blue water beyond.
A shallow coral garden can become a deep wall in only a few meters. At this edge, the ocean is divided into those who hide and those who hunt.
Current turns the reef into motion, and motion reveals where fish must go.
To feed in the current, fish must risk exposure. To survive, they must measure every meter.
Not every predator is a giant. Some are smaller pressures that keep the reef alert.
In the reef city, position can matter more than speed.
A healthy reef supports many kinds of fish,
because it creates many kinds of opportunity.
Where there are many fish, there are many eyes, many warnings, and many chances for a hunter.
The reef can look peaceful until every fish vanishes at once.
Survival here is a rhythm of leaving, hiding, and returning.
The architecture of coral decides how the ocean moves. At the slope, the reef becomes a border between the crowded city and the unknown blue. The closer fish stay to structure, the more choices they have when danger arrives.
The blue beyond the wall is not empty space. It is another hunting ground.
This is the first lesson of the Red Sea Ocean. Predators are not separate from the reef. They are products of it.
The reef keeps fish alert, and alert fish keep the entire ocean city moving.
Every meal is a calculation. How far from shelter? How long in the open? How close to the current?
The reef is not one solid wall. It is a network of safe zones divided by danger.
Ambush does not need open space. It needs a place where prey must pass.
Even one coral tower can contain many worlds: surface, shelter, shadow, and risk.
The more complex the coral, the more complex the hunt becomes. A healthy reef creates density, and density brings both abundance and danger.
Where current touches coral, food arrives, fish gather, and predators learn to wait. Where current touches coral, food arrives, fish gather, and predators learn to wait. Above the coral is opportunity. Inside the coral is safety. Between them is the risk that shapes every fish. The reef begins every hunt, but not every hunter stays inside it.
The reef surface holds small fish, the caves hold patience, the sand holds secrets, and the blue holds distance.
Where the wall ends, the reef stops controlling everything, and the open ocean begins to take over.
This boundary is one of the Red Sea's most powerful places, where shelter ends and true open water begins.
Beyond the reef, power belongs to animals that can read distance, depth, and current.
And when the reef wall falls away, one of the Red Sea's most iconic shadows begins to appear. The reef has shown us where every hunt begins. Now the ocean will show us what moves beyond its walls. Beyond the reef, the Red Sea Ocean belongs to distance, depth, and shadows. The hammerhead is not a reef hunter. It is a reader of open ocean space.
Its strange shape is not weakness. It is a tool built to sense the hidden signals of the ocean.
Here, the coral city fades, and the ocean becomes a map of current, depth, and motion. The Red Sea is narrow from the sky, but underwater it falls into a vertical world. A predator that can move through depth has access to a larger world than a reef-bound hunter. This is the hammerhead's power. Not only strength, but access to many layers of the ocean. It follows invisible roads where current carries scent, movement, and the possibility of prey.
The hammerhead does not need to enter the reef to make the reef feel watched. Small fish answer the shark with distance, shelter, and sudden silence.
This is not the rule of constant attack. This is the rule of presence.
Its body is built to search, to sense, and to move across ocean space with patience.
Farther from coral, the ocean becomes less visible, but not less alive.
Out here, the hunter belongs to the space between what can be seen and what can only be sensed. When it returns toward the reef, the ocean reacts before the shadow reaches the wall.
The hammerhead rules the open edge, but coral still gives smaller fish a chance.
From inside the reef, the blue ocean is not empty beauty. It is exposure.
A single passing shadow can freeze a reef more completely than a sudden strike.
When the hammerhead leaves, the fish move again, but the memory of the open blue remains. When the hammerhead leaves, the fish move again, but the memory of the open blue remains. But the hammerhead does not rule the coral itself.
Closer to the reef, power moves in a different rhythm. Here, the reef shark becomes the moving pressure along the coral border.
It does not need to be the largest predator to change the order of the reef.
The reef gives fish shelter, but the shark turns every open lane into a decision.
A channel is not just a passage. With a shark nearby, it becomes a test.
The reef shark reads edges, walls, current, and hesitation.
Its power is not chaos. Its power is order.
Once the patrol passes, the reef relaxes, but never completely. Some reef sharks patrol in motion. Others turn the hidden spaces of coral into quiet danger.
Even resting, a predator changes the way fish approach the reef. In shallower light, another shark carries the same ancient pressure.
The blacktip moves through sunlight, but its message is the same. Open water is never neutral.
The shark does not simply search for food. It shapes the movement of everything smaller than itself.
From inside the coral, even a passing shark becomes the sky of danger.
Predators create caution, and caution shapes where fish feed, hide, and travel.
This is why reef sharks matter, even when they do not strike.
Walls, channels, slopes, and currents give sharks edges to follow.
The reef learns the rhythm of patrol, and every fish inside it learns to answer.
Current brings information, and a shark knows how to read it.
Here, the Red Sea's narrow shape does not limit life. It compresses it. Reef sharks rule not by owning every space, but by making every space matter.
But the patrol line is not the only zone of power.
Above the coral, in the open lanes of the ocean current, another hunter waits for one perfect moment.
The hammerhead rules the blue edge. The reef shark patrols the wall. But speed is about to change the rhythm of the ocean. Part of the Red Sea is ruled by depth, part by patrol, and now the current belongs to the silver blades.
In the current above the reef, the Red Sea ocean changes rhythm again. Barracuda do not rule by size. They rule by stillness before speed.
The ocean looks calm, but every fish beneath them is calculating distance to shelter.
For prey, the reef is safety. For barracuda,
The space just outside it is opportunity. A current can become a corridor, and a corridor can become a trap.
One instant of hesitation, and still water becomes a chase.
The reef saves the quick, but the open ocean punishes the separated.
Barracuda power lives in contrast. Long patience, then one precise explosion of speed.
Where current touches coral, food gathers, fish gather, and predators learn the timing.
The current feeds the reef, but it also exposes every fish that moves too far from shelter.
In this layer of the ocean, power belongs to the animal that knows when not to move. A school survives by becoming one body, one turn, one warning. Barracuda do not chase chaos. They look for the one place where order breaks. A few meters of separation can turn a bright ocean lane into danger. Speed is not only movement, it is the ability to arrive before escape becomes possible. After every burst, the ocean returns to stillness, but every fish remembers the cost of drifting apart.
The reef shark controls the wall, but barracuda control the open lane above it.
Their bodies are built for clean acceleration, with no wasted movement and no warning. The barracuda waits like a blade, because the ocean will bring the moment to it. Around it, the reef moves, the fish move, the current moves. The hunter waits. The fish know the roof of the ocean can become a strike from above. In the Red Sea, the same current that brings food also brings risk.
Barracuda are not the only fast hunters here. The current attracts many predators built for sudden pursuit.
Trevally bring weight to speed, turning the open lane into a moving wall of pressure.
Every fast predator makes the reef more valuable to the fish that can reach it.
Here, speed has many shapes, each one reading the same current in a different way. The open lane rewards hunters that can cross distance before prey can organize. But among these fast hunters, barracuda remain the masters of the sudden moment. The reef creates the passage, the current sets the direction, and the barracuda waits where both become one.
This is not random hunting. It is structure, timing, and reaction.
In the rule of reaction time, survival belongs to those who turn first. Speed rules the open lane, but coral still rules the final refuge.
This is why no predator controls the whole ocean. Each ruler has a boundary.
After the chase, the reef becomes more cautious, more organized, more alive to danger.
Predators shape the ocean, even when they do not feed.
The map is not drawn in sand or stone. It is drawn in movement.
For the viewer, they are beautiful. For the reef fish, they are the shape of the open water's danger.
The Red Sea Ocean gives them a perfect stage. Clear water, strong current, and fish forced close to structure.
But the reef has predators that do not need open water or sudden acceleration. Below the silver hunters, the reef holds a slower kind of power.
Here, dominance is not measured in speed, but in position.
cave can be shelter. It can also be a mouth in the architecture of the reef.
After the speed of the current, the Red Sea Ocean now reveals the power of waiting. The current belongs to the silver blades, but the caves belong to hunters that never need to chase. To understand the next ruler of the Red Sea, we must leave speed behind and enter the shadows. In the next layer, the Red Sea Ocean will show us that silence can be just as dangerous as speed. Here, the Red Sea Ocean leaves speed behind and enters the kingdom of patience.
The grouper does not need open ocean speed. It controls one place completely.
Its greatest weapon is not only its body, it is position.
The reef builds the stage, and the grouper chooses the best place on it.
A predator does not need to strike to control the movement of fish.
This is ownership through stillness, a small kingdom ruled by waiting.
In the reef, the most dangerous distance can be the last few inches. A ledge is not just rock. It is a boundary between visibility and surprise. The Red Sea Reef is full of doors, but not every door leads to safety.
The grouper's world is not wide like the hammerheads, but inside this structure, its control is complete. And in smaller cracks of the same ocean city, another hidden hunter waits.
The moray does not need a wide territory. It turns a crack in the reef into danger.
In this layer of the ocean, visibility belongs to prey, but concealment belongs to the hunter.
The reef does not only create shelter for fish, it creates invisibility for predators.
Every fish that passes this crack must decide how close is too close.
Inside the reef, the ocean becomes a maze of safe routes and forbidden openings.
Some predators dominate by making fish avoid spaces they cannot see into.
The reef gives life many exits, but every exit opens into another risk.
Grouper and moray share the same lesson. In the reef, structure can be stronger than speed.
But not all hidden power waits inside the coral.
Below the reef, the ocean floor hides a quieter kind of hunter.
The sand seems empty because the predator has become part of it.
The ray does not chase through open water. It reads the ocean floor.
Its body is built for the lowest layer, where pressure, scent, and movement leave quiet traces. To larger predators, the sand may look empty. To the ray, it is full of signals.
A small movement under the sand can become a message only the bottom hunter understands.
The cave, the crack, and the sand are different worlds, but all belong to the same ocean system.
Power does not always cast a shadow overhead. Sometimes it waits beneath a thin layer of sand. The danger disappears not because it leaves, but because it becomes invisible again.
The sand is not a gap between important places. It is an entire layer of the hunt.
In this lower world, the hunt happens through contact, pressure, scent, and patience. Each hidden predator controls a different part of the reef's lower architecture. The grouper holds the cave, The moray holds the crack, and the ray reads the sand.
For a small fish, one journey across the reef can pass through several kingdoms of danger.
This is not chaos. It is a layered order built by coral, sand, and patience.
The Red Sea is not ruled from one throne. It is divided into many small territories.
Some rulers move across great distance. Others make one small place dangerous every day.
But none of these hunters owns the whole ocean. Each rules only the layer it understands best.
Now the answer becomes clearer. The Red Sea is not a kingdom of one predator, but a system of many layers.
The hammerhead owns the blue edge, the reef shark patrols the wall, the barracuda controls the current, and the hidden hunters rule the structure below.
Above all of them, the reef itself writes the rules.
It creates shelter, ambush points, current breaks, sand borders, and the density of life that makes predators possible.
To ask who rules the Red Sea is really to ask who controls which layer.
The final answer is not hidden in one bite, one cave, or one shadow. It is hidden in the balance between them.
In the final layer, the Red Sea Ocean will reveal that dominance is not a crown. It is balance. After all these layers, the answer begins to emerge.
The Red Sea is not ruled by one creature. It is ruled in layers.
It owns the open edge, but it does not own the reef itself.
The reef shark rules the patrol line, making the coral edge a place of constant calculation. Its power is not only what it eats, but how every fish moves when it appears. Above the coral, the barracuda rules the moment when stillness becomes speed.
In the open lane, reaction time can become the difference between survival and disappearance.
Inside the reef, the grouper rules by patience and position.
It does not need to cross the ocean. It makes one cave dangerous every day.
The moray rules the cracks, where invisibility becomes control. On the sandy floor, the ray rules the world that many predators ignore.
It reads the floor the way a shark reads open water.
Each predator rules a place, but none of them rules the entire ocean alone.
The real structure is not a throne. It is a map of layers.
For small fish, survival means knowing which layer belongs to which hunter.
Predators create caution. Caution shapes movement. Movement shapes the reef.
A reef is more than coral. It is coral plus fish, grazers, predators, current, sand, depth, and time.
When predators disappear, the ocean does not simply become peaceful. It becomes different.
A reef may still look alive, but one invisible layer of control can be missing.
A predator's presence is part of the reef's rhythm. The grouper changes how fish use the cave. The barracuda changes how fish hold together.
The ray changes how life moves across the bottom.
Each predator is a warning, a boundary, and a force in the movement of the reef. Balance does not mean peace without danger. Balance means every role still exists.
The Red Sea is narrow, but vertically it becomes an entire world.
Its narrow shape does not limit life. It compresses life into intensity.
Coral, current, sand, caves, and depth all sit close enough for predators to share the same corridor.
A fish does not experience the ocean as scenery. It experiences the ocean as choices.
Even in calm water, the reef remembers danger.
A hammerhead may own the blue edge. A reef shark may patrol the wall. A barracuda may control the open lane.
A grouper may hold the cave. A moray may guard the crack. A ray may read the sand.
But the system belongs to all of them, and to none of them alone.
Above all predators, the reef itself rules the rules.
It builds the shelters, the hunting lanes, the current breaks, and the density of life.
Without the reef, the predators lose the structure that gives their power meaning.
Without predators, the reef loses part of the pressure that keeps it dynamic.
Caution shapes movement. Movement shapes feeding. Feeding shapes coral. Coral shapes shelter.
And shelter shapes the next generation of reef life.
This is the Red Sea's real power. Not one monster, but a living network.
Dominance here is not noise. It is pressure moving quietly through every layer.
From above, this may look like one narrow sea. Beneath the surface, it is many worlds stacked together.
Every fish, every coral branch, every shadow, and every current carries part of the answer. The question was never only who is strongest. The question was, who belongs to which layer?
The answer is, not one king.
The Red Sea is ruled by balance, fragile, ancient, and moving quietly through every layer of the reef. A hammerhead may own the blue edge, but the blue edge is only one part of the story.
A reef shark, a barracuda, a grouper, a moray, and a ray each hold a different piece of power.
But no piece is the whole ocean.
The real ruler is the relationship between them.
In a world so narrow, steep, and alive, dominance is not a crown.
It is balance.
In northern Norway, land does not end gently. It breaks apart into fjords.
Here, the ocean is not scenery. It is the force that decides where life can remain. The coast is shaped by wind, ice, and ocean, and every edge feels exposed to the next storm. In winter, the light can fade for weeks, and the ocean turns almost black beneath the Arctic sky. Small fishing villages cling to the ocean's edge, as if one more storm could pull the world into the dark water below. These houses do not stand apart from the ocean. They survive by staying close to it, and by respecting its power.
The ocean gives fish movement, memory, and danger. It feeds the coast, then tests it without warning.
This is not the soft coastline of a warm sea. It is a place of cold currents, rough weather, and sudden life. The ocean cuts into the land through fjords, carrying salt, cold, food, and the rhythm of survival. From above, the coast looks frozen and severe. But beneath the ocean surface, nothing is still. The secret of this coast begins below the waves, where the ocean moves long before life becomes visible. Above the sea is wind and ice. Below the sea is current, darkness, and hidden energy. In this cold ocean, life begins quietly, almost invisibly, in the movement of water and light.
The smallest life in the ocean prepares the way for fish, birds, whales, and people.
When the ocean gathers enough food, small fish arrive, and the silence begins to change.
A single fish is fragile, but in the ocean, thousands can move like one living body.
The Arctic Ocean teaches life to move together, to read pressure, shadow, current, and danger.
Above the sea, wings begin to gather. Below the sea, silver movement calls the coast awake. The birds read the ocean from above, searching for the first signs that fish have risen. Even the wind becomes part of life here, lifting wings above the restless ocean. The fjord looks silent from far away, but the ocean beneath it is beginning to concentrate life.
Then, from the cold ocean, a breath appears, proof that giants have followed the fish. The ocean has sent a signal, and the largest hunters in these waters are beginning to answer.
Nothing here is random. The ocean gathers prey, and every predator must arrive at the right moment.
The same fish that shine beneath the sea also lift life into the sky. Here, ocean, mountain, bird, fish, whale, and village are not separate stories. They belong to one system. Northern Norway is alive because warm and cold meet at the edge of the ocean. The sea gives, and the sea tests. It opens the coast, then closes it with storm and ice.
People do not conquer this ocean. They build beside it, waiting for weather, fish, and season to allow life forward. A harbor here is more than shelter. It is the thin line between the village and the open ocean. In winter, the ocean becomes a dark mirror, reflecting a sky that barely remembers the sun. Yet even in darkness, the sea keeps moving, carrying warmth from far beyond the frozen north.
The first answer to this coast lies under the waves, where currents soften the Arctic edge.
Warm Atlantic water pushes north into a polar world, and the ocean becomes a living boundary. Where ocean water mixes, nutrients rise. Where nutrients rise, the smallest life begins to bloom.
Plankton feeds small life. Small life feeds fish. Fish will soon call the giants back into the ocean. Plankton feeds small life. Small life feeds fish. Fish will soon call the giants back into the ocean.
Before the whales arrive, before the birds scream, the ocean gathers itself into one shining mass.
The fjord becomes a stage, and the sea prepares the first great drama of winter.
One breath appears, then another. The ocean has brought the hunters into the fjord.
Orcas arrive with intelligence, patience, and the precision required by this unforgiving ocean.
The fish tighten, the water changes, and the ocean begins to organize around the hunt.
Above and below the sea surface, every movement is connected by the ocean.
Then the larger giants rise, turning the cold ocean fjord into a place of sudden scale. In the darkest season, life does not disappear. In the ocean, it becomes concentrated. Northern Norway is not rich because it is easy. It is rich because the ocean gathers life where season and current align.
But this is only the beginning. Beyond the fjords, the sea falls into deeper and stranger worlds.
The same ocean that feeds fish and whales near the surface also opens into canyons of darkness below. To understand this coast, we must follow the ocean from current to fish, from fish to whale, and from whale to village. This is Norway at the edge of wind, ice, and ocean nigh. And the story begins with
The story begins beneath the ocean, where a hidden current keeps this frozen coast alive. Northern Norway should feel locked in ice, yet the ocean refuses to become still. Far to the south, Atlantic water begins a long journey north, carrying heat into a polar world. This current does not make the Arctic warm, but it softens the edge enough for life to gather. Above the sea, winter is severe. Below the ocean surface, hidden warmth travels through the dark. The coast survives because the ocean is not one single body of water, but many forces meeting. Where Atlantic warmth meets Arctic cold, the ocean becomes dynamic, restless, and rich. Where Atlantic warmth meets Arctic cold, the ocean becomes dynamic, restless, and rich. When light returns after the long darkness, microscopic life begins to bloom.
A bloom this small can change everything, because the entire visible drama begins with the invisible. Plankton feeds smaller animals, and those smaller animals become the first bridge toward fish.
Small fish follow the bloom, and the cold ocean begins to concentrate energy.
In this ocean, survival often begins with gathering.
The season is short, the light is limited, and every creature must arrive when the ocean allows it.
The fjord becomes more than a landscape. It becomes a corridor where the ocean gathers life. One fish is almost invisible in the sea. Thousands can change the shape of the water.
When the school turns, the ocean flashes. When it tightens, it becomes a living mass.
The ocean does not keep its secrets for long. What gathers below is soon read from above. Birds begin to circle because the sea beneath them has changed. They watch the water, reading ripples, flashes, and the movement of fish beneath the ocean skin. Below the birds, the fish are no longer scattered. The ocean has begun to build a winter feast.
This movement is not random. It is timing made visible inside the ocean. Across the cold sea, scattered life begins to come together. In winter, abundance in the Arctic does not spread gently. It gathers in dense, fragile places.
This is how the ocean turns invisible energy into visible life. Plankton becomes fish, fish becomes movement, and movement begins to call the giants of the sea. A fjord can shelter life, but it can also concentrate it until every predator notices.
From above, the signs are small. A circle of birds, a change in the sea, a pulse beneath the surface.
The land remains silent, but the ocean below it is full of decisions. Air and sea are linked by fish, and every wing above the water depends on what the ocean provides.
The power of this school is not aggression. It is concentration.
A scattered fish is difficult to find. A dense school changes everything.
The ocean compresses life into a shape that birds can follow and whales can find.
The first hunters are already reading the surface, but the greatest hunters are still beyond the frame. Far across the ocean, another sign appears and looms, a breath A ripple, a giant turning toward the feast.
The fish do not know the whole story, but the ocean around them is changing.
The current began this story. The fish made it visible. Now the sea is ready to summon larger life.
Sometimes the entire fjord feels organized around one movement beneath the waves.
The mountains look still, but the ocean below them is preparing the first great winter spectacle.
Herring are not the largest animals in this story, but in the winter ocean they may be the most important.
A transfer of energy, carrying the bloom of the ocean into bodies large enough to feed giants.
Individually, each fish is small. Together, they become a living storm beneath the sea.
This is the moment when the Arctic coast begins to wake in the coldest part of the year. The ocean has gathered its silver bloodline, and the giants have begun to arrive.
Soon, intelligence will enter the dark water, and the fjord will become a hunting theater.
The entire drama of northern Norway begins with invisible changes in water. The land may be frozen, the sky may be dark, but the ocean continues to carry energy north. Fish feed whales, seabirds, seals, and people. The ocean connects them all.
A current alone does not create a winter spectacle. For that, the sea needs a smaller creature.
It needs herring, the silver bloodline of the Arctic winter.
And when the herring are forced upward beneath the cold ocean surface, one of the most intelligent hunting scenes in the sea is about to begin. Now, beneath the cold ocean surface, one of the most intelligent hunting scenes in the sea begins.
In the winter fjords of Norway, the herring become the center of the season.
Orcas do not enter this ocean as random hunters. They arrive with memory, coordination, and purpose.
They begin to work around the school, reading its shape and guiding its movement.
The herring respond as one body, folding inward as pressure builds from every side.
The power of the orca is not speed alone. It is strategy. Above the water, birds follow the signs. Below the sea, the hunt is being arranged.
The fjord becomes a single connected world, with fish, whales, birds, and mountains in one frame.
Movement, bubbles, and pressure turn the open ocean into a carefully shaped trap.
To the viewer, it may look chaotic, but inside the sea, every movement belongs to a pattern.
A tail strike breaks the order for a moment, and the silver wall shivers through the ocean.
The school tightens again, because in this ocean, scattered life is fragile. At the surface, black fins cut through the cold ocean, like signals from another intelligence.
The birds know what the ocean is hiding, and the orcas know how to bring it within reach.
The scene becomes almost architectural, a structure built from pressure, movement, and fear.
The herring form a living sphere, and the orcas hold the boundaries of the sea around it. The herring form a living sphere, and the orcas hold the boundaries of the sea around it.
The land looks silent, but the sea below it is full of decisions.
But the orcas are not the only giants drawn into the fjord.
Humpback whales bring a different kind of force, slower, larger, and immense.
Where the orca shapes the school with precision, the humpback rises with scale.
At first, there is only a shadow moving upward through the ocean. Then the surface changes, and the fjord seems to hold its breath.
For 1 second, the ocean opens, and a giant becomes visible.
Water drains away, the whale sinks again, and the surface closes over the feast.
The school breaks, then gathers again, because the ocean keeps forcing life back into motion. Orcas and humpbacks do not hunt in the same way, but both reveal the same truth.
Northern Norway's winter sea is not dead. It is concentrated. The cold does not stop life. It compresses life into moments of intensity.
Under this different light, every animal must use the season before the season closes.
Breath turns white in freezing air, fins cut the dark ocean, and birds scream over the waves.
Below it all, the herring flash like a hidden silver storm.
The fjord becomes a feeding theater, and the small village beyond it becomes part of the same ocean story.
The sea that gathers whales also sustains the people who live beside it.
After each surge of motion, the ocean settles, but the current keeps the story moving.
The hunt is never permanent. Abundance in the Arctic is brief, and every creature must follow it. When the moment is over, the giants move on, because the ocean never holds still.
The fjord has offered food, but beyond it, the sea continues into deeper water.
Not every giant hunts near the surface, and not every ocean story remains in the light.
Farther west, beyond the winter fjords, the ocean floor begins to fall away.
The same coast that holds herring and orcas also stands beside an abyss.
Here, the ocean is no longer only wide, it becomes deep. Below the feeding fjords, another world waits, one built from darkness, pressure, and sound.
The winter spectacle has shown how life gathers near the surface, but the next giant follows a different path.
Beyond the fjords, the seafloor drops, and another whale enters the unseen ocean.
The next chapter belongs not to the Silver School, but to the deep diver that follows darkness itself.
From the hunting fjords of winter, we now descend toward the deep ocean canyons, where sperm whales search with sound. From the hunting fjords of winter, we now descend toward the deep ocean canyons, where another giant follows darkness itself.
Farther west, the coast reveals one of its greatest secrets. Deep ocean water comes close to land.
Here, the sea does not remain shallow for long. The ocean drops beside the shore.
Beneath the waves, slopes and submarine canyons open a doorway into a deeper world.
For humans above, the horizon may look simple. For a deep diver, it is an entrance.
The sperm whale rises from this hidden depth to breathe at the surface.
This is not a hunter of the shallow herring fjord. It is a giant built for vertical journeys.
Before the dive, the whale waits and breathes, gathering oxygen for a world without light.
Its body seems almost still, but every breath prepares the descent.
Then the back arches, and the surface moment becomes a doorway. The ray's tail is like a door closing between the world of air and the world of depth.
Below the surface,
the whale leaves the human world almost completely.
The water turns from blue to deeper blue, then toward black.
Light fades quickly here, and pressure begins to shape every movement.
In this deep ocean, sight becomes less important than sound. The sperm whale sends clicks through the ocean and listens for echoes in the dark.
Those echoes become a way to read the unseen.
The coastline is dramatic above water, but below the sea, the drama continues downward. The seafloor falls, depth opens, and a mammal of air enters a world of pressure.
Above is the coast of villages and storms. Below is the acoustic world of the sperm whale.
Somewhere in this darkness, squid and other deep-water prey move beyond human sight.
The hunt is rarely seen, but the idea of it gives this ocean its weight.
In this layer, the sea does not reveal everything.
The sperm whale carries one of the ocean's most powerful natural sonar systems.
Each click searches the darkness, returning fragments of shape, distance, and direction.
This is not the fast silver chaos of the herring fjord. It is slower. In northern Norway, the village and the abyss can be neighbors.
On the surface are boats, weather, birds, and light. Beneath are canyons, pressure, and sound.
The human world floats above, while the whale moves through a depth human senses cannot survive.
After the descent, the whale must return to air. The journey is vertical, from breath to darkness and back again.
Every dive reminds us that this coast is not only horizontal, but layered.
The whale rises toward a world of wind, cliffs, islands, and winter ocean. Then the breath returns, and the hidden world briefly touches the surface. For a moment, the deep diver becomes visible again, and the ocean closes its secret behind it. Vesterålen matters because it shows how close deep ocean systems can come to the human coast.
A village may stand beneath snowy peaks, while a whale searches the abyss nearby.
The shore and the deep are not separate worlds here. In places like this, they are neighbors. Life exists along the coast, but it also hangs above a layered ocean.
At the surface are breath storms and light. Below are slopes, squid, pressure, and sound. The deep whale does not need the fjord theater. It belongs to a darker stage.
But life here does not only rise from the ocean depths. It also clings to stone, where the ocean sends food upward into wings. Along the northern coast, cold cliffs become vertical cities beside the sea. Along the northern coast, cold cliffs become vertical cities beside the sea. From the abyss of sperm whales, we turn to the crowded cliffs where the sea becomes flight. From the abyss of sperm whales, we turn to the crowded cliffs where the sea becomes flight.
Along the northern coast, stone cliffs become cities because the ocean below can feed them.
At first, the cliff looks like cold stone.
Then the ocean reveals it as a vertical city. Every ledge is a place of balance, where life clings between rock, wind, and ocean.
The sea feeds them below, but the cliff gives them a place to return.
A puffin-carrying fish is carrying the energy of the ocean onto land.
Each small fish began in the sea, but now it becomes part of a life built high above the waves.
The birds dive into the ocean, take from the sea, and bring that life back to stone.
A seabird colony is not only a spectacle, it is evidence that the ocean nearby is productive.
Some birds dive, some glide, some wait on ledges, but all of them depend on the sea.
On these cliffs, survival is measured in inches of stone and miles of ocean.
The cliff is built from rock, but its life is built from fish.
When they leave the cliff, they enter the ocean's weather. When they leave the cliff, they enter the ocean's weather. When fish shift, birds must search farther, and the ocean becomes harder to read.
A cliff can roar with life, but a quieter ledge can also tell a story from the sea.
When birds vanish from a place like this, it is not only a loss of sound, it is a signal from the ocean.
Seabirds make absence visible because they return from the sea to land.
If food becomes harder to find, the cliff feels it long before the viewer understands why. The bird reads the surface, the fish reads the current, the cliff records the result.
Yet the cliffs remain alive, because the ocean still sends food into the air.
Every returning bird is a small proof that the sea can still provide.
The journey from water to wing is repeated thousands of times across the coast.
Below these cliffs, humans have also learned to read the ocean.
In northern Norway, the sea is not only scenery, it is food, danger, memory, and identity.
Small villages sit between mountains and ocean, shaped by the narrow chances the sea allows.
A calm harbor can feel safe, but beyond it, the ocean can change without warning.
The work of the village begins with weather, timing, and respect for the sea.
Fish leave the ocean, but the cold air and wind become part of the process.
Here, the climate itself helps preserve what the sea has given.
The village is not separate from nature. It is woven into the ocean's rhythm. People here have not lived by conquering the ocean. They have lived by negotiating with it.
A fisher reads wind, current, fish movement, and season before trusting the sea. The coastline may look beautiful from far away, but the ocean does not forgive carelessness.
Knowing when to turn back can be as important as knowing where the fish are.
A harbor light in winter is not only beautiful, it is a signal of adaptation.
Behind each light is a life built around weather, fish, darkness, and return.
Generations learn this coast not only from maps, but from storms remembered.
The same sea that feeds a village can threaten it, depending on wind, distance, and timing.
The ocean gives and tests in the same breath.
Birds,
fishes, whales, and villages all read the same water in different ways.
Beneath the harbour, the food web continues, quiet and essential.
The village survives because the ocean remains alive beyond what the eye can see.
To live here is to know when to leave, when to wait, and when to return.
The return to harbor is part of the rhythm, as important as the journey out. This human layer keeps the coast from becoming only a wilderness postcard. The birds return to ledges, the boats return to harbor, and both returns depend on the sea.
Northern Norway is a coastal system where ocean productivity climbs into wings and settles into villages.
Everything here depends on reading the ocean accurately. The whale reads fish. The bird reads the surface. The fisher reads the wind. But this relationship is changing because the Northern Ocean is changing its rhythm.
Fish may shift, seasons may move, and old knowledge must adapt to a sea that no longer behaves exactly as before.
For the birds, for the whales, and for the people, survival depends on the ocean's pattern.
And now, across the far north, ice is retreating, seasons are shifting, and the Arctic Sea...
Across the far north, ice is retreating, seasons are shifting, and the Arctic Sea is beginning to change its rhythm. Less ice does not simply mean more open ocean. It changes the boundary between Arctic cold and Atlantic warmth.
Warmer, saltier water can move farther north, reshaping where life can gather.
The change is not always dramatic in a single frame, but the ocean remembers every small shift.
This is not a simple disaster scene. It is a rhythm slipping out of its old timing. This is not a simple disaster scene. It is a rhythm slipping out of its old timing.
For fish, temperature can influence movement, growth, spawning, and where the next meal will be found. If the fish move, everything that follows them must also move.
For seabirds, the question becomes how far they must fly before the ocean offers food. A quieter cliff is not only a quieter cliff. It may be a message from the sea. A quieter cliff is not only a quieter cliff. It may be a message from the sea.
When the food web shifts beneath the surface, the change rises into the air.
For whales, the location of prey decides where the journey must go.
If herring gather differently, the giants must search differently.
For fishing communities, these changes are not abstract. They arrive as questions at the harbor.
Where will the fish be? When will they come? Will the old calendar still work?
Knowledge built over generations must now listen to an ocean that is changing its behavior.
Life here was always difficult, but it was difficult within patterns animals and people could learn.
When the timing changes, the challenge becomes deeper than storm or cold.
For herring, the question is where to gather. For whales, where to feed.
For seabirds, the question is how far to fly before the sea gives enough. For the coast itself, the question is how to remain a living edge as the Arctic becomes less predictable.
The retreat of ice does not erase life at once. It changes the stage on which life must act.
When the stage moves, every actor must adjust. Warm currents, cold seas, herring, whales, seabirds, fishing villages, and retreating ice all belong to one story. Northern Norway is not the edge of life. It is one of its most delicate centers. Northern Norway is not the edge of life. It is one of its most delicate centers.
Everything depends on reading the edge correctly, Astokli, the edge between land and sea. The edge between Atlantic warmth and Arctic cold still shapes the life above it.
The edge between winter darkness and returning light decides when the ocean can bloom.
The edge between abundance and hunger may begin with light no wider than a season.
Whales do not come because people hope to see them. They come when the ocean gathers food.
Orcas follow herring. Humpbacks arrive when the season offers enough prey.
Sperm whales use deep ocean waters where sound can find what sight cannot. Sperm whales use deep ocean waters where sound can find what sight cannot.
Humans are part of this system too, reading weather, current, fish movement, and season.
A family drying fish in cold air is using the climate as part of the process.
A harbor light in winter is not only beautiful, it is a sign that life has adapted. A harbor light in winter is not only beautiful, it is a sign that life has adapted.
Edges are where forces meet. Warm water and cold water, mountains and fjords, birds and cliffs, whales and herring.
Life here becomes precise because it must. A whale must be where the fish are. A bird must find food before the season turns.
A fisher must choose the right day to leave harbor because the ocean remembers every mistake.
This precision is not weakness. It is wisdom.
The animals do not fight the Arctic Ocean as if it were an enemy. They use what it gives.
Wind becomes flight. Cold water becomes a feeding ground. Darkness becomes a season of whale breath and herring movement.
Fjords become shelter. Canyons become hunting routes.
The people here do the same. They build low against the wind and place villages near protected water.
They follow fish, respect weather, and understand that the sea is never only a view.
It is a force with memory, and that is why this coast stays with people who see it.
Northern Norway is not only beautiful, it is honest.
It does not pretend nature is gentle. It shows that life can continue in severe places.
To live at the edge is not to be far from life. It is to live where life must become most aware.
A school of herring can call whales back into dark fjords. A cliff can hold thousands of wings above a winter ocean.
A warm Atlantic current can keep the northern coast open when the land around it is frozen. A small village can survive for generations, not by overpowering the sea, but by learning its rhythm.
Here, every form of life is reading something. The blue whale reads the fish. The albatross reads the surface. The fisher reads the wind. The village reads the season. The coast reads the meeting of warm Atlantic water
and Arctic cold. Northern Norway is not the end of life. It is where life becomes precise. Between wind, ice, and ocean, every breath, every wing, every returning boat.
Not by conquering nature, but by listening carefully enough to remain.
This is Norway. Life at the edge of wind, ice, and ocean. From above, Greenland looks silent, but along the edge of the Arctic Ocean, life is already waiting. This is not an empty white world. It is a world where life hides, where ice and ocean meet.
The fjords are ocean roads carved into stone, carrying cold water deep into the frozen land. Every dark opening in the ocean ice can become a doorway, a warning, or a lifeline. In Greenland, the frozen surface is never just scenery. It is the stage where survival begins. The silence holds signs, tracks, scent, wind, hunger, and memory.
A hole in the ice may look small, but beneath it lies an entire ocean world.
For the seal, this is not simply water. It is the border between breath and darkness.
Below the ice, the ocean is quiet, but it is not still. Greenland's story begins in this thin boundary between frozen air and living sea.
The polar bear looks powerful, but even power depends on the ocean ice beneath its feet.
It reads the sea ice through scent, sound, pressure, and patience.
Every step costs energy, and in this frozen ocean world, energy is never wasted.
The strongest hunter here is still only one life, moving across a fragile frozen floor.
Where the ocean opens, the food chain begins to gather. Birds follow the cracks because the ocean below carries food upward.
From far away, these cliffs look lifeless, but the sea has already begun to fill them with motion. Here, wings turn ocean food into life on stone. The cliff is not only rock, it is a vertical city built beside the sea. Beneath the noise of wings, a smaller survivor reads the same ocean edge.
The fox is small, but in a hard ocean-bound world, smallness can be a form of strength. It survives not by ruling the landscape, but by noticing what others miss.
Where the ocean feeds birds, it also creates chances for the fox. Life here is spread thin, but every edge has a purpose. Even the quietest animals are tied to the rhythm of snow, wind, and sea.
Some survive by moving lightly. Others survive by standing together against the ocean wind.
In Greenland, warmth is stored in bodies, in herds, and in every careful choice.
Land and ocean are never separate here. The sea shapes the weather, the food, and the movement of life. The fjords carry the ocean into the frozen land, and with it comes the possibility of life. Below these icebergs, the ocean continues downward into a colder and darker world.
The frozen surface hides an ocean system where small lives support giants.
In this cold ocean, even the smallest forms of life can decide what survives above the ice.
Fish turn invisible ocean energy into movement, flesh, and survival.
The seal carries this ocean energy upward toward the frozen world above.
A single layer of ice separates two worlds, but every life on both sides is connected.
Glaciers bring the frozen interior to the sea, and the ocean answers with movement. To the animals of Greenland, ice is shelter, distance, danger, and direction.
Far beyond the cliffs, giants follow the same cold ocean rhythm.
A whale changes the fjord in a single breath, revealing that this frozen land is also an ocean world.
Some animals walk on ice, some breathe through it, and others move beneath it like living mountains.
Each life seems separate, but the ocean connects them all.
In Greenland, survival gathers where elements meet: ice and water, cliff and sea, hunger and patience.
Nothing here is careless. Every mark in the snow belongs to a decision.
The same frozen surface can be a roof, a road, a nursery, and a hunting ground.
The ocean feeds the birds feed the cliffs, and the cliffs feed another kind of survival. This opening chapter is only the surface. Beneath it lies a deeper system of timing, hunger, and adaptation.
To understand Greenland wildlife, we must follow the edge where the ocean shapes every life.
The first rule of this frozen world is simple. Ice decides where life can move. When the ocean opens, the story begins to move from silence into survival.
And so we begin with the fragile foundation beneath every track, every dive, every flight, and every breath.
To understand life in Greenland, we must begin with the surface that decides almost everything: sea ice.
This ice is not a blank white floor. It is a living boundary between air and ocean.
Where the ocean presses against the frozen surface, the ice bends, breaks, rises, and becomes a map.
An open lead can become a feeding route, a breathing place, or a dangerous gap between lives.
Below the frozen roof, the ocean begins its quiet work.
When light returns, even the smallest life beneath the ice can start an entire chain. The beginning of survival here is almost invisible, carried by light, nutrients, and timing. Fish gather where the ocean gives them food, and their movement begins to draw larger lives. Every small body in this cold ocean becomes part of a larger survival equation.
The seal lives between two worlds, feeding in the ocean and breathing through the ice.
To the seal, a dark circle in the ice is not a detail. It is a doorway back to air. The same ice that traps the ocean below also gives life a place to breathe. For one animal, the hole is safety. For another, it is a place to wait. The bear does not rule the ice by force alone. It survives by reading the ocean's frozen skin.
Sea ice is a road, a roof, a hunting ground, a resting place, and a border between worlds.
Where the ice is strong, it can become a platform for rest.
Where snow gathers over ice, shelter can form, but only if the season remains stable. To human eyes, the ice may look permanent, but the ocean beneath is always moving it.
A frozen surface can rise, tilt, crack, and drift with every movement of the sea.
The frozen interior reaches the ocean through glaciers, and the ocean reshapes it into drifting ice.
Here, Every texture tells a different story of cold, pressure, current, and time.
The ice opens, closes, thickens, thins, and changes the rules for everything living here.
When the ocean opens, birds read the signal from above.
A crack in the ice can connect sky, ocean, and hunger in a single dive.
Below the opening, the ocean gathers movement that cannot be seen from the frozen surface.
The sea feeds the birds, and the birds carry the ocean's energy toward the cliffs.
Even the cliffs depend on what happens out here on the frozen sea. The ocean does not stop at the shore. Its influence climbs into every track and every ledge.
The living Greenland is not found in the empty interior. It gathers around the ocean edge.
When light returns to the frozen world, the ocean beneath begins to answer. Light, ice, and ocean must meet at the right time for life to rise.
Every animal reads this map differently, but the map is written by the sea. A sound in the ice can mean movement, danger, access, or change.
Strength and weakness can exist only a few steps apart.
From below, the ice is a ceiling of shadows, openings, and risk.
The food web begins quietly, in colors and movements too small to dominate the eye.
Plankton feeds fish. Fish feeds seals and birds, and the ice holds each layer close together.
The seal is a bridge between the small ocean lives below and the hunters above.
The bear uses sea ice as a road to reach the places where the ocean must breathe.
Nothing here survives alone. The ice connects every breath, dive, flight, and step. But the foundation of this world is fragile, and its rhythm is never guaranteed.
When ice forms later or breaks earlier, every animal must spend more energy finding what it needs.
Distance changes survival. A short crossing can become a long search.
A wider opening can help one life, while making another life work harder.
When the ice changes, the distances change, the timing changes, and the risks change.
Even the giants of the fjord follow the patterns set by ice, current, and prey.
This is the first rule of Greenland wildlife. Survival gathers where elements meet.
And across this frozen stage, one relationship will define the next chapter.
Above the ice waits the bear. Beneath the ice moves the seal. Above the ice waits the bear. Beneath the ice moves the seal. Between them lies the polar bear is powerful, but here, power begins with patience. The polar bear is powerful, but here, power begins with patience. A scent carried from the ocean can guide the bear farther than sight alone.
Every step is a calculation, because every movement burns energy that may not return.
To survive here, the bear must understand a map that is always shifting. For the seal, this small opening is life. For the bear, it is possibility. For the seal, this small opening is life. For the bear, it is possibility. The seal is built for this hidden ocean, where movement must be quiet
precise, and efficient. The seal is built for this hidden ocean, where movement must be quiet, precise, and efficient. The seal is built for this hidden ocean, where movement must be quiet, precise, and efficient. The seal is built for this hidden ocean, where movement must be quiet, precise, and efficient. The seal is built for this hidden ocean, where movement must be quiet, precise, and efficient. The seal is built for this hidden ocean, where movement must be quiet, precise, and efficient. The seal is built for this hidden ocean, where movement must be quiet, precise, and efficient. The seal is built for this hidden ocean, where movement must be quiet, precise, and efficient. The seal is built for this hidden ocean, where movement must be quiet, precise, and efficient. The seal is built for this hidden ocean, where movement must be quiet, precise, and efficient. The seal is built for this hidden ocean, where movement must be quiet, precise, and efficient.
Beneath the surface, the seal is not helpless. It belongs to the ocean in a way the bear cannot.
Its world is three-dimensional, shaped by pressure, breath, darkness, and memory. One animal walks on the frozen roof. One animal moves beneath it. Both are bound to the same ocean ice. The bear searches for the point where the seal's need for air meets the surface. The seal must choose when to rise, and sometimes survival means passing a doorway by. The most powerful image of the bear is not a roar. It is the weight of waiting. Somewhere below, a seal must breathe. Somewhere above, hunger is measuring time. Below the ice, the seal also waits, listening to a world it cannot fully see. A few meters of ice, distance, and timing can become the difference between danger and breath. For now, the ocean receives the seal again. When the scent changes, the bear must decide whether to wait, move, or spend more energy. A failed wait is not dramatic, but in the Arctic, it still has a cost. The bear's hunting ground is also a moving platform, shaped by temperature, wind, and sea. When the ice changes, the distance between predator and prey changes with it. The seal's survival depends on food below, air above, and ice stable enough to connect them. Fish becomes seal energy, and seal energy becomes part of the world above. The food web is not a diagram here. It is a path through water, ice, and wind. Rest is not weakness. In a place where every calorie matters, rest is strategy.
The ocean below is always active, even when the surface appears still.
The seal moves where the bear cannot walk, but it must always return to the surface for air. A crack in the ice can help the seal breathe and force the bear to travel farther. In Greenland, the shortest path is often impossible. The ice decides the journey. For the seal, open water can mean freedom, but also exposure. Neither animal controls this place. Both negotiate with the ice. The bear is a hunter, but it is also a listener in a frozen ocean landscape. The seal is prey, but it is also a specialist of water, pressure, ice, and breath. Without sea ice, the bear can still walk, swim, and search, but its most efficient world begins to vanish.
The seal also depends on ice, but in a different way, as sealing, shelter, and access to air. Both lives need ice, but not the same kind, not in the same way, and not at the same moment. Greenland's ice records movement, but only for a little while before the wind rewrites it. Storm, cold, hunger, and timing press on both animals at once.
The bear's hunting ground is also a moving platform, shaped by temperature, wind, and sea.
When the ice changes, the distance between predator and prey changes with it. The seal's survival depends on food below, air above, and ice stable enough to connect them. Fish becomes seal energy, and seal energy becomes part of the world above. The food web is not a diagram here. It is a path through water, ice, and wind. Rest is not weakness. In a place where every calorie matters, rest is strategy. The ocean below is always active, even when the surface appears still.
The seal moves where the bear cannot walk, but it must always return to the surface for air. Here, survival becomes smaller, quieter, and no less exact.
The Arctic fox is small enough to vanish, but clever enough to read every edge of this frozen world. Compared with the bear, the fox seems fragile, but in Greenland, needing less can be a kind of strength. It survives by scent, memory, timing, and the ability to change its strategy when the ocean coast changes.
The fox does not dominate the landscape. It listens to it.
And in a world where food is rare, even the smallest sound beneath snow can matter. Every movement must be worth the energy it costs. The coast gives the fox options: snow, stone, cliff, ice, and the ocean's leftovers. And in Greenland, flexibility can be as valuable as strength. And when the season changes, the fox changes with it. Its camouflage belongs to the season, not to one color.
Summer does not make Greenland easy. It only opens a short window of possibility.
Where the ocean feeds the birds, the cliff becomes a seasonal pantry for those who can read it.
The fox takes opportunity where it appears, but every opportunity here is temporary.
The ocean rises into the cliff through wings, and the fox waits below that movement. On this coast, balance is not only physical, it is the balance between hunger and risk. When food appears briefly, memory becomes a future meal. The fox survives by turning a scattered coastline into a map of chances. But the fox is not the only small life shaped by snow and sea. The Arctic hare survives by becoming part of the whiteness itself. Stillness can be protection when the landscape offers nowhere to hide. Every burst of movement must be measured, because speed also spends energy.
Even in a frozen world, life searches for the smallest hidden food.
The coast records many lives at once, but only until wind erases the page. Farther from the cliff, another kind of survivor follows the sparse food of the tundra.
For these animals, Survival is written close to the ground.
The food is not abundant. It must be uncovered one small patch at a time. Their path is shaped by wind, snow depth, and the thin food left by a short season. And then the tundra reveals animals built not for speed, but for endurance. Musk oxen carry warmth like a living shelter against the ocean wind.
Their coats are not decoration. They are insulation, armor against cold, and the memory of survival.
Like the hare and caribou, they live from what little the frozen ground allows.
In a place this exposed, the group itself becomes part of survival.
The sea does not feed every animal directly, but it shapes the weather every animal must endure. Many strategies cross the same frozen coast, each one answering the same question in a different way. Survival here is not one kind of greatness. It is many precise answers to cold, hunger, and time. The fox may be one of Greenland's most precise survivors, because it is never tied to only one chance. It searches the boundary where the ocean leaves small gifts and the tundra hides small meals. Opportunity is brief here, and the fox must know when to move on. Its world is not land or sea, but the thin line between them. In Greenland, even nearby lives may pass without drama, each saving energy for its own struggle. Some search constantly, some endure in place. Greenland allows both, but rewards neither easily. A few stems beneath snow can matter as much as a breathing hole in the ice. Every track belongs to an animal, spending itself carefully. The fox shows that survival is not always loud, large, or obvious. The tundra teaches another lesson. Endurance can be as cinematic as motion. As light fades, the frozen coast keeps its lives close and quiet. By morning, the story begins again, written in new tracks beside the sea. And where the fox follows the coast, the next great world of Greenland rises above the ocean. Beyond the quiet survivors of the tundra, the cliffs awaken into a city of wings, and the ocean begins to speak louder. Beyond the quiet survivors of the tundra, the cliffs awaken into a city of wings, and the ocean begins to speak louder. From far away, this cliff looked lifeless. Up close, it becomes one of Greenland's loudest expressions of survival. The ledges are narrow, the wind is constant, and yet life gathers here in astonishing numbers. In Greenland, abundance does not spread everywhere. It concentrates where the ocean can feed it. Every flight away from the cliff is a journey back to the sea. The birds search the openings, because beneath the ice, food begins to move. A single dive connects sky, cliff, ice, and ocean. Below the surface, the ocean gathers the energy that will return to the cliff. The sea gives, and the wings carry that gift back to stone. The cliff is not separate from the ocean. It is fed by every return. Each landing is precise, because space is scarce and the sea below is unforgiving. This is a city without walls, built from wind, rock, wings, and ocean food.
For the fox, the cliff is not noise. It is a seasonal map of opportunity.
The smallest hunter survives by reading what falls, what changes, and what disappears.
The ocean is being delivered upward, wing by wing.
Different birds use the same coast in different ways, but all are tied to what the ocean provides. Small wings can carry enormous meaning in a place where nutrients are rare. Around great colonies, the sea even changes the land, feeding soil that would otherwise remain poor. The cliff speaks for the ocean, and the ocean answers through wings.
Beyond the cliffs, the coast opens again, and the scale of life begins to change.
On the ice, walruses turn a drifting platform into a place of rest. Their bodies are built for cold water, but the ice still gives them a place to pause. The ocean receives them slowly, as if the boundary between ice and water belongs to both.
Below the flow, another Greenland world opens, heavier, darker, and shaped by depth.
Many marine mammals share the same frozen edge, each using ice and ocean in its own way. Some rest on the ice, some breathe through it, some pass beneath it almost unseen.
The same ocean that feeds the birds also carries the lives of seals, walruses, and giants still farther offshore. Farther from shore, the scale changes again. A humpback whale changes the entire fjord with a single breath.
The tail rises, and then the giant returns to the hidden ocean below.
Below the icebergs, Greenland becomes a three-dimensional ocean world.
Fin whales bring speed and scale to waters shaped by current, prey, and season.
These giants do not move randomly. They follow the ocean's invisible patterns.
Where plankton and fish gather, the largest bodies on Earth may follow.
The bowhead whale belongs deeply to the Arctic imagination, slow, massive, and built for icy seas.
Its body carries endurance across seasons, currents, and frozen waters.
In the dark below the ice, size becomes almost silent.
Then the ocean changes tone, and white shapes move through the fjord like living echoes.
Belugas move through sound as much as water, using voices to keep contact in a world of ice and shadow.
In cold and limited visibility, sound becomes a map. Some Greenland lives are visible only for moments, and others remain almost mythical.
Narwhals bring mystery not because they are fantasy, but because their real lives are so difficult to witness.
A single tusk above the water can feel unreal, but it belongs to a life shaped by ice, depth, and sound. Beneath the surface, they travel through a world where sound, pressure, and inherited roots matter more than sight. Greenland's ocean is not empty space. It is a layered world of roots, signals, and hidden feeding grounds.
Some animals stand on ice, some rest on it, some breathe through it, and some travel beneath it.
Together, they reveal Greenland not as an isolated island, but as part of a living Arctic Ocean network. The animals follow food, openings in ice, depth, temperature, current, and memory.
What begins as tiny movement in the ocean can rise into birds, seals, walruses, and whales.
But this ocean map is not fixed, and the rhythm that guides these lives is changing. When ice shifts, every root must be read again. The cliffs, the seals, the walruses, and the whales all depend on timing in the sea.
A change in one layer can echo through all the others.
And now, the frozen map that holds these lives together begins to change its rhythm. And now, the frozen map that holds these lives together begins to change its rhythm. In Greenland, change does not arrive as an idea. It arrives as thinner ice, wider water, and altered distance. A frozen road can become a maze, and every animal must learn the new shape of the ocean. For the polar bear, distance is not only space. Distance is energy. When ice breaks the route, the bear must walk farther, wait longer, and spend more of what it cannot easily replace. Its strength remains immense, but strength needs a platform. The bear is not defeated by one crack, but every extra distance adds pressure to its life.
Below the ice, the seal also faces a changing ceiling.
More open water can help a seal breathe, but unstable ice can change where it rests, hides, and raises young. The same change can offer one advantage while removing another. Nothing in Greenland has only one meaning. Ice can shelter, expose, connect, and separate.
For seabirds, the question is not only whether food exists, but whether it appears close enough and soon enough.
A longer flight can turn abundance into effort.
The cliff still lives, but its rhythm depends on a sea that is never still. For the fox, flexibility is survival, but even flexibility depends on what the season provides. It searches the coast as it always has, but the coast itself is beginning to answer differently. On land, change appears in snow depth, exposed ground, and the timing of the short feeding season.
The tundra animals endure weather from the sea, even when they do not feed directly from the ocean.
A small plant, a thin crust of snow, and a few warmer days can change the choices of animals above the sea.
And every part of Greenland returns to the ocean sooner or later.
For whales, changing ice can open new water, but it can also shift the food they follow.
When plankton and fish move, giants may change their routes. Belugas read the water through sound, but even sound travels through a changing landscape.
A route once held by ice and memory may become a route of new openings. Narwhals, too, move through a world where ice, depth, and sound must align.
The hidden routes of the Arctic are not fixed roads. They are living agreements with the frozen sea.
The animals are tough, but toughness does not mean independence. Specialization creates power, but it also creates dependence.
A body perfectly made for one rhythm may struggle when that rhythm begins to shift.
The bear, the seal, the fish, and the ice are not separate stories. A change in the sea can rise into the sky.
A change in the sea can reach the smallest hunter on the rocks. A change in snow and sesame can reach every hoofprint, pawprint, and hidden burrow. Greenland is not a place where life spreads evenly. It is a place where life gathers at the margins.
To watch Greenland wildlife is to watch precision.
A seal's quick breath, a bear, slow step, and a bird's shadow all belong to the same frozen system.
Beneath the surface, the ocean remembers every layer of the story.
A whale's breath above cold water can feel brief, but it carries a history older than maps. The fox reads the snow, the birds read the sea, and the whales read the currents. The bear reads the wind, and the seal reads the ice. Together, they turn Greenland's frozen edges into a living system. Nothing here is careless, and nothing here is guaranteed. Yet Greenland is not a dead white world. It is a world where life has learned to spend itself carefully. Here, harshness does not erase life. It sharpens it. The frozen world and the ocean world are not separate. They are one living boundary. Every breath, dive, flight, and step belongs to this fragile agreement between life and ice. Greenland wildlife does not live outside the harshness. It survives by reading the harshness. And as the ice changes, every track, every breath, every nest, and every migration must answer a new question. Survival here is not only about strength, it is about timing, precision, and the fragile promise between life and the frozen world that holds it.
This untamed wilderness, Kodiak Island, has weathered storms like this for millennia. The raw power of the North Pacific shapes everything here.
Kodiak Island. A place defined by the relentless weather and the unforgiving sea. Kodiak is defined by motion, not stillness. Here, the island breathes weather every hour, a wild, untamed cycle of rain and mist. They thought they knew this place, but the island guards its secrets with teeth and claw, a force of nature unmatched. From the highest peaks to the deepest valleys, every stream belongs to the ocean.
We see the mountains and the mist, but the sea remains the island's unseen engine, fueling the wind and the rain.
Kodiak is not empty. It is densely alive.
This is the island, a place defined by the relentless rhythm of the cold northern sea. Rain doesn't just fall, it sculpts the world around us, shaping every layer of life, ensuring the vibrant greens of this forest endure. The shoreline is a boundary that never stays fixed, constantly reshaped by the relentless power of the sea. From the churning coastlines to the highest peaks, Kodiak is an island of thresholds, vast and untamed. This is where the freshwater surrenders to the sea, and where the island's greatest energy begins.
Even deep inland, the sea is never far away.
Soon, the river will pulse with life, a silver tide returning to the waters of their birth, continuing the endless cycle.
This is a world governed by conditions, not comfort.
Here, the weather itself speaks, and the storms that crash against these cliffs are simply part of the island's normal language. Here on Kodiak, the land, the sea, and the sky are bound together. It is a single, unbroken living system. These tracks mean only one thing. The giant bear of the island is near, and we are entering its territory. This is where the island begins to reveal its power. It moved with deliberate force, an ancient shadow emerging from the mist and rain, searching for us. But the island's true story, the one etched into the stone and the water, begins far beyond this forest. Carried by the cold current from the high country toward the ocean, we transition now into the solemn and powerful territory of the bear. Here on Kodiak, the landscape is in constant motion, shaped by the relentless weather and the powerful creatures navigating these rugged paths. Beyond the fog lies the domain of the island's true master, and it does not welcome visitors.
A life-sustaining current flows through the forest. Soon, the salmon will begin their arduous journey, drawn back to these waters.
This is Kodiak, a place where the visibility itself changes by the minute.
Here, the forest becomes a sponge. Every drop of this cold rain is captured by the moss, storing the island's moisture deep within the earth.
Where the fresh water surrenders to the saline depths, the path home begins, though the way is long and shrouded in mist. They say this place has no beginning, only the endless churning of the sea and the whisper of the wind through the peaks. Every part of this land depends on the next. The water flowing from these mountains connects the entire system.
Rain defines this landscape, shaping the very stones and trees. But even in this relentless downpour, the first signs of life begin to stir.
As twilight fell over the riverbank, the island prepared to reveal its largest presence yet. Kodiak. A land of constant reveal and conceal. The cycle begins again. Driven by instinct, the salmon turn upstream, drawing the great bears back to the river's edge.
Flowing through this hidden corridor, the river sustains an intricate web of life. It is a delicate balance, one we are only beginning to understand. Energy returns to the island with every wave, a cycle as old as the sea itself, constantly renewed.
Kodiak is built from connections.
This island system shows us a simple truth. Nothing here exists alone. Everything is connected by water.
To truly know Kodiak, you must first accept that much of it will remain forever hidden, lost in the fog of time and tide. Soon, the salmon will return. Driven by an ancient instinct, they will face the torrent, seeking the waters of their birth. Weather is not background here, but structure.
The legends were true. The island holds a giant, and by the size of these prints, it's unlike anything we've ever known.
Isolation wasn't just a state of being here. It was the sculptor, carving these valleys and shaping the very nature of this untouched world.
Driven by ancient instinct, the salmon return. They fight the storm and the tide, completing a cycle as old as the river itself. The signs were everywhere, pointing towards a power unmatched in this wilderness. Soon, we would meet the bear. The true power of Kodiak lies not in a single landmark, but in the entirety of this immense, rugged coastline.
From the rugged coastlines, we move inland, into the heart of this secluded ecosystem. Here, the dense canopy thrives on the constant moisture.
The next chapter will reveal why this place can support giants. This is just the surface. The island's true story, the deeper system of life, is only beginning. The storm intensified, washing away the path. But it couldn't hide the tracks. The ruler of this island was close now.
This river is part of a vast, unending cycle. The water here will reach the distant ocean, only to return again as rain falling on the forest.
In this unforgiving landscape, the Kodiak stands alone. The quiet giant of the island. The bear's size comes from an island built on abundance and endurance. Power on Kodiak often arrives quietly. Rather than rush, the bear waits, studying the current's relentless flow.
Driven by instinct, the salmon return, bringing the pulse of the ocean to these shallow waters. The forest awakens.
These fish carry the sea into the forest.
This annual migration is the lifeblood of the wilderness. The salmon run is the bloodstream of the island, nourishing the forest and all its creatures. For the salmon, comfort is irrelevant. It is reproduction that drives this arduous journey upstream. The bear's movement is slow, exact, and powerful.
The catch is merely part of a much larger exchange, a critical moment in the ongoing saga of the salmon run and the bears that depend on it.
The salmon run bridges two worlds. From the vast ocean, this single fish brings the nutrients necessary to sustain the giants of the forest.
In the harsh reality of the Alaskan wilderness, every meal shapes this bear's winter survival, building the reserves needed to endure the lean months ahead.
A gathering place for predators and scavengers. The powerful current draws them all inevitably downstream.
Nothing on Kodiak feeds only one species.
The land does not forget. These prints, these scales, they are the memory of movement etched into the earth. The bear is built by seasons, not moments.
This is Kodiak's rhythm, a staggered abundance. When one stream rests, another wakes, and the bear knows exactly where to be.
The island's energy moves inland from the ocean.
Here, in the quiet cold, every step sinks deep into the wet moss. Every print left behind marks the island itself. The salmon are the engine of abundance. Their relentless journey upstream feeds the forest, the waters, and creatures like the bear.
And in the distance, evidence that this island supports more than one giant.
Kodiak's abundance is shared through timing and space. The bear's silence is not an absence of sound, but the sound of dominance itself, heavy and profound.
The entire island is connected by water, a continuous flow linking forest, river, and the distant sea.
Left behind on the riverbank, the salmon's body becomes a bridge, transferring vital ocean nutrients deep into the soil and the surrounding wildlife.
What the bear does not take is returned to the earth. What the bear does not keep becomes life for the land.
On Kodiak, the year is marked by seasonal doors. The bears move from the streams into the meadows as new food sources emerge. The bear survives on many foods, not one, shifting its diet from fish to the bounty of the forest floor. While it often grazes peacefully on the abundant vegetation, the bear remains a powerful presence, an apex predator moving through its domain. Kodiak's edges feed one another.
While recognized as a fierce river hunter, the coastal brown bear is also an opportunistic forager, scavenging the shoreline after the storm.
While the storm rages, the receding tide often leaves behind a bounty of food, scattered amidst the debris. Driven by the relentless coastal winds, this stretch of pebbles and driftwood becomes a shared feast for the great bear, the eagles, and the gulls. When the tide retreats, it uncovers a hidden layer of the island, teeming with life adapted to this rugged coast. The bear knows this loop well. The sea provides, but the land offers refuge when the weather turns.
It is here on Kodiak, everything is connected. The streams feed the forest protects the coast, and in this unity lies our strength.
Relentlessly, the journey continues. The salmon, driven by instinct, is still on its way home. The island feeds its giants in more than one season. Even the smallest plants play a vital role in the bear's survival, providing sustenance in this harsh landscape. Standing resolute against the storm, the Kodiak bear is the undisputed monarch, the visible peak of this island system.
The bear is shaped by the island. Its greatest power is the system that keeps it alive: the rain, the river, and the cold sea.
The salmon, fueled by the distant ocean, carry life upstream. The bear intercepts this energy, transferring the vitality of the sea.
The bear is only one part of a vast, interconnected living system. Here, the salmon, the river, and the forest are all linked in a delicate balance.
Driven by an ancient instinct, these salmon are the embodiment of energy carried home from the sea, fighting the relentless current.
For the salmon, every leap is a struggle. part of a powerful return to waters older than memory itself. Driven by instinct, the salmon begin their migration. It is a staggered pulse of abundance against the relentless river current. The island does not give everything at once.
The journey nears its end, and with it comes a profound change. Their scales ignite with the crimson hue of the spawning grounds.
For the creatures of this forest corridor, the river is more than just a waterway. It is a stage set for the ancient drama of the hunt. Here at the river mouth, freshwater meets the cold sea. It is a meeting place of worlds, where different currents collide and life thrives. Even death here feeds the island.
This is the hidden exchange between sea and land. The forest drinks deeply from the remains, a transfer of marine energy carried by the steady rain into...
The stream nourishes more than the fish. It brings life to the moss and the soil, sustaining the entire woodland ecosystem.
The forest edge acts as a profound record of feeding. The scattered remains of the salmon and the deep impressions of bear tracks. From the smallest creatures to the otter searching for salmon, all life here is bound by the same ancient, unending cycle.
Nothing on Kodiak goes unused for long.
Even in the harshest storms, the cycle continues. The island's scavengers are interconnected, bound by the same living chain.
While the larger predators have moved on, the salmon run continues to provide sustenance. Even the smallest creatures inherit this bounty.
Like a moving artery, the river transports vital nutrients, extending the reach of the salmon's gift far beyond the banks and deep into the valley soil.
As the rain falls, it gathers the richness of the forest floor, carrying nutrients from the roots directly into the stream, feeding the water below.
Here, on the island, distance collapses. Everything is connected, the stream to the sea, the forest to the fog. Here on Kodiak, the sheer abundance of the water spreads across the landscape, channeled through countless streams like veins in the earth. The rainforest thrives in this perpetual moisture. Every drop fuels the quiet, persistent growth of the moss and the rushing current of the stream. This is the final push. Against the relentless current and the coming storm, the salmon returns to the place of its birth to complete the circle of life.
As the rain fills these tracks, it connects the bear's trail to the salmon's route. Their paths are forever linked. The island lived in his memory, a maze of scent and shadow. He followed the wet earth, a path worn deep by generations. Driven by instinct, the salmon fight the current, unaware that in this rugged wilderness, the bear is never far from the run.
The bear's world, however, extends far beyond this stream, encompassing the hillside and the dense forest above. The prints tell a story of generations. The young must follow the path, learning the island's rhythm, even in the storm. Salmon-shaped family survival here. Without the energy supplied by these leaping fish, this mother and her cubs would not endure the coming lean months. The reliable return of the salmon fundamentally changes their chance of successfully raising young.
The true abundance of this place isn't just seen, it's felt. Even in the silence, the river sings its ancient song of life. The island gives each creature a different map. For the salmon, it is the relentless current of the river.
It is through these numerous small channels that the whole system finds its resilience. Even here, in the cold shadows of the forest, abundance finds a way, spreading across space and time, carried on the current.
The next generation begins here. The forest provides shelter for the river. Roots, leaves, and needles create a damp canopy over the water, protecting it from the storm. But the true beginning of this epic journey wasn't in the shallow streams, but in the boundless depths of the sea. The ocean is not the edge of the story, but its source. On Kodiak, the landscape is defined by the constant, dramatic exchange between the mountains and the relentless power of the sea. Here, where the river meets the sea, the paths converge. The salmon's spawning trail and the bear's heavy print.
The chain of life begins high above. Rain nourishes the forest, and each drop finds its way to the river,
sustaining creatures like the salmon below.
From the smallest salmon fighting the current to the eagle soaring high above the mist, every creature in this valley responds to the same ancient pulse. And so the salmon complete their journey, ensuring the sea lives inside the island, connecting forest and coastline in one continuous flow.
From the turbulent coast, we follow the river deeper into the island's heart, where the mist hangs heavy among the ancient spruce.
The forest is not separate from the river. It is shaped by its relentless power. Water connects everything here.
The island stores the weather in every leaf, every needle. Every drop moves from cloud to moss to stream to sea.
In this dense, wet environment, the rainforest acts as a crucial corridor of survival.
The forest hides as much as it reveals. This island is constantly being crossed by powerful animals, leaving their mark upon the land.
The energy of the river enters the forest floor. The forest receives what the river leaves behind. We describe the rainforest as a living sponge. It holds the water, regulates the flow, and sustains the delicate balance of this vibrant ecosystem.
Even far inland, the sea still speaks through rain.
We often think of it as one island, but in truth, it is many streams tied together, a single interconnected web of waterways.
Here on Kodiak, true beauty reveals itself in the moisture of the air and the quiet wisdom of restraint.
Here, in the quiet depths of the woods, the forest reveals itself as a keeper of water and ancient memory. Visibility itself is merely part of the island's enduring challenge. The fog rarely lifts here on the ridge. Even obscured by the fog and rain, the presence of the giant is undeniable. It watches from the shadows.
The forest is a living record. Every snapped branch and disturbed stone tells a story of what has passed this way.
The river's gift becomes the forest's fuel.
The island's ecosystem is quite literally built from layers beneath the surface, a deep foundation supporting the vibrant life you see here.
This is Kodiak, a place where the land and water never separate. On this island, weather is not an interruption. It is simply the island's normal pulse.
And here, silently, the nutrients travel. Carried by the runnel water, the salmon remains returned to the soil, feeding the vast rainforest ecosystem.
This island, shrouded in mist, is more than just rock and soil. It is a chain of connected thresholds, each one leading to the next.
The forest offers another season of feeding after the fish.
Here, in the quiet rain, the island reveals its purpose. It feeds the giants, sustains the ancient bloodlines.
The forest does not end at one edge. It breathes, expands, stretching far beyond the river and this small clearing. These hidden side channels are the arteries of the Kodiak wilderness, a sheltered passage for water and the wildlife that depends on it.
From the smallest bird to the unseen insects, every tiny life here depends entirely on the same wet balance.
From the smallest stream to the highest peak, the forest canopy acts as the vital bridge, connecting the water below to the vast sky above.
The fog moves silently through the stillness of the ancient trees, revealing the hidden motion within the forest. Eventually, every single drop becomes a part of something larger.
It is instinct, etched into their very being. The island's creatures navigate this maze by memory alone.
Kodiak's power is not one scene, but the continuity between scenes.
Here, death is not an ending, but a transformation. The salmon gives itself back to the stream, ensuring the cycle continues.
Silently, the nutrients travel. The legacy of the salmon enriching the very ground that sustains this vibrant rainforest ecosystem.
This island, shrouded in mist, is more than just land. It is a chain of connected thresholds, each one leading to the next mystery.
The forest offers another season of feeding after the fish. The island feeds giants in more ways than one. From the smallest berry to the largest creature, the cycle of life continues unbroken here in the rain-soaked wild. The forest does not truly end here at the meadow's edge. It continues on, vast and unending, stretching far beyond what the eye can see. The waterways of Kodiak are a network of hidden arteries, flowing beneath the roots and logs of the forest. From the grandest trees to the tiniest sparrow, every life here depends on this delicate, wet balance. High above the canopy, the true scale of the forest is revealed, a bridge between the rushing river below and the open sky above. This ancient forest appears still, yet it hides motion deep within its stillness. The fog drifts, the rain falls, and the river flows onward. Every drop becomes part of something larger. The island's animals navigate by instinct, memorizing the contours of the land. Even as the rain washes away their prints, the path remains imprint on their minds.
Kodiak's power is not one scene, but the continuity between scenes.
In this place, death is merely nourishment. The rain washes the salmon back into the soil, feeding the moss and fueling the perpetual cycle of the forest.
The light comes and goes quickly here. But even a momentary brightness reveals the true colors of this place, a stark beauty.
Even the smallest watercourse belongs to the same system. Giants move quietly here.
Rain connects the sky to the soil, but the salmon bring the ocean here, leaving behind signatures of their journey, reminding us that everything is connected.
As the river surrenders to the sea, we must face the cliffs. The next chapter will test our resolve against the coastal winds. The river pulls us toward the coast, through this cold green world, where Kodiak's rainforest remembers the sea. From the deep embrace of the rainforest, the river surges onward, relentlessly drawn towards the stormy expanse of the open sea.
Here, where the river meets the North Pacific, the island's edge is never still.
This island is constantly being rewritten by the relentless force of the sea. Most people look to the sun to tell the time, but here on Kodiak, the tide is our clock, governing the rhythm of our lives. This is the shoreline, the living edge between worlds, a place where the relentless sea meets the unyielding land in a timeless dance. The bear is not only a river hunter, but also a coastal forager, scouring the beach for sustenance after the storm. For the bear, this storm-tossed shoreline is nothing less than a temporary table, generously set by the indifferent sea. From high above, the eagle watches the same storm system unfold, undisturbed by the chaos below.
This is where freshwater meets the tide, a dynamic meeting place where hunters and scavengers gather, drawn by the currents of the ocean.
But life here is not limited to the largest creatures. Even the smallest animals, like these tide pool crabs, utilize the coast's resources, Kodiak. It's a place where the sea and the land exchange life with every tide. Here on the shore, the ocean leaves behind more than waves. It leaves the evidence of life and death, reclaimed by the scavengers of the tide.
Nothing on Kodiak is wasted for long.
The coast is more than just land and sea. It's a shared corridor of opportunity for all who call it home.
Twice a day, the retreating tide reveals a hidden world, teeming with life along this rugged coast.
The bear reads the coast as carefully as it reads the river.
The tide reveals a temporary marketplace of energy, a rich feeding ground where life congregates under the cold sky.
Predators and scavengers meet where the sea leaves its marks. The ocean breathes, a constant rhythm of opening and closing, revealing the secrets hidden beneath the waves. Standing resolute against the gale, the Kodiak is a creature forged by the wild embrace of both land and sea. Here, at the edge of the wild, every species understands the boundary. The bear claims the rock, the eagle the wind, but the ocean rules them both. Even the smallest birds are part of the same coastal rhythm.
This is a landscape born of conflict, a coastline sculpted, day after day, by the endless pressure of the storm.
The island's border is never a line, but a zone.
Though it appears a barren landscape, the intertidal zone is a densely populated world, a hidden metropolis clinging to the rocks. As the Great Bear returns to the shelter of the trees, we see that Kodiak life moves in loops. For the Great Bear, the line between the coastal bounty and the deep woods is blurred. It's all part of the same continuous feeding route. The ocean is a patient artist, continually redrawing the boundaries of the land with each retreating tide.
The coast is a place that remembers every visitor. Etched in the sand, their passing is marked, transient yet eternal.
As the salmon return, we are reminded that river, coast, and sea are not separate entities, but rather one continuous, flowing exchange.
The wind and rain are more than just elements. They are the sculptors, the island's true architects, constantly reshaping the land.
Kodiak cannot be understood from one angle alone.
Here on this rugged coast, survival is a daily negotiation. Between the waves, the wind, and each other, every meal is earned.
But the sea never stops returning to reclaim the shore.
The edge of Kodiak is a place where all movement converges. The bear navigates this world of water and stone, reading the ocean's story through scent as much as sight. This is a world that appears only briefly, revealed by the low tide, and soon reclaimed by the storm-tossed sea. With every weather front that hits this island, the coastline is dramatically altered. The storm connects the sky and the sea. And here, in this small pool, the ocean writes its enduring signature.
For the bear, life is a constant crossing. Leaving the shore behind marks the end of one cycle and the beginning of the next, always moving through the storm.
Every edge feeds another edge.
This island has always endured the darkness, but the time has come to embrace the light and forge a new legacy for those who remain.
Kodiak is not merely a land beside the sea. It is a world entirely built by it.
As the storm breaks over Kodiak, the island reveals its ancient heart, a rugged wilderness where every river tells a story of survival.
Kodiak is not one habitat, but a chain of many habitats joined by water.
The river is the island's moving memory, carrying the echoes of the past through the rain-soaked valleys.
Even the smallest signs of decay become nourishment here.
Everything here is connected to the water. The forest grows strong, fertilized by what the river leaves behind on the wet slopes.
The bear moves between worlds without ever leaving the island's system. The bear is not separate from the island, but made by it. In a place like Kodiak, every path followed by the Great Bear is part of an older, wilder rhythm. The island's wilderness is not one thing, but the result of many linked forces.
This fish is the pulse that keeps Kodiak alive.
The island's life rises and falls in one connected cycle. Even in the cold, steady rain, the bounty of the land persists. Kodiak ensures its giants find sustenance in every season.
The island provides both fish and fruit to sustain life.
Here, in the quiet moss, a small stream begins its journey. Yet, it is inextricably linked to the great. There are places on Kodiak where the sheer scale of the landscape consistently exceeds the eye, dwarfing everything beneath the clouds. The island stores the weather deep within its roots.
Here, death is not an ending, but merely another stage of renewal. The salmon gives itself back to the island.
Kodiak's abundance is spread across many doors. The island is a harsh teacher, but she ensures the lessons of survival are passed down through every generation. For this family, survival hinges on the reliable return of the salmon. Kodiak is an island built around return. It is a place where the wild finds its way back home, year after year.
Every river begins at sea.
The coast is not a border, but a pulse. They say nothing stays fixed for long on Kodiak. The land itself is constantly reshaped by the restless ocean. Every scavenger belongs to the same feeding web. The island's economy is absolute. Here on the shoreline, the gulls and ravens ensure that the sea wastes nothing.
The bear is a traveler, constantly moving between the island's feeding zones. Leaving the beach, he returns to the shelter of the river valley.
It is here, in these waters, that predator and prey share the exact same route. The salmon returns, a silver message carried on the current from the deep ocean. Here on Kodiak, we understand that everything lives by connection, not isolation. A breathing skin, alive with moisture. The rainforest inhales the fog and exhales life. Here in the forest, every small current of water joins the larger story, flowing into the main river downstream.
Here, the weather and light find their balance. The storm recedes, revealing the rugged peaks touched by the first rays.
The sea never stops speaking, even when the storm fades.
In the relentless motion of the tide, we see the ocean's dual nature. It provides, and in the very next breath, it takes back its own.
The bear, standing vigilant on the cliffs, is the visible result of the island itself. It is the embodiment of this wild place.
The bear does not rule Kodiak alone. It is shaped by Kodiak. The island is a living chain of water, weather, and flesh.
Even brief light cannot tame the island, only reveal it.
The storms rage, and then they pass. Here on Kodiak, the landscape endures, constantly reshaped, yet eternally itself.
The island is never finished. It is only continuing. Ultimately, Kodiak is built entirely from the return of life from the sea. Wilderness here is not absence, but a living relationship.
Kodiak is not simply an island that has bears, but an island built around the return of life, a wild kingdom that still speaks through rain, surf, and silence.
Siberia is a place where nature does not follow human rules, but writes its own.
As in Siberia, survival begins long before movement begins, because the land itself decides what is possible. Every footprint is a story, and every story in Siberia is written in cold, distance, and time. A powerful season, cold enough to freeze rivers into silence. Yet the smallest blades of grass find a way to endure. The forest is not just a backdrop in Siberia. It is the system that determines where life can hide, feed, and survive.
In Siberia, animals rarely waste energy, because the cost of a mistake is always higher in winter.
That even water in Siberia must obey the season, slowing down until it becomes a locked, glassy mirror. Siberia is a continent-sized test of endurance, where every living creature must calculate calories, shelter, and timing, The bear does not merely live through Siberia. It reads the year, season by season. That in spring, the bear emerges from winter, carrying the memory of all the energy it stored before the cold closed in. Survival here often begins with scent, patience, and the ability to find what winter tried to bury. Early in the year, the bear is not hunting glory. It is rebuilding strength.
In Siberia, every season offers a different challenge, and the bear must adapt to all of them. Siberia's summer is brief, but for the creatures that live here, it is the most valuable time of all.
That the bear must eat heavily, because in Siberia fat is not weight alone. It is time stored inside the body.
For the bear, the landscape is a changing menu. From the sweetness of berries, it shifts its focus to the silver flash of fish, moving.
Autumn is the urgent season, when every creature must prepare before the land closes once more.
The bear must become heavy enough to survive the time when the forest gives almost nothing back. The hibernation is not escape, but strategy, a deliberate answer to a world that no longer rewards movement.
When the land becomes too expensive to cross, the bear obeys Siberia's oldest rule: do not waste life on what winter cannot return.
Hunters of distance, reading snow, wind, and movement like an open map. And the pack survives not through raw speed alone, but through shared effort and the refusal to waste strength. In Siberia, deep snow punishes impatience, and cold punishes failure. That the wind is not empty in this land. It carries information, danger, and opportunity. Wolves do not hunt blindly. They search for weakness, timing, and the smallest advantage. A hunt in Siberia is never simple domination. It is negotiation with distance.
The Eurasian lynx, a predator of silence, closeness, and restraint.
That the lynx does not need a pack because it survives by becoming nearly invisible. In Siberia, patience is not passive. It is a weapon. A failed chase wastes energy the lynx may not easily replace.
Beyond the forest lies a different Siberia, one where survival belongs to movement across emptiness.
In the tundra, hiding is harder, distance matters more, and every body is exposed to the horizon.
Flexibility is the fox's great advantage, because Siberia rewards those who can change before the land forces change.
Here in the tundra, abundance is temporary. This brief explosion of life must be used immediately, for the cold will soon return. The open space is not empty space. It is simply a place where life must solve exposure in different ways.
The Amur tiger, one of the great predators of the cold forest, a creature of heat inside winter.
This tiger survives in a landscape far from the warm jungle of human imagination.
Every step matters, because deep snow can steal energy as fast as hunger can. The tiger's strength is real, but its power depends on forests, prey, and the space to move unseen. In Siberia, the apex predator is never independent of the system beneath it.
Siberia is a continent-sized lesson in endurance, and that the next parts will reveal how life survives when...
The taiga is not simply a forest, but the vast living structure that decides how Siberia survives. In Siberia, the forest is measured not by beauty alone, but by what it can hide, protect, and sustain. Even the smallest organisms in the taiga must endure the same season that shapes bears and wolves.
In Siberia, water never stops existing. It only changes its form.
Winter in the taiga rewards observation. Because nothing here is ever truly still.
Large animals do not dominate Siberia. They negotiate with it. In winter, food is hidden, so every mouthful must be earned.
That the forest is shaped not only by growth, but by collapse, decay, and return.
Small animals in Siberia survive by speed, memory, and precision. Every movement in the taiga leaves a trace, and every trace can become danger. The taiga changes constantly, creating refuge in one place and exposure in another. Siberia is read through signs, not through certainty.
Birds in the taiga survive by remembering what the ground cannot reveal.
Everything in Siberia is connected below the surface as well as above it. Siberia does not move from winter to summer in a single leap. It opens in stages. Thaw is not just warmth returning, it is the forest waking up. In Siberia, life returns cautiously, understanding that the cold never fully disappears.
Summer in the taiga is short, but it arrives with intensity. When the forest opens, every animal must act fast.
Abundance in Siberia is often small, scattered, and temporary.
The taiga becomes alive quickly once the snow retreats, but it will not stay open for long.
Summer is a brief flood of opportunity for predators, herbivores, and scavengers alike.
Nothing in Siberia is wasted, because every source of energy has value. Small predators survive by listening to the forest before they enter it.
The taiga in summer is not less dangerous, it is simply more active. Prey in Siberia survives by reading danger before danger begins to move. The air above the taiga is also part of this same ecosystem. Every season in Siberia closes like a door that cannot be held open.
The bear must store the future in its body before winter arrives.
Weight in Siberia is not excess, it is survival made visible. When the forest begins to close, many creatures leave, but others remain and endure. Wolves do not wait for perfect conditions, they follow the land as it changes.
Here, in the fading light, we see the true master of concealment. The lynx understands that stillness is its greatest advantage.
The forest can hide a predator so completely that the prey may pass only meters away.
Siberia's strength is not noise, but persistence. The true story of Siberia begins when the forest is no longer empty, but alive with creatures that have learned to survive its silence. Every step the bear takes costs energy, and energy in Siberia is never spent without purpose.
In a land this harsh, smell becomes a form of intelligence.
Siberia teaches one rule above all others: use what is available before it disappears.
As spring arrives, the cold water still dictates the pace of life in the wilderness.
Siberia's summer is not long, but it is intense, and every animal must live fast enough to use it. This is the season when the bear must build its future inside its own body.
A Siberian bear does not live on one kind of food. It reads the land as a moving pattern of opportunity. Autumn is the season of urgency, when the forest begins to close and the bear must prepare for silence. That wait is not excess in Siberia. It is stored time, stored energy, and stored survival. When the land becomes too expensive to cross, the bear chooses stillness over waste.
The wolves, hunters of distance, movement, and endurance.
In Siberia, even teamwork must obey the laws of the snow. Every mile in Siberia has a price, and the wolves pay only what they must.
Wolves do not hunt by impulse, but by reading weakness, timing, and the shape of the land.
A hunt in Siberia is a negotiation between hunger and risk.
A wolf survives by noticing what others miss.
The pack is not only a hunting unit, it is a school of memory.
Siberian wolves survive by turning distance into information, and information into endurance.
The lynx is the predator of closeness, silence, and restraint.
The lynx does not need to announce itself, because the forest itself helps it disappear.
In Siberia, waiting is not passive, it is a tactical choice.
The smallest moments can become the most dangerous when the hunter has vanished into the background.
Some predators survive not by chasing far, but by striking precisely. The lynx teaches a simple truth. In Siberia, restraint can be as powerful as force.
The taiga is not empty. It is crowded with invisible histories.
Even scavengers and watchers play their part in Siberia's balance.
From the depths of winter to the height of summer, every creature here exists inside a system of pressure, timing, and opportunity.
Survival in Siberia often depends on finding food where the season has made it hardest to reach.
The smallest hunters also follow the same law: conserve, adapt, and wait.
Siberia does not just change color, it changes the cost of being alive.
As the taiga closes, the land ahead becomes wider, emptier, and more exposed.
Migration is not a luxury in Siberia. It is one of the oldest answers to winter.
The next chapter of Siberia belongs to space, wind, and the animals that can live without cover.
The creatures of the taiga are only the first half of Siberia's story, and beyond the forest lies a harsher world where survival depends on a different kind of strength.
Beyond the taiga lies a different Siberia, where survival belongs to those who can live in open space. That the tundra is not empty land, but a hard world where every life is exposed and every decision matters. But in the tundra, even the air becomes part of the challenge, shaping how animals move, breathe, and survive. Migration here is not a tradition for beauty. It is a necessity, written by season and hunger.
Reindeer survive by movement, memory, and the ability to keep going when the land offers almost nothing. On the tundra, even resting is a negotiation with the weather. Winter food is buried here, and every mouthful must be dug out of the cold. This is a place where hiding is difficult, and distance becomes a force of survival. The tundra appears simple from far away, but every layer of it hides a struggle for life.
In the frozen expanses of the Arctic, The fox survives through a mastery of flexibility, extreme caution, and recognizing opportunity.
Survival in the tundra often depends on seeing what others miss before the storm changes everything.
The fox does not rely on one method. It changes strategy whenever the season demands it.
In Siberia, summer arrives briefly but intensely, turning the white plain into a living surface of water, plants, and insects. The fox survives by using whatever the season gives it, and whatever the larger predators leave behind. The tundra is not generous, but it is full of chance for those who know how to look. In the tundra, every body is visible from far away, so survival demands caution at every step. That the tundra is a landscape of traces, and those traces are often all that remain after movement passes.
Even in the open tundra, water still shapes movement and memory.
That the tundra belongs to travelers, not to those who stand still.
In Siberia, the next generation survives by following paths older than memory.
The open land can change in moments, and those moments can decide whether an animal lives through the day.
That on the tundra, the weather does not simply surround life, it actively shapes it. When the land offers no shelter, even a small rise in snow can become protection. Reindeer do not conquer the tundra. They endure it by refusing to lose direction.
The cold here does not merely touch the skin. It tests the body from the inside out. In the far north, darkness is not only a time of day, it is part of the geography. What seems empty above can be crowded with life below. The tundra teaches predators to listen for life they cannot see. The tundra preserves absence as clearly as it preserves life. Sometimes, survival in Siberia means standing alone while the world disappears around you. Flexibility is not a luxury in the tundra. It is the difference between continuing and ending.
Every day on the tundra begins with a new map, drawn by wind, snow, and motion.
Siberia speaks through signs, and the tundra writes those signs in the cleanest possible lines.
Endurance in the tundra is not a single act, but a chain of repeated decisions. Even the smallest elevation matters when the world is otherwise flat and exposed. In a country this open, vigilance is a form of survival equal to strength. Birds, too, survive by reading timing, because in Siberia the right moment can be as important as the right place. In the vast expanse of the tundra, even a brief, thawing pool of water can become a vibrant, temporary world. The tundra does not bloom loudly. It returns in small, determined signs.
Siberia's open country is never fixed. It changes with the calendar, the wind, and the availability of food. Even in the brief season of warmth, the tundra does not become easy. The fox must balance hunger with caution, because a single mistake can erase a week of survival.
The tundra is not just a landscape of cold, it is a landscape of distance.
The tundra teaches one of Siberia's greatest lessons. Life survives by knowing exactly when to move, when to wait. Beyond the tundra lies another Siberia, where the forest changes shape but the law of survival remains the same.
This vast, frozen wilderness of the Russian Far East is home to one of the world's greatest predators, the Amur tiger.
In Siberia, even the largest predator must move with caution, because every step leaves a message behind. The Amur tiger, a creature shaped by cold, space, and silence. This tiger does not survive through speed alone, but through precision. Deep snow can punish even the strongest body, forcing the tiger to choose its path carefully. The Amur tiger survives not by chasing endlessly, but by using the land itself as part of the hunt.
Every hunt begins long before motion, in the silence before the strike.
In Siberia, energy is the true currency, and the tiger must spend it wisely. The tiger depends on forests that remain connected, prey that remains abundant, and space that remains undisturbed.
The tiger is a symbol of force, but in Siberia, even force must obey the season.
The tiger's beauty is not separate from its struggle. It is part of the same survival story. Siberia's most powerful predators are never independent of the animals beneath them.
The tiger's strength is not only in its body, but in its ability to remain unseen until the right moment.
That the hunt in Siberia is sudden, but it is always built on hours of patience.
The tiger's world is not frozen forever. It breathes, changes, and resets with the seasons.
In Siberia, even the sound of a branch can be enough to decide whether life continues. The tiger must use the warm months to hold territory, feed, and remain strong for the cold that will return.
Autumn in Siberia is not a gentle ending, but the start of another struggle.
The land here is not only land, but a system of forest, river, snow, and timing.
Siberia holds another world entirely, a frozen inland sea of ancient depth.
Baikal is not an ocean, yet it feels like one locked inside the continent.
The lake is ancient enough to hold its own rhythms, its own silence, and its own species. This is the Baikal seal, the only seal species that lives entirely in fresh water. This creature belongs to a world where ocean-like life exists far from the sea. The lake is both roof and pathway, shelter and exposure, all at once. Survival beneath the ice depends on the link between air and water, between breath and movement.
Baikal's winter is not empty. It is alive beneath the surface.
Even in the coldest months, life remains connected to the surface by the narrowest of openings.
What looks impossible from a distance is simply ordinary life in an ancient system. Siberia is strongest when it is layered, not simple.
Even frozen water has its own weather.
Look closely, and you'll see how the lake preserves time, the way stone preserves memory. Beneath the winter roof, another world continues without interruption.
Baikal changes the emotional scale of Siberia, opening a depth that feels older than human memory.
Every part of Siberia is connected, even the places that seem separate.
The same rules that govern the taiga also reach here, shaping the lives that depend on the lake's frozen rhythm. That even the greatest cat in the region depends on healthy forests, prey populations, and a landscape that can still support life.
Siberia's beauty is inseparable from its pressure.
That life in Siberia survives by finding tiny openings in a world built to close them.
Baikal is not just a lake. It is a memory of the planet held in frozen silence.
That the tiger, the seal, the bear, and the fox all depend on the same truth. No creature stands outside the land that shapes it.
Siberia is not one landscape, but many worlds connected by a single law of survival, and that the final part will reveal how fast that law is being rewritten.
Siberia is still wild, but wild does not mean untouched. In Siberia, even the calendar is beginning to shift. When winter loosens its grip, the land does not simply awaken, it rearranges itself. In Siberia, ice is not only a surface, but a route, a shelter, and a warning. The first sign of change is often not what appears, but what disappears. A bear shaped by old timing must now read a new forest. That when the season shifts, even the first step outside the den becomes a calculation.
Wolves do not survive by memory alone. They survive by constantly adjusting to what the land has become.
In Siberia, the path itself can become uncertain. If snow becomes harder, colder, or more sealed, migration becomes more costly for every herd. For the young, every altered route is a lesson in how the world has changed. Small animals feel climate change first because the ground itself changes under them. Flexibility is the foxer's strength, but even flexibility has limits when the entire season begins to move. The tundra does not transform all at once. It changes in fragments, and each fragment matters. When insects arrive earlier or later, the whole food chain has to answer. In Siberia, timing is a form of survival as important as strength. Wildfire is one of the clearest signs that the rules are changing faster than the forest can recover.
A forest may regenerate, but the animals living through the transition must survive the gap between loss and return. Siberia's resilience is real, but it is not invincible.
That when frozen ground thaws, the land does not simply become wetter. It reorganizes drainage, vegetation, and movement. Change in Siberia often begins below the surface before anyone sees it above. When the ground shifts, large herbivores must change their routes, and predators must follow those changes. The hunt becomes harder when the map itself begins to rewrite.
Even a silent predator depends on the shape of the land, and the land is no longer stable in the same way.
Siberia can heal, but healing does not mean a return to the old rhythm.
The tiger needs connected forest, healthy prey, and enough space to move without losing energy.
The apex predator is never independent of the system beneath it. Even the deepest old systems are not outside change.
That for the Baikal seal, stable ice is not scenery. It is the foundation of breathing, resting, and reproduction.
When the timing of the ice changes, the Baikal seal must adapt immediately or risk losing the vital connection between water and air.
Siberia's frozen surface hides life that depends on delicate rhythms the eye cannot see. The most dangerous kind of change is not total change, but change arriving all at once.
Animals shaped by thousands of years of timing may struggle when the clues no longer arrive in the right order.
This migration is harder when every old path becomes uncertain. Siberia is still immense,
but immensity does not protect it from change. That when food patterns shift, the hunter must shift with them or lose its place in the system.
Siberia has always been a world of forests, ice, open land, and deep water, but now those worlds are being asked to live under new rules.
Each creature survives in its own way, but all of them answer to the same land.
Siberia is the frozen wilderness where nature still rules, not because it never changes, but because everything that lives here must learn to change with it. Look closely at the deep blue. This is the Pacific, an ocean so vast it holds more than half the free water on the planet.
The Pacific, an endless blue world stretching across a third of the globe, holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover.
The ocean, a living system vast beyond measure, holds secrets we are only beginning to understand. The Pacific, vast and untamed. From here, its sheer scale and raw power are undeniable.
The subtle waves and shimmering sunlight reveal the true depth and meditative power of the open Pacific, pure and real.
Far from the shore, the ocean reveals its true scale. It is a single, continuous world, deep and boundless. Here, beneath the vast expanse of the sky, the true scale of the Pacific reveals itself.
The Pacific Ocean breathes under the wind and light. Tiny ripples spread across the deep blue water, emphasizing its vastness and enduring mystery.
The varying shades of blue across the Pacific reveal a complex topography beneath the waves, with light currents contrasting against the deepest channels.
As dawn breaks across the horizon, the Pacific Ocean awakens, its waters shimmering with the first light of a new day. This is the Pacific, a planet within a planet. Its silent depths hold mysteries far greater than the land above. As we glide closer to the water, the sunlight creates a pathway, inviting us deeper into the story of the Pacific.
The Pacific Ocean. A silent, living expanse of endless blue water, setting the stage for a journey into one of the most powerful
Across the vast expanse, the sea shifts gently, a timeless dance of light and shadow on the water.
This is the Pacific, the largest ocean on Earth, stretching across a third of the globe. Its quiet scale is immense and timeless. As we descend beneath the waves, we approach the threshold of a hidden world, waiting to be discovered.
Beautiful and immense, the Pacific Ocean stretches beyond the horizon, a powerful force of nature.
A boundless expanse of the Pacific, where the deep blues of the foreground give way to lighter tones, hinting at unseen depths and currents.
This shining path across the water marks the beginning of an epic voyage into the heart of the Pacific Ocean.
The ocean is a living entity, vast and layered, its surface constantly shifting.
Beneath these drifting clouds lies the largest ocean on Earth, peaceful yet incredibly powerful.
The Pacific's overwhelming scale, with the horizon line almost dissolving into the sky and the ocean appearing as a single continuous world without visible edges.
Away from the familiar shores, we glide deeper into the Pacific, drawn toward the unknown mysteries waiting beyond the horizon. This is the Pacific. Vast, untouched, and ancient. A world still wild.
The vast Pacific presents a study in contrasts. While the surface here is still, immense power is gathering just beyond the horizon.
Measured and deep, the ocean breathes. And if you listen closely, you can hear its ancient voice.
The Pacific. So vast, so mysterious. Our journey across its endless expanse begins now. The great ocean stirs as light touches the horizon, painting the waves in hues of silver and gold.
Stretching across a third of the globe, the Pacific is the largest and deepest of the world's oceans, a force of nature unmatched.
From the open surface, we now descend into the layered world beneath the Pacific's visible skin.
Beneath the calm surface, powerful currents flow, secrets hidden in the deep blue expanse. Underneath the towering clouds, soft shadows drift across the Pacific, revealing a living map of the ocean's depth and motion. This band of light marks the beginning of our descent into the hidden structures of the Pacific, a journey into the unknown depths. Before you, the Pacific reveals its true scale. No shoreline, no lights, only water and sky meeting the horizon.
This vast blue expanse covers 70% of our world, yet we have explored less than 5% of its depths. The Pacific surface shifts beneath a thin veil of cloud shadow, the movement subtle but constant, suggesting a living ocean far beyond what the eye can easily read. The movement subtle but constant, suggesting a living ocean far beyond what the eye can easily read.
From these shores, the true scale of the Pacific reveals itself, a seamless expanse of water and sky. Sweeping across the vast expanse, the waves move with relentless energy, while the horizon stands as a silent witness to the ocean's scale. As we descend from the open sky, we begin to penetrate the deeper layers of the Pacific, where light and structure start to emerge. The Pacific Ocean, vast and seemingly endless under the late morning sun, but as we move closer, we begin to see the look closely and you see chaos. But pull back and the Pacific reveals itself as a single, immense body of water.
As we begin our journey across the Pacific, we prepare for the richer ecosystems and deeper dynamics that lie beneath the surface. This vibrant reef, untouched and pristine, provides shelter, hunting grounds, and nurseries for countless marine species. As the sunbeams pierce the turquoise water, the curious loggerhead surveys its ancient home, a world teeming with life and color. A stunning panorama of the Coral Triangle. Here, warm water and crystal clear visibility reveal a breathtaking depth. Here, in the quiet currents of the reef channel, the shark moves not as a predator, but as a stabilizing force in the ancient hierarchy.
Within this vibrant coral ecosystem, every centimeter matters. Tiny organisms work together in a compact world where every gap.
The crystal clear waters reveal an intricate tapestry of life. Coral structures provide shelter for schools of fish.
The bright coral zone slowly gives way to the darker outer edge, hinting at the vast open ocean waiting just beyond the shelter of the reef. The green sea turtle glides effortlessly over the vibrant coral shelves, a majestic resident of this thriving underwater ecosystem. This fragile ecosystem relies on a delicate balance. Warm, stable water, clear visibility, and healthy circulation are.
The reef survives through structure and hiding places. It is a story of constant adaptation, ensuring life thrives amidst the deep blue.
Here, in the sun-dappled corridors of the coral reef, life thrives in countless forms, each scale and texture brought to life in stunning detail.
These vibrant corals form the architecture of a hidden metropolis, where schools of fish navigate the currents like traffic on invisible roads.
A larger reef predator passes, forcing the smaller fish close to the coral. It is this constant tension between safety and danger that
the camera drifts down towards the reef floor, revealing a hidden world where minute details and tiny organisms flourish among the coral.
Beyond the safety of the coral lies the true ocean, an endless expanse promising mystery and solitude.
As the current strengthens, the ecosystem responds. The school of fish adjusts its formation, and coral fronds sway dramatically with.
Here, in the densest part of the reef, life thrives in dazzling complexity. But the open ocean awaits just beyond the sanctuary of the coral.
The ocean opens up before us, a vast expanse of blue leading into the deep unknown.
This vibrant reef is just one layer. Deeper down, the Pacific reveals its true scale, hinting at the larger journeys that lie ahead.
This is the dividing line, where the rich tapestry of the shallows ends and the profound blue expanse of the Pacific begins.
We leave the vibrant complexity of the reef behind now, drifting out into the vast, silent blue of the open ocean.
The outer edge is a proving ground. Beyond lies the vast Pacific, a world of invisible routes and journeys far larger than the reef itself.
As the vibrant reef gives way to the endless blue, a new chapter in the Pacific's story begins.
Leaving the vibrant city of the reef behind, we venture now into the vastness of the open ocean.
As the reef fades into darkness, the open Pacific calls. Here, whales, sharks, and tuna begin their invisible route. The vibrant reef pulses with life, a delicate balance sustained for millennia. But beyond its boundary,
leaving the bright world of the reef behind, we venture into the open blue water, beginning a much larger ocean story.
The coral doorway closes behind us as we venture forth into the vast, untamed expanse of the Pacific Ocean.
Drifting through this endless blue expanse, one feels both the profound beauty and the intimidating isolation of the deep Pacific.
A vast, untouched wilderness stretching to the distant horizon. The ocean swells move in mesmerizing parallel lines.
Far from a featureless void, the Pacific reveals itself as a dynamic living corridor, marked by invisible boundaries and the pathways of life.
The open Pacific is constantly moving, swell after swell, even when it appears still.
The reef vanished, revealing the true scale of the deep ocean, a world both cold and mysterious. Across the Pacific, subtle wave patterns create invisible highways, shaped by the currents far below and the promise of feeding zones. The ocean currents reveal a hidden world, a living map of motion, distance, and raw energy coursing through the water. Something vast approaches. One of the Pacific's great travelers, rising from the depths. A majestic sight, reminding us of the raw, untamed power that still exists in the deepest parts of our world.
Few creatures rival the scale of the humpback whale as it moves effortlessly through the vast Pacific.
In the vastness of the open Pacific, the arrival of the mako changes everything. A perfectly evolved predator gliding through the blue.
The shark moves with confident control, reading the ocean through scent, pressure, and subtle movement rather than sight alone.
This subtle shift in temperature signals a convergence zone, a hidden oasis where prey species gather in vast numbers. As quickly as they appear, the sharks vanish back into the blue distance, reinforcing the idea that these predators are part of a broader, invisible system.
The sharks move through the Pacific, following the currents. They turn the empty blue water into a field of living signals.
Below the drifting light, the ocean feels truly alive, a deep and vibrant world, where shadows glide through the currents.
This fragile ecosystem relies entirely on warm, stable water. Clear visibility and healthy circulation are essential for its survival. As the reef slopes downward, the vibrant colors of the shallows gradually yield to the deep blue shadows of the vast Pacific Ocean beyond. The reef survives through structure, offering hiding places and demanding constant adaptation as larger species move nearby. Here, amidst the sun-dappled coral corridors, the yellow snappers find refuge, their scales catching the light as they move deeper into the blue.
Welcome to the underwater city of the Pacific. Here, corals form the architecture, and schools of fish navigate the current.
The arrival of the predator underscores the constant tension defining the reef's living balance. Safety is found only within the coral's embrace.
The bright tropical waters hide a world of intricate detail. Moving closer to the reef floor reveals the minute organisms that call.
The reef appears to breathe, a symphony of tiny movements orchestrated by its smallest inhabitants.
Continuing deeper, we find the reef at peak density, a sense of abundance that feels almost impossible to comprehend.
For the ancient mariner, the boundary is merely a starting point, a doorway to the deeper mysteries.
These currents carry vital nutrients and drifting organisms through the coral. This constant motion is essential, sustaining the reef from within. A synchronized burst of motion keeps the school safe, yet survival ultimately relies on the instinct to disappear into the complex reef structure. Here, precision is paramount. Different species occupy different layers and crevices, demonstrating the remarkable efficiency of a stronger current sweeps across the reef. The fish adjust their movements, and the coral fronds begin to sway, responding to the ocean's invisible energy.
The outer sections of the reef mark a dramatic shift. The crowded, shallow ecosystem gives way to the open Pacific, where
a final glimpse into the reef's crowded heart, where sunlight ignites the water and tiny lives flash through the coral maze before we move away. As the coral structure thins, the ocean begins to feel less like a city and more like an open corridor leading elsewhere.
The bright tropical world is only one layer of the Pacific, and larger journeys still lie ahead. Here, where the sunlight fades, the vibrant life of the shallow reef gives way to the vast expanse of the open Pacific.
This final patch of coral teems with life, a stark contrast to the deep blue waiting beyond the drop-off.
Here, In the vast blue expanse lies an island of life, a vibrant ecosystem whose richness stands in fragile contrasts.
These small pioneers venture into the blue abyss, testing the waters beyond the safety of the reef. They reveal
from the shallow brilliance of the reef, we venture now into the deeper mysteries of the Pacific, beginning its next chapter.
Leaving the crowded reef behind, the ocean currents carry us outward into the vast, open blue. The reef gives way to the open Pacific, a vast wilderness where whales, sharks, and tuna navigate invisible journeys across the deep blue.
The vibrant chaos of the coral gives way to the profound calm and immense scale of the open ocean.
The vibrant life of the reef gives way to the vast expanse of the open blue water, where the true scale of the ocean story begins.
Beyond the sunlit shallows lies the open ocean, a vast expanse of profound depth and mystery.
The Pacific Ocean stretches out, an endless blue desert with no shelter in sight, a place of profound beauty and isolation.
Long swells move across the surface in parallel lines, reflecting the sun in shimmering silver paths towards the distant horizon.
The open Pacific is not empty water, but a living corridor. Faint changes in color suggest hidden temperature boundaries.
The open Pacific is constantly moving, even when it appears still. A lone swell rolls through, followed by another and another.
Beyond the reef, the true ocean reveals itself. Colder, deeper, a vast and mysterious world unlike anything known before.
Subtle wave patterns crossing the Pacific like invisible highways, hinting that this open space is shaped by current direction, temperature, and feeding zones.
This is a living map of motion, distance, and energy. Cloud shadows glide across the water, revealing the ocean's immense power.
Far below the surface, a shadow emerges. One of the Pacific's great travelers begins its ascent. Rising from the deep, the humpback reminds us of the raw, untamed majesty of the natural world. With a powerful thrust of its massive fluke, the whale propels itself deeper, navigating the vast expanse of the open ocean. The Pacific is a vast migration corridor, where movement can span thousands of miles. Breaking the ocean's stillness with a moment of raw power, the whale returns to the Pacific depths. The deep ocean welcomes back its leviathan. With a powerful sweep of its fluke, the whale begins its silent journey into the blue abyss.
The open ocean empty again after the whale passes, making its brief appearance feel even more meaningful, as if the Pacific hides giant journeys in plain sight.
The open blue water holds many secrets, but none as formidable as the predator now gliding through its depths.
The shark reads the ocean not only through sight, but through a complex sensory array detecting scent, pressure, and subtle changes in the water's movement.
The shark passes through a faint boundary of cooler water, revealing a hidden current edge. It is here that prey gathers and larger marine life converges.
As the shark disappears into the blue distance, we are reminded that these predators are merely one part of a vast, invisible system.
The sharks move through the invisible structure of the Pacific, turning the vast blue expanse into a field of living signals. Here, in the deep blue, the gray reef sharks navigate a world shaped by unseen currents.
Tuna patrol the open ocean, their sleek bodies engineered for speed, capable of crossing vast distances in their endless migration. Each fish reacts instantly to the others, creating a living formation that moves with absolute synchronization through the water.
Utilizing their muscular power, the school accelerates, turning sharply to vanish into the deeper blue, emphasizing.
From the depths they rise, guided by the sun's illuminating reach, joining the aerial hunters in a synchronized pursuit.
In the open Pacific, invisible feeding routes guide the hunters. Tuna, sharks, and seabirds converge, respond.
Driven by instinct and the constant currents, life in the Pacific gathers around unseen structures, creating these sudden bursts of chaos.
Here, in the broad expanse of the open ocean, species interact at every depth, following invisible pathways. Tiny drifting organisms suspended in the blue water, the foundation of the food web that supports larger fish, sharks, whales, and the entire Pacific migration system. Subtle ripples and current seams crossing the water, marking where warm and cold layers meet, and where marine life may gather in surprising density.
Stretching across a third of the planet,
The Pacific is a vast corridor where islands and feeding grounds are separated by unimaginable distances. The ocean's surface hides a complex order, but a sudden movement above often reveals the life stirring just beneath the waves.
The deep blue ocean suddenly feels alive. Beneath the surface commotion, something massive stirs, drawn by the feeding frenzy above. As we cross this current boundary, the texture of the water shifts dramatically. It reveals that the Pacific is not uniform, but
a whale far in the distance, tuna moving lower, and birds wheeling above. Each species follows a different, moving with slow, deliberate power. The great predator ascends from the depths. The reaction of the school is immediate and absolute. The Pacific erases its own tracks. While some journeys conclude, larger migrations continue in the deep blue expanse.
The journey continues into the deep. Below the surface, vast underwater mountains begin to influence the currents, guiding life into the darkening waters.
Where the currents gather, a submerged structure begins to stir. The empty blue is transforming into a meeting point.
Below the surface, an ancient power stirs, reshaping the very currents of the sea. Plunging beneath the waves, we enter a world of deepening blue, where the first signs of a submerged giant emerge from the depths.
Here, the seamount redirects the deep currents upward, carrying vital nutrients. This upwelling creates a vibrant chain of life.
The chaos above gives way to the quiet majesty of the deep. Here, the seamount feeds the ocean, a gentle...
Here, the seamount's rocky surface provides a crucial habitat for deep-sea organisms, a stark contrast to the soft, empty seafloors.
A wide shot follows the seamount upward until the light grows brighter above, suggesting that some underwater mountains can eventually rise.
The ocean guards its secrets well, but the island calls to us, a dark shape promising both peril and discovery. Here, where the ocean meets the shore, the raw geology of the island is constantly active, battered by the waves. In the vastness of the Pacific, underwater mountains serve as anchors for life, connecting the smallest seabird to the largest whale. As the ocean opens up, we see how these distant volcanic peaks serve as vital meeting points. Something ancient is stirring in the deep Pacific. The ocean itself senses the change, reacting to the mountain hidden just beneath the surface.
Descending through the blue water, the open ocean gives way to structure. A submerged volcanic peak, teeming with life, rises from the darkness. Currents striking the slope of the seamount and bending upward, creating a natural lifting effect that carries nutrients into the water column and attracts smaller marine life.
These hidden mountains feed the ocean from below, driving an engine of life that sustains this vibrant ecosystem.
Here, along the seamount slope, small fish gather in the sheltered currents. Their movements are quick and coordinated as larger fish arrive, followed by predators moving along the edges of the current, establishing a layered food system built around the seamount structure.
Here, in the blue desert, the seamount is a living oasis. Currents and drifting organisms converge in this concentrated zone of life.
The underwater tracking shot passes over the rocky summit of the seamount, where hard surfaces support corals, sponges, and other attached organisms.
Here, in the dark, cold embrace of the deep ocean, life finds a way to flourish. These delicate corals sway gently.
The seamount rises dramatically from the seafloor. Its summit and slopes form a hidden habitat, forever changing the Pacific waters around it.
As the fish move into the stronger current, they use the seamount not just as a home, but as a crucial navigation point in the vast open sea.
From the hidden depths of the seamount, life surges upward, connecting the deep ocean with the world above in one continuous, natural system. A 4K cinematic surface shot reveals a patch of open water that looks ordinary from above, yet the camera knows the seamount beneath is...
The camera glides down the seamount slope, revealing how these submerged mountains rise dramatically from the seafloor without ever breaking the surface.
The seamount stands firm as the surrounding ocean is drawn irresistibly towards its shape, a mesmerizing display of nature's forces.
And beyond it, another peak rises from the depths, a chain of submerged mountains, like stepping stones across the vast Pacific.
As we descend deeper into the Pacific, the vibrant reefs give way to a dramatic, hidden landscape of volcanic ridges and peaks, revealing the complex...
Moving upward through the current, the school finds the seamount summit, where the ocean truly comes alive.
The summit of the seamount beginning to flatten as if approaching the threshold of island formation. hinting that some of these mountains may one day reach the surface. Formed from the deep, these islands are a testament to the raw power of the earth, a rugged, newly born land rising from the turbulent sea. And this raw, elemental landscape was once barren. But with the arrival of the great albatross,
here, where fire meets water, the island's geology interacts with the sea. These volcanic cracks form. These steep volcanic cliffs stand as a testament to the relentless energy of the Pacific, a constant force shaping every line of the coast. Here, at the island's edges, the long transformation begins. Volcanic rock gives way to the first stage of a living.
And so the sea begins to reclaim the stone, nurturing this new habitat. Life finds a way beneath the waves.
The island's interior rises abruptly above the surf. Windswept slopes of raw volcanic stone stand in stark contrast to
The Pacific Ocean is vast, yet it is dotted with these fire-born stepping stones, stretching across the horizon in long chains.
The ocean currents strike the shore and rebound.
Before a ship ever sees Antarctica, it must cross a stretch of water that makes every human plan feel small.
There is no harbor to hide in, no large island to block the wind, no stable horizon to trust. Only gray water, low clouds, long waves, and a vessel moving south toward the coldest, most isolated continent on Earth. This is Drake Passage. Between Cape Horn and the South Shetland Islands, the ocean opens like a gate. Behind the ship lies South America, mountains, ports, forests, roads, and the world people understand.
Ahead lies Antarctica, icebergs, penguins, glaciers, snow-covered mountains, and a silence that feels almost outside human time.
But Antarctica does not appear immediately. First there is the crossing. The water turns steel gray. The ship begins to rise and fall with a slower, heavier rhythm. Cups tremble on tables.
Doors are secured.
Passengers learn to walk with one hand ready for the wall. Outside, albatrosses glide over the waves, as if they belong to a world that does not need solid ground. For centuries, sailors, explorers, scientists, and travelers have spoken of Drake Passage with a mixture of respect and unease.
Not because it is cursed, not because it is a sea of monsters,
but because it is one of the places where the ocean reminds humans that technology may help us travel, but it does not make nature small.
What is hidden in the water between Cape Horn and Antarctica? Why has this passage become a symbol of every shipborne journey to the White Continent?
And if Antarctica is the reward, Drake Passage is the price humans must pay before being allowed to enter.
Cape Horn is more than a point on a map.
For sailors, explorers, and travelers, it has long represented the end of the familiar world.
A ship leaving Ushuaia may begin in relative shelter. The Beagle Channel can feel dramatic, but contained, with dark mountains rising along the water and the coastline still visible on both sides.
Then the protection fades. The channel opens. The islands fall behind.
The ship moves toward a wider gray horizon, and the crossing becomes real. Cape Horn itself has a severe presence. For generations of sailors, rounding Cape Horn was a test of skill, endurance, and luck. Drake Passage inherits that emotional weight. To pass south from Cape Horn is to leave the last strong sign of land behind.
The sea opens in every direction.
The ship becomes a small structure moving across a system much older and larger than itself. This is why Drake Passage is not only geographic, it is psychological. Before Antarctica appears, the human mind must accept distance, exposure, and uncertainty. The modern vessels have radar, satellite, weather stabilizers, navigation systems, emergency procedures, trained crews, medical staff, and expedition leaders. The crossing is far safer than it was in the age of sail, but the emotional transition remains.
Before this passage became the route of research ships and expedition cruises, it was a blank and frightening gap in the map of the southern world.
Before Drake Passage had a name, it was an uncertainty. For early navigators, the far south of the world was not a neatly drawn region with reliable charts and satellite images. It was a dangerous mixture of rumor, wind, coastline, current, and missing information.
There was open water. There was a gateway.
Drake Passage is not rough because of myth. It is rough because of geography, atmosphere, and ocean physics.
Around Antarctica, the Southern Ocean circles the planet, with very little interruption from large land masses.
At Drake Passage, this vast current is squeezed between South America and the Antarctic Peninsula. The waves of Drake are often long and heavy. The Drake Lake describes the rare and almost surreal opposite calm. The first iceberg appears after days of gray water, and the feeling is not only arrival, it is permission.
Drake Passage is the dangerous gateway to Antarctica, but it is also the reminder that the greatest places on Earth do not truly open for.
Drake Passage is not Antarctica.
But without Drake, the journey to Antarctica would lose part of its soul. It is where the map becomes real water. Where history leaves the page and returns as wind.
Where modern travelers learn that satellite forecasts and strong ships can help us go farther, but they do not make the ocean smaller. From sailing ships to research vessels, from explorers to scientists, from sailors to expedition travelers, Drake Passage has carried the same message across centuries.
Before entering the White Continent, humans must relearn humility.
The passage is not a monster. It is not a curse. It is a gateway shaped by wind, current, waves, memory, science, and distance.
It asks for patience. It asks for preparation.
It asks every traveler to understand that Antarctica is not simply reached, it is approached. And when the first iceberg appears after days of gray water, the feeling is not only arrival, it is permission. Cape Horn is more than a point on a map.
For sailors, explorers, and travelers, it has long represented the end of the familiar world.
North of it are channels, mountains, sheltered waters, towns, forests, and the last complicated edges of South America.
South of it, the land begins to disappear, and the open Southern Ocean takes over. A ship leaving Ushuaia may begin in relative shelter.
The Beagle Channel can feel dramatic, but contained, with dark mountains rising along the water and the coastline still visible on both sides.
Then the protection fades.
The channel opens. The islands fall behind. The ship moves toward a wider gray horizon, and the crossing becomes real. Cape Horn itself has a severe presence. For generations of sailors, rounding Cape Horn was a test of skill, endurance, and luck. A Drake Passage inherits that emotional weight. To pass south from Cape Horn is to leave the last strong sign of land behind.
The sea opens in every direction.
The ship becomes a small structure, moving across a system much older and larger than itself. This is why Drake Passage is not only geographic, it is psychological.
Before Antarctica appears, the human mind must accept distance, exposure, and uncertainty.
Flakes. Modern vessels have radar, satellite, weather stabilizers, navigation systems, emergency procedures, trained crews.
The crossing is far safer than it was in the age of sail, but the emotional transition remains.
Before this passage became the route of research ships and expedition cruises, it was a blank and frightening gap in the map of the southern world.
Before Drake Passage had a name, it was an uncertainty.
For early navigators, the far south of the world was not a neatly drawn region with reliable charts and satellite images. It was a dangerous mixture of rumor, wind, coastline, current, and missing information. There was open water. There was a gateway. There was a way around the end of the known land, but the way was exposed, cold, windy, and unforgiving.
Drake Passage is not rough because of myth. It is rough because of geography, atmosphere, and ocean physics.
Around Antarctica, the Southern Ocean circles the planet with very little interruption from large land masses.
At Drake Passage, this vast current is squeezed between South America and the Antarctic Peninsula. The waves of Drake are often long and heavy. The Drake Lake describes the rare and almost surreal opposite calm.
It asks for patience.
It asks for preparation.
It asks every traveler to understand that Antarctica is not simply reached, it is approached.
And when the first iceberg appears after days of gray water, the feeling is not only arrival, it is permission. The passage is not a curse. It is a gateway shaped by wind, current, waves, memory, science, and distance. It clears away the illusion that the white continent is just another stop.
Drake Passage is the dangerous gateway to Antarctica, but it is also the reminder that the greatest places on Earth do not truly open for us.
From empty maps to the route of exploration.
Before Drake Passage had a name, it was an uncertainty. For early navigators, the far south of the world was not a neatly drawn region with reliable charts and satellite images. It was a dangerous mixture of rumor, wind, coastline, current, and missing information. Every voyage into these waters added a little knowledge, but also carried the possibility of never returning.
In the 16th century, European sailors were still learning what lay beyond the southern tip of South America.
The Strait of Magellan offered one route between oceans, narrow and difficult, threaded through land and weather. But farther south, beyond the known passages, there was open sea. A frightening idea for ships built of wood and powered by wind. The waters now known as Drake Passage became connected with several names in maritime history. Francisco de Joses is often credited with an early sighting or recognition of the open sea south of South America in the 1520s. The English name is linked to Francis Drake, though historians still debate whether Drake himself truly sailed through the passage that now bears his name.
In 1616, William Schouten successfully rounded Cape Horn and entered the waters beyond, helping prove the southern...
This was more than a geographic detail. It changed how people imagined the southern world. South America did not continue indefinitely toward a hidden southern continent. There was open water. There was a gateway. There was a way around the end of the known land. But the way was exposed, cold, windy, and unforgiving.
By the 19th century, Drake Passage became increasingly connected to journeys toward Antarctica.
Ships pushed south toward the South Shetland Islands and the Antarctic Peninsula, entering waters where ice fog, storms, and incomplete maps made every decision heavier.
Explorers did not approach Antarctica the way modern travelers do.
They did not have global positioning systems, satellite forecasts, heated cabins, or instant communication.
They had charts that were often incomplete, instruments that could fail, wooden ships vulnerable to ice and waves, and crew. In that world, Drake Passage was not simply a route. It was a question.
Would the weather allow passage? Would the ship hold?
Would ice appear suddenly? Would fog hide land or danger?
Would the expedition reach Antarctica at all? Or would the Southern Ocean stop it before the continent was ever seen?
The early Antarctic voyages transformed Drake from an unknown margin into a corridor of exploration. But even as maps improved, the water itself remained powerful. Knowledge reduced uncertainty, but it did not remove the wind. This historical layer matters because every modern crossing carries an echo of those older voyages. When a ship leaves South America today, it travels with far better tools, but it follows a line once drawn by people who entered the...
Drake Passage is a place where geography became history.
And its history is inseparable from the physical forces that make the passage so difficult in the first place. And Drake Passage is not rough because of myth. It is rough because of geography, atmosphere, and ocean physics. Around Antarctica, the Southern Ocean circles the planet with very little interruption from large land masses.
In most oceans, continents break up the flow of wind and current. Around the far south, the wind can travel across enormous distances.
The westerly winds are among the key forces here.
They sweep around the Southern Ocean, often strong and persistent, driving waves and helping maintain the great eastward flow of water around Antarctica.
Beneath the surface moves the Antarctic Circumpolar Current.
It is the largest ocean current on Earth, connecting the Atlantic, Pacific, and Indian Oceans as it flows around Antarctica.
This current helps isolate the continent, thermally influences global ocean circulation and moves immense volumes of water through the southern seas. At Drake Passage, this vast current is squeezed between South America and the Antarctic Peninsula. The passage becomes a bottleneck. Water that circles the entire continent must pass through a relatively narrow gap.
The seafloor is not smooth. The atmosphere is active. Storms move through. Fronts shift. Waves build across long distances before meeting the passage. The result can be an ocean crossing where calm and chaos may both be possible, but neither can be assumed. The waves of Drake are often long and heavy.
When wind, swell, current, and storm systems align, the crossing becomes physically demanding even for modern passengers.
This is why Drake has earned its two modern nicknames.
The Drake Shake describes the passage when waves and wind make the ship roll, pitch, and demand patience from everyone on board.
The Drake Lake describes the rare and almost surreal opposite calm.
A crossing so quiet that travelers wonder whether the legend has been exaggerated.
Both are real.
That is part of Drake's character.
It is not always violent. It is not a permanent storm. It can be calm, glittering, and strangely peaceful.
But its reputation comes from the fact that calm is never guaranteed. And the forces behind the passage are too large for humans to command. A ship crossing Drake is not merely crossing a space between continents. It is crossing a climate engine. The wind above, the current below, the waves around, and the pressure systems moving across the Southern Ocean all meet in a narrow gateway.
The ship becomes a temporary visitor inside a global process.
This is why scientists care deeply about this passage.
It is not just a difficult crossing.
It is one of the best places on Earth to study the movement of the Southern Ocean, the transport of heat and carbon, and the connection between Antarctica and the rest.
But before Drake Passage became a scientific corridor, it was a place where ships of wood and sail had to face the same water with far fewer defenses.
Ships of the past. When Antarctica meant entering the unknown.
In the age of sail, Drake Passage was not an uncomfortable part of a voyage. It could decide whether the voyage continued at all. A wooden ship entering these waters faced a combination of dangers that modern travelers rarely experience in full.
Unpredictable weather.
Limited charts. Ice-cold exhaustion. Damaged rigging. Wet decks. Freezing spray.
And the constant risk that a mistake could become fatal.
The ship was not only transportation,
It was shelter, workshop, hospital, storage room, and the only solid world the crew had. For sailors trying to round Cape Horn or push south toward Antarctica, wind could become an enemy. Not because it was mysterious, but because it was relentless.
Sails could tear. Masts could be damaged.
A ship could be driven off course. A crew could be weakened by cold and fatigue long before ice came into view.
Drake Passage was part of the price of southern exploration.
Island. Before men could measure Antarctic coastline, search for land, collect scientific observations, or claim discoveries, they first had to survive the water that protected.
Some voyages succeeded and entered history.
Others disappeared into storm distance and silence.
The story of the Spanish ship San Telmo remains one of the haunting examples of early Antarctic-era danger.
Traces associated with the ship were later reported near the South Shetland Islands, tying its fate to the same southern gateway that later expeditions would cross.
These losses are not told here to make Drake into a monster. They remind us that exploration once carried a very literal cost. The heroic age of Antarctic exploration added another layer to this history. But before those struggles came, the sea. The Southern Crossing was the first test. Every ship that approached Antarctica had to negotiate with weather and water. The continent did not begin at the shoreline. It began in the mind much earlier, when the last land faded behind the vessel and the Southern Ocean took control of the rhythm. This is why Drake Passage still carries historical gravity. It is not merely the distance between South America and Antarctica. It is a memorial corridor of human attempts to go farther south than comfort allowed.
Today, most travelers who cross Drake Passage do so on expedition vessels rather than sailing ships.
They leave Ushuaia with luggage, cameras, waterproof clothing, lectures scheduled on board, safety briefings.
But Drake Passage comes first.
For many passengers, the crossing is the emotional beginning of the journey. The ship leaves the sheltered waters behind, and the body learns the ocean before the eyes see Antarctica.
On a rough crossing, the Drake shake becomes real quickly.
The vessel lifts and drops.
Hallways tilt.
Chairs are secured. People learn to place one hand against a wall while walking.
The horizon rises and disappears behind waves.
Some passengers sleep through as much of it as possible.
Others stand near windows, staring at the gray ocean with a new respect for distance. This experience is uncomfortable, but it is also clarifying.
It removes the illusion that Antarctica is just another scenic destination.
The body understands what the map does not.
This continent is separated from the rest of the world by a living, moving barrier. Then there is the opposite version, the Drake Lake.
Sometimes the passage becomes unexpectedly calm.
The sea flattens.
People take photos of an ocean that has decided for a short time not to show its strength.
But calm does not erase the passage's character. A peaceful crossing is not proof that Drake is harmless. It is proof that the Southern Ocean has moods, and humans are allowed through under conditions they do not choose. Modern expedition vessels are built for this environment far better than older ships.
They use satellite forecasts, radar navigation technology, experienced captains, medical staff, communication systems, and detailed safety procedures.
Routes can be adjusted.
Weather windows can be chosen.
Landings can be postponed or canceled.
This changes the risk enormously, but it does not create control over the ocean.
The crossing still affects schedules.
It still shapes passenger experience.
It still gives the first lesson of Antarctica.
During the crossing, ships often become floating classrooms.
Passengers learn about penguins, whales, Antarctic history, ice, climate, biosafety, and how to behave on landings. Boots are cleaned.
Jackets are checked. Lectures explain that Antarctica is not a theme park, but a protected and fragile environment with strict rules.
Drake Passage gives time for that transformation.
A traveler leaves as a tourist from a port city.
Somewhere in the gray water, after hours of wind, movement, and distance, the mindset changes. By the time the first iceberg appears, the person is more prepared to understand that arrival is a privilege, not a right. This is why modern Drake crossings still matter. They are safer than before, but not meaningless. They are more comfortable than the age of sail, but not casual. They are part of the ritual that separates Antarctica from the ordinary world. And for scientists, the same passage that shakes passengers is also one of the most important ocean gateways on Earth. Antarctic tourism and the responsibility of passing through a fragile region. The right story of Antarctic travel is not only that we arrived, it is how we arrived and what we left behind. Drake Passage is the first teacher of that attitude. It tells every traveler that Antarctica is not easy to reach and should not be easy to consume.
Today, most travelers who cross Drake Passage do so on expedition vessels rather than sailing ships. They leave Ushuaia with luggage, cameras, waterproof clothing, lectures scheduled on board, safety briefings, and the expectation that within a few days they may...
But Drake Passage comes first.
For many passengers, the crossing is the emotional beginning of the journey.
The ship leaves the sheltered waters behind, and the body learns the ocean before the eyes see Antarctica.
On a rough crossing, the Drake shake becomes real quickly. The vessel lifts and drops.
Hallways tilt. Chairs are secured.
People learn to place one hand against a wall while walking. The horizon rises and disappears behind waves. Some passengers sleep through as much of it as possible. Others stand near windows, staring at the gray ocean with a new respect for distance.
This experience is uncomfortable, but it is also clarifying.
It removes the illusion that Antarctica is just another scenic destination. The body understands what the map do not.
This continent is separated from the rest of the world by a living, moving barrier.
Then there is the opposite version, the Drake Lake. Sometimes the passage becomes unexpectedly calm. The sea flattens. People take photos of an ocean that has decided for a short time not to show its strength. But calm does not erase the passage's character. A peaceful crossing is not proof that Drake is harmless.
It is proof that the Southern Ocean has moods, and humans are allowed through under conditions they do not choose.
Modern expedition vessels are built for this environment far better than older ships. They use satellite forecasts, radar navigation technology, experienced captains, medical staff, communication systems, and detailed safety procedures. Routes can be adjusted. Weather windows can be chosen. Landings can be postponed or canceled. This changes the risk enormously, but it does not create control over the ocean.
The crossing still affects schedules.
It still shapes passenger experience. It still gives the first lesson of Antarctica. During the crossing, ships often become floating classrooms.
Passengers learn about penguins, whales, Antarctic history, ice, climate, biosafety, and how to behave on landings.
Boots are cleaned.
Jackets are checked.
Lectures explain that Antarctica is not a theme park, but a protected and fragile environment with strict rules.
The Drake Passage gives time for that transformation. A traveler leaves as a tourist from a port city. Somewhere in the gray water, after hours of wind, movement, and distance,
the mindset changes.
By the time the first iceberg appears, the person is more prepared to understand that arrival is a privilege, not a right.
This is why modern Drake crossings still matter.
They are safer than before, but not meaningless.
They are more comfortable than the age of sail, but not casual. They are part of the ritual that separates Antarctica from the ordinary world.
And for scientists, the same passage that shakes passengers is also one of the most important ocean gateways on Earth. Antarctic tourism and the responsibility of passing through a fragile region. The right story of Antarctic travel is not only that we arrived, it is how we arrived and what we left behind. Drake Passage is the dangerous gateway to Antarctica, but it is also the reminder that the greatest places on Earth do not truly open for us.
The Pacific Ocean, a realm of unimaginable scale, silent and deep, covering nearly a third of the Earth.
This ocean feels like a world with no edge, no coastline, and no familiar boundary.
The Pacific is the largest and deepest ocean basin on Earth.
The Pacific. An ocean so vast, so endless, that distance itself becomes a force of its own. Here, time seems to stop.
How the Pacific stretches farther than ordinary human intuition can comfortably hold. When measured against this ocean, even the largest living creatures become infinitesimally small.
What appears empty from above is, in fact, teeming with invisible motion, powerful currents, and life hidden beneath the waves.
The Pacific. So vast, so immense, it feels as if the eye alone could never fully cross its expanse.
The ocean is not just empty water. It is a vast, interconnected living system, vital to the health of the planet.
From the fleeting beauty of the surface light, we descend into the profound depths, seeking the hidden worlds below the waves.
Pacific behaves like a planetary ocean, a water world inside Earth, with enough scale to influence storms, currents, and migrations.
Beneath the surface are invisible highways, hidden pathways that guide life across immense distances.
Here in this ocean, distance itself becomes a natural force. It shapes which species arrive, which ones survive, and which ultimately disappear.
The Pacific is not one scene, but a layered world with different rules at every level. The journey begins here, in the vast Pacific. We will explore coral reefs, open water, volcanic islands, and the deepest trenches.
The Pacific Ocean, the largest and deepest ocean basin on Earth. It stretches across this frame, a vast expanse unmatched anywhere else.
The first lesson of the Pacific is humility before size, silence, and distance.
Far beyond these shores, the ocean wields immense power, storing heat and carrying the storms that shape our climate. Join us now as we move from the bright, sunlit surface towards the vibrant, living coral worlds below.
Stretching from vibrant coral reefs across the open ocean to the Ring of Fire, the Pacific is both a vital habitat and the most powerful climate engine on Earth.
The ocean's immensity connects distant islands and facilitates migrations, driving weather systems that span across continents.
The ocean's pathways cannot be seen easily, yet they guide whales, sharks, tuna, seabirds, and storms.
Remote islands are isolated by blue emptiness and shaped by what the sea allows to arrive, survive, and adapt. This is the Pacific, a world where weather is born over the water long before it reaches the shore.
The Pacific. An expanse so vast, it defies ordinary human instinct to fully grasp its scale. The ocean is not emptiness, but structure, movement, and hidden life.
When confronted by the ocean's vastness, we understand how tiny life is. Yet, we are inextricably linked to this immense blue world.
The ocean is a realm defined by depth as much as breadth. Horizontally vast, yet vertically stratified,
This vast ocean stores immense heat, shaping the storms above. It forms the foundation for the journey ahead. The Pacific is a layered world, and each depth reveals a different kind of life. The Pacific is both a geographic boundary and a biological corridor, shaping movement across immense distances. As we journey towards the sunlight-filled shallows, the vibrant coral reefs begin to emerge.
The ocean's size alone is not the whole story, because its hidden depths, shifting currents, and living pathways matter just as much.
The ocean as a place where scale turns into experience, and where distance becomes part of the story itself.
Below this immense, shimmering surface lies a hidden universe. Prepare to enter the vibrant coral worlds, teeming with life and color.
The Pacific Ocean. A living system connecting vibrant reefs, deep trenches, and volcanic islands. Its powerful currents.
We start at the surface, a bright world of blue. But our journey calls us deeper, into hidden layers and the far darker worlds beneath the waves. The ocean is so vast it behaves like a planet within a planet, influencing weather, migration, and survival on a global scale.
What is hidden inside Earth's largest ocean?
We see the Pacific not as a flat blue void, but as a layered world where life, climate, and geology intertwine.
Where currents, temperature, and depth create pathways that animals follow and humans can barely perceive.
We begin in the shallow waters, descending into the open blue, past volcanic peaks and deep trenches, exploring the climatic forces below.
The immense Pacific, a vital climate engine and an active geological frontier, shapes both our weather and the very crust of the Earth. The ocean's first major impression is not beauty alone, but a scale so large it forces humility.
The Pacific, the starting point of a journey through ecosystems that range from dazzling coral reefs to the darkest trenches.
We rise into the warm, sunlit shallows, where the blue deep gives way to vibrant reefs, and life becomes dense and colorful.
From these vibrant living systems riding the currents, to the hidden mountains and volcanic islands rising from the depths,
the ocean does not need to prove its greatness, because it reveals it through distance, depth, and life. This ocean holds secrets. From the shallow coral reefs to the deepest trenches, past seamounts and the ring of fire.
This ocean is too vast, too deep, and too alive to ever be fully owned or fully understood.
As the surface gives way, we enter the bright face of the Pacific, where life explodes in the shallow waters of the reef.
Welcome to the city of the Reef. A vast metropolis built by countless tiny living organisms working in unison.
Structure creates shelter, vital hunting grounds, nurseries for the young, and countless hidden pathways through the reef.
The reef is not only beautiful, but functionally alive. It is shaped by balance, movement, and protection.
Inside the reef, every crack and branch matters. Tiny crustaceans and juvenile fish utilize these spaces for shelter in the living ecosystem.
The Western Pacific is home to the Coral Triangle, one of the richest marine regions on Earth. Its biodiversity is extraordinary.
Predators give the reef shape and rhythm, keeping the system in balance. Here at the cleaning station, the reef's vital mutual relationships are on full display. Day after day, these small, even feeding behavior helps maintain the reef structure and keeps space open for coral growth. This vibrant reef is a crowded system where thousands of interactions happen simultaneously, a complex web of life unfolding in every corner. Below the vibrant shallows, the reef marks a dramatic transition toward the vast expanse of the open Pacific. Beauty here comes from balance, not ease, and that every inch of space is contested.
Coral is living architecture, built by countless small organisms, repeating the same work over time.
The currents, temperature, and the physical structure of the reef all determine where life decides to gather in this vibrant ecosystem.
The reef survives by creating layers of protection and risk. This reef flat is a mosaic of life,
Here in the Pacific, even the shallowest waters contain a full ecosystem defined by strategy and survival.
Here lies the boundary where the reef opens into the broader Pacific, a threshold between crowded shelter and vast distance. The reef functions like a living network of corridors, rooms, and blind corners.
The coral triangle represents a culmination of vast evolutionary history, harboring a concentration of species unmatched anywhere else on the planet.
Within this vibrant coral landscape, we witness the reef as a battlefield, a place where breathtaking beauty and imminent danger occurs.
A reef is an engine of biodiversity, because every species makes space for another. This vibrant tapestry of life represents the Pacific's most powerful, yet incredibly fragile, face, a delicate balance constantly under threat. It is a constant negotiation. Growth battles grazing, competition drives evolution, and rapid recovery ensures these vibrant systems stay.
The reef's abundance depends on organisms most viewers would never notice at first glance. The Pacific's shallow tropical waters are truly one of the most alive places on Earth.
Here on the reef, daily life is shaped by the constant struggle for territory. These angelfish fiercely guard their feeding rights, ensuring their protection. Healthy currents bring vital nutrients, but the reef ultimately depends on clear water and a stable temperature.
In the reef's abundance lies a false sense of security, for abundance does not mean invincibility.
The reef's skeleton-like architecture provides both shelter and vulnerability, because warmth and chemistry can change it quickly. Every reef has edges where the system becomes more exposed and more dangerous.
This remarkable display of cooperation highlights a fundamental truth of the shallow Pacific reefs. Dependence, quite literally, ensures survival here.
Enormous ecological complexity is compressed into a very small physical space here. A stunning density of life.
Shallow Pacific waters are crowded not by accident, but by ancient evolutionary opportunity.
We witness the coming shift as the bright coral worlds recede, giving way to the profound blue distance of the open ocean beyond.
Many Pacific travelers move between habitat zones, linking reef and open sea.
A living city beneath the waves. The reef's survival depends entirely on timing, its intricate structure, and the delicate
The reef is built from countless small interactions repeated every day.
Warming water can push the coral system towards stress, beginning the first warning signs of fragility.
A stressed coral is not always dead, but it is vulnerable, and the whole habitat feels that stress.
Resilience and vulnerability existing at the same time. The reef suffers, yet the fish continue their endless journey.
And so our journey expands, leaving the sanctuary of the reef walls behind, venturing out into the vastness of the broader Pacific.
Beyond the reef, the Pacific becomes a world ruled by movement across distance. Leaving the safety of the coral, they venture into the vast blue expanse of the open ocean, where invisible journeys begin. The Pacific's next layer is a vast blue space, crossed by whales, sharks, tuna, turtles, and seabirds.
We transition from the shelter of the reef's structure into the vast distance of the open blue. Here, motion reigns supreme over structure.
The open ocean is a realm with no coral walls, no cliffs, and no visible path.
The reef gives way to the open ocean. Here, we follow the ancient migration routes of the sea's most enduring travelers.
The richness of the reef ecosystem naturally leads outward, supporting the movement of larger animals as they traverse the open Pacific basin. There are invisible highways in the Pacific, carrying life across thousands of miles. A world of whales, sharks, tuna, and seabirds. The reef is the Pacific's brightest face, but beyond it lies a wider world of movement, distance, and hidden journeys that will define the next part. Beyond the reef lies the vast blue emptiness of the open ocean. A world of invisible journeys stretches to every horizon, unseen by human eyes.
Beyond the reefs, the ocean becomes a vast route map, written in temperature, current, and instinct.
A world with no visible road, no path, and no shelter. yet crossed every day by the largest travelers on Earth.
Seabirds read the ocean from above by sensing fish, plankton, and current edges.
The open sea looks empty only to the human eye, while life moves through it with precise logic and invisible direction. These subtle ripples and color changes on the surface reveal a flurry of hidden biological activity far beneath, drawing life from the depths.
Here in the vast Pacific, the ocean is a dynamic web of life. Prey and predators navigate the complex currents and temperature boundaries. Across the Pacific, whales stand as the most powerful symbols of migration. Humpback whales undertake some of the longest migrations on Earth, traveling thousands of miles between warm tropical breeding waters and cold feeding grounds. Whales travel across thousands of miles using memory, sound, temperature, and instinct rather than landmarks.
The vast Pacific Ocean carries the secrets of birth, the imperative of migration, and the constant struggle for survival across enormous distances.
The Pacific is a living corridor, where coastlines and currents guide animals across the basin.
This is another extraordinary migration path through the eastern Pacific, where seasonal productivity shapes the roots of life.
Migration is not simply movement, but an immense negotiation with temperature, food, and timing.
Whales journey thousands of miles, linking the Pacific's most remote regions into one continuous biological narrative.
These marine mammals use the ocean's hidden structure, invisible currents, and magnetic fields to navigate the vast seascape.
Sharks do not move through emptiness, but through information, sensing scent, pressure, and electrical signals.
The ocean is divided by currents and conditions that human eyes cannot easily detect.
Predators navigate these open basins, utilizing remote islands as hunting grounds where prey often gathers.
Open ocean predators are not lost in vastness, but adapted to read patterns in the water.
Across this vast ocean, invisible routes are followed by whales, sharks, tuna, turtles, and seabirds, each in their own way.
The journey across the Pacific is guided by an ancient instinct. Migration, in essence, is a form of memory written into the body itself.
The Pacific's open sea is not a void, but a moving corridor of life. Current boundaries shape where plankton gathers and where larger animals arrive to feed. Even the largest travelers depend on memory, sound, and environmental cues to cross the Pacific.
While some species patrol these waters with immense power, others rely on bursts of incredible speed to navigate the same open ocean.
Rising from the depths, these vital nutrients fuel the massive schools of life, supporting the great journeys across the Pacific's open ocean. The Pacific links feeding grounds and breeding grounds across thousands of miles, turning the ocean into a living corridor.
It is the warm water that fuels the weather. And the open ocean is never truly separate from the atmosphere above it. The Pacific, a place where life does not merely travel but also reproduces, learns, and survives across vast migration paths.
Our journey through the Pacific takes us now beneath the waves, moving past the surface motion to reveal the hidden structures of this world.
Invisible boundaries where temperature, current, and biology meet, creating the feeding zones and travel corridors used by large animals.
That the Pacific's open space is never empty, only difficult to read.
The Pacific joins these species through temperature, food, and movement in one immense system.
Beyond the open ocean lie seamounts, volcanic islands, and meeting points in the empty sea.
What appears flat hides a dramatic truth. The Pacific is not merely a basin, but a landscape shaped by colossal mountains below.
A seamount can transform an empty-looking ocean into a concentration point for life.
Shape alone can organize movement, nutrients, and feeding activity. Around this mountain, the currents shift, drawing life from the depths. As water rises and swirls around these seamounts, it lifts vital nutrients from the deeper layers, carrying them into the open ocean. Life does not appear from nothing, but concentrates where the ocean's hidden structure creates opportunity.
Predators follow prey. A hidden mountain becomes an oasis in a blue desert because it changes food movement.
The mountain below shapes activity both above and below the waterline, creating a layered response of life drawn to the topography.
The Pacific's open spaces become meeting points wherever the seafloor rises closer to the light. Here in the deep ocean, hard structures such as these ancient seamounts become precious habitats, anchoring a vibrant ecosystem.
This is how a seamount slowly becomes a living structure over time, as biology begins to colonize the ancient volcanic rock. Currents turning around underwater mountains can make the sea more productive and more alive. A hidden landmark in a featureless ocean, a place where life gathers because the water itself is altered.
These underwater mountains form critical bridges, linking the deep habitat below with the vast open ocean travel routes far above.
Many of the Pacific's most important places leave little or no trace to the human eye.
Yet even the open ocean conceals living mountains. These unseen peaks influence the currents, directing the movement of prey and the great migrations that follow.
Pores. Here we see the story unfold. Molten rock rises from the deep seafloor, breaching the surface to become solid land.
An island can begin as fire beneath the ocean, and then cool into a new world of wind, rain, and life.
Birds, seeds, reefs, and waves all arrive in stages, slowly turning fire into habitat.
From the fiery depths, a volcanic peak emerges to form an island. As the rock cools over millennia, it becomes
The Pacific is a place where geology and ecology are never separate. This foundation, born of fire, anchors a vibrant world. The islands act as stepping stones across this immense ocean, guiding movement, nesting, and feeding. It is the unique geometry of these volcanic slopes, combined with the ocean's productivity, that the island cycle is defined by erosion, a relentless process where fire, water, wind, and time reshape the land.
The reef becomes a submerged habitat that keeps feeding life long after the island itself begins to change.
What you see now is merely the surface. This island's true story began far below, in the crushing darkness of the deep sea. The peaks above hint at the hidden topography below, a volcanic chain linking distant habitats across the vast Pacific. The Pacific is a basin full of stepping stones, where organisms can travel from one productive point to the next.
Hard surfaces in the deep sea become valuable homes for corals, sponges, anemones, and other animals that need something solid to attach to.
As we descend past the sunlit reefs, the transformation becomes clear. Volcanic rock slowly gives way to a new ecosystem, thriving in the darkness.
The surface and the depths are intrinsically linked. A submerged mountain range can fundamentally alter the environment of the sea above it.
Seamounts are not isolated features, but part of the Pacific's invisible navigation network.
A powerful current sweeps around the seamount, lifting a plume of life-giving plankton. This is where geography changes biology in real time. A point of fire turned into a living world, and a reminder that the Pacific constantly remakes itself.
As we descend from the vibrant slopes into the crushing depths, the true scale of the volcanic structure begins to emerge, fading into the deep blue.
The Pacific's living peaks pull together air, water, and life into temporary concentrations of abundance.
Volcanic islands often become biological magnets as soon as the conditions allow.
These hidden peaks are meeting points that turn the open sea into a vibrant habitat, teeming with life as we approach the sunlit surface.
The open water becomes meaningful precisely where the seafloor begins to rise, dramatically altering the flow of the ocean currents.
From above, the ocean seems placid and empty, but below the surface, a hidden world teems with life, unseen by the human eye. As we can see here, these ancient volcanic slopes have transformed into vibrant biological highways, providing essential habitat.
Shape matters in the ocean because shape changes current, food, and survival.
Here in the Pacific, destruction and creation are revealed not as opposites, but as two sides of the same profound process.
What we see above the waves is merely the peak of a far grander geological structure hidden beneath the sea. These islands mark the crests of huge underwater mountain systems, creating vital routes for life across the entire Pacific Basin.
The Pacific seafloor is restless. Slowly, inexorably, it changes shape, emerging above the waves as new land formed from the depths.
Ocean life often concentrates at edges, slopes, and boundaries where conditions shift.
Here, beneath the waves, lies the Pacific Basin, a world of invisible mountains and teeming, moving life. This island's beauty rests on ancient fire and ongoing erosion, while the surrounding ocean keeps feeding its shores.
Seamounts and islands turn emptiness into meeting points, preparing the transition toward the deepest trenches and the ring of fire.
Below the sunlit surface, the seafloor falls away into the abyss. We enter the realm of trenches, a world of crushing pressure and profound darkness. The Pacific does not end at the surface, but continues downward into another world.
The ocean's vertical transformation, where sunlight gives way to shadow, then shadow gives way to absolute darkness.
The deep Pacific is a place shaped by pressure, silence, sediment, and time. The familiar ocean of reefs and waves has now vanished, replaced by a quieter and stranger world. We are descending into the western Pacific abyss, the Mariana Trench, home to the deepest known places in the ocean.
At Challenger Deep, the seafloor lies more than 11,000 meters below the surface, a place almost beyond ordinary imagination.
With every meter of descent, the pressure rises, eventually reaching levels that can crush ordinary bodies.
We are entering a world nearly 1,000 times the pressure at sea level. This is a place where only specialized technology can briefly survive.
The deepest Pacific is not empty, but difficult to visit, difficult to measure, and still full of life adapted to impossible conditions.
Even in the deepest ocean, the surface world still matters, because energy sinks downward from above, carrying food into the blackness.
This deep trench is a powerful geological signal as much as a habitat. A world created where one tectonic plate is relentlessly forced beneath another.
Subduction, the process that creates extraordinary depth while also shaping earthquakes, volcanic arcs, and the recycling of Earth's crust. This is no dead void beneath the sea. Down here, the planet is still moving, still breathing, constantly reshaping the abyss. The deepest Pacific is shaped by darkness, but also by the rare arrival of organic matter falling from the upper ocean.
Driven by the vents, an astonishing array of life emerges from the abyss. Microbes, giant tube worms, and pale sea cucumbers.
Conditions that seem impossible from a human point of view are simply home for creatures like this sea cucumber, adapting to the extreme pressures of the trench.
The deep Pacific is quiet, slow, and strange. Here, survival depends on chemistry, scarce. The trench is not just deep water, but a landscape defined by immense pressure and profound silence.
Plankton blooms, sinking fish, and even whale carcasses can carry energy to this darkness from far above.
The ocean floor here is not flat, but carved into cliffs, slopes, and abyssal geography.
The Mariana region exposes the raw mechanics of Earth's interior, where tectonic plates collide and sink.
Life in the trench appears sparingly, and then vanishes again, as if the ocean itself is hiding its secrets.
The Pacific's deepest points remind us that the ocean does not stop where the light stops. This is the Ring of Fire, where the ocean's edge becomes one of Earth's most active geological zones. Here, beneath the waves, volcanoes, earthquakes, and subduction zones form a vast, interconnected ring around the Pacific. As the oceanic crust dives deep into the mantle, magma rises, reshaping the planet in real time. The same forces that create trenches can also create new habitat, islands, and seafloor architecture. Here in the Pacific, destructive and creative power are inseparable. Fire beneath the sea builds the land.
Here, ecosystems flourish in the absolute absence of light, drawing energy not from the sun, but from the heat and minerals of the vents themselves.
Thriving around these hydrothermal vents are specialized organisms, like giant tube worms and vast microbial mats, sustained by chemosynthesis in the darkness.
The Pacific's deepest places are not static voids, but living geological frontiers.
The Ring of Fire is a crucible of planetary renewal. Here, deep ocean trenches link directly to the volcanic islands above.
The Pacific floor is a place of constant transformation. It is still being made, still breaking apart, and still moving beneath the waves.
From these fiery depths, the Pacific's hidden boundaries both threaten distant coastlines and forge the new seafloor that will one day teem with life.
Sudden movement in the seafloor can displace the water above it and send tsunamis across the ocean. The Ring of Fire is a boundary where plates collide, sink, slide, and fracture. Here, in the Pacific Basin, the seafloor is constantly being created, destroyed, and rebuilt by the relentless force of tectonic motion.
Islands and trenches are but different expressions of the same living Earth.
Yet even here, fire beneath the sea creates the conditions for life. From these hydrothermal vents, new ecosystems begin to emerge. The consequences of plate movement are clear. As volcanic peaks rise from the deep, they form island arcs, mirrored by the deep trenches nearby. The Pacific is not a finished landscape, but an ongoing process, with land and sea constantly being remade. The same tectonic forces that build islands also trigger the deep energy that shapes the ocean's edge.
Trenches, volcanoes, and islands together form a geological frontier unlike anywhere else on Earth.
This descent into fire and pressure reveals the Pacific as both destructive and creative.
The Pacific's influence doesn't stop at the ocean floor, because the water and air above are also part of the same system.
The Pacific helps shape weather patterns across the planet through currents, heat, and atmospheric exchange.
The Pacific's deepest limits are also part of the same system that moves storms, currents, and heat across the Earth.
The ocean's darkness, fire, and pressure are not separate from climate and life, but the foundation of the next chapter. As we rise from the darkness, we begin to see the Pacific not just as an ocean, but as the engine of our global climate.
The Pacific stores heat, exchanges energy with the atmosphere, and helps shape weather far beyond its shores.
Sea surface temperature, atmospheric pressure, and wind. These are the invisible forces that organize the ocean's climate rhythm.
The Pacific creates the conditions for El Niño and La Niña, two shifts that can affect rainfall, drought, storm.
Warm water can spread during El Niño, and cooler water can dominate during La Niña, altering the rhythm of life across the basin.
These climate shifts are felt far beyond the ocean itself, affecting farms, coasts, fisheries, and communities on multiple continents.
That currents, salinity, wind, and Earth's rotation all help move water around the ocean basin, creating the circulation that wildlife depends on. Warm and cold currents organize the entire ecosystem, concentrating plankton growth. This directly influences fish migration patterns.
The energy stored in the warm Pacific waters powers these massive systems. We call them typhoons, or cyclones. The same ocean feeding whales and reefs also feeds storms, making the Pacific a central force in climate dynamics.
Changes in the water's temperature shift the plankton, which then shifts the small fish. This reshapes the feeding patterns of seabirds, tuna, whales, and the fisheries.
These surface movements often reveal deep ocean processes and hidden food concentrations.
The Pacific, a vast planetary engine, regulates the global movement of heat, water, nutrients, and weather. The Pacific connects the smallest organisms with the largest climate systems.
Shifts in the equatorial Pacific waters ripple across the globe, influencing everything from distant floods and fires to the productivity of fisheries and the severity of storms.
The Pacific is never truly remote from human life because its climate influence reaches agriculture, coastlines, and communities. These shifting currents, driven by marine heat waves, are pushing fish populations into new territories, fundamentally changing.
From reefs bright with life to whales crossing thousands of kilometers, sharks move through open water toward the trenches.
The
The same ocean that stores heat, drives storms, and feeds currents is also the ocean that gives life room to move, adapt, sing.
The Pacific, one of the last great wild systems on the planet, where even now, human knowledge still meets its limits, is that the true scale of the Pacific invites wonder rather than ownership, humility rather than certainty. The Pacific connects geology, climate, biology, and human consequence in a single living story, and how the Pacific still holds spaces too vast, too deep, and too alive for humans to claim they fully understand. The Pacific as a reminder that the planet remains more mysterious than our maps, more powerful than our certainty, and more alive than our assumptions.
The wild Pacific asks not for possession, but for respect, wonder, and humility.
The Bering Sea. A realm defined by its unforgiving nature.
Here, in the heart of the Bering Sea, the fading winter light reveals a landscape both silent and immensely powerful. Here, in the crushing grip of the Arctic swell, the true scale of the wilderness reveals itself, indifferent to life. Beneath the storm-racked sky, the dark water churns, a freezing current carrying fragments of ancient ice. A harsh and wild sea, where the elements battle for dominance amidst the distant volcanic peaks.
For months, darkness ruled these waters. Now the first light of spring touches the horizon, a fragile promise in the icy silence.
The sun returns, a narrow golden band across the cold surface. The ice begins to drift apart, and the ocean breathes again. This faint green-blue shimmer marks the first pulse of oceanic productivity, awakening microscopic life from the winter freeze.
The returning sunlight triggers the awakening of the northern food web. Here, in the clear cold water, a dense bloom of phytoplankton begins to flourish. Here, in the sunlit waters above the dark seafloor, the energy chain begins. Copepods rise, consuming the bloom. Drawn together by the relentless currents, the swarm becomes a beacon. And where there is prey, predators will surely follow. As the Bering Sea turns from winter emptiness into a feeding ground, the ocean explodes into life. The silver formations below draw the hunters into the deep. Emerging from the depths, the gray whale begins its long journey to the northern feeding grounds. A perilous migration driven by ancient instinct. With powerful strokes of its flukes, the resilient gray whale pushes onward through the cold, unforgiving waters towards the north. Turning sideways above the seafloor, the gray whale employs a unique suction technique, engulfing soft sediment to filter out tiny, hidden prey. As the gray whale feeds, it plunges its massive head into the seabed, sifting through the sediment one mouthful at a time. The whale ascends, leaving behind a temporary disturbance. Yet, in the settling dust lies the undeniable proof of a hidden...
Below, the gray whale rises to meet the feast. Above, seabirds dive into the churning water, a dramatic display of the ocean's interconnected web.
The long migration complete, she arrives in the northern feeding grounds. The vastness of the ocean only hinting at the distance traveled.
Here, in the cold wind, the whale breathes. A cycle of endurance and timing etched into its very being.
The deep ocean currents funnel the feast towards the surface. Driven by instinct, the whale launches its attack, transforming the water.
A sudden eruption of life as the whale tracks the dense shoals of krill, drawing the seabirds into the frenzy above. Driven by instinct, the humpback reads the subtle currents, assessing the dense concentration of krill. With a powerful surge, it prepares to lunge.
Accelerating rapidly through the cold water, the humpback's throat pleats expand, engulfing the dense patch of prey in a powerful cinematic display. In a spectacular burst of power, the humpback lunges forward, engulfing thousands of gallons of water and a massive school of krill in one swift motion.
This apparent chaos is in fact a highly organized feeding strategy, as the whale drives its prey towards the surface.
A finely tuned predator, the humpback coordinates its lunge with the current, trapping the frantic bait ball against the surface as the gulls dive in. With immense power, the whale breaches the surface, engulfing thousands of herring in a single, efficient lunge.
The feast complete, the great humpback turns, leaving the surface to settle. A brief moment of abundance, fueled by the relentless energy of the Bering Sea.
The ocean's wealth is but a temporary bloom. This vibrant chaos soon subsides, and the vast, empty sea reclaims its solemn solitude.
The open ocean gives way to the frozen north. In this icy wilderness, a different kind of giant lives, adapting to the relentless cold.
Built for heat retention in the coldest waters, the bowhead whale pushes relentlessly through the narrowing leads of the frozen sea.
Gliding effortlessly through the icy expanse, the bowhead's massive form is a testament to endurance in this frozen realm.
The massive bowhead whale glides through the dense Arctic waters, its specialized baleen plates expertly filtering the tiny plankton that sustains it.
The contrast is astonishing. A creature of this magnitude thriving on organisms barely visible to the naked eye.
Life thrives at the frozen margin. Here, where the ancient ice shapes the light and currents, the bowhead navigates the narrow.
When the whale returns to the surface, the community watches, understanding that their lives are tied to the ice and the movements of this magnificent creature.
Legends. The northern waters host 3 giants, each utilizing unique methods: filtering the ice edge, bubble net feeding in open water.
Life in the ocean is a continuous transfer of energy. From microscopic beginnings, it rises, layer by layer, culminating in these giants of the deep.
The Bering Sea is not just one food source, but a complex, layered feeding system, each species specialized for survival at different depths.
The warmer conditions changed everything. The whales are forced to adapt, searching farther now, spending more energy for less return.
The summer wanes, signaling the Great Migration. The birds depart, the plankton shifts, and we turn south across the darkening sea. This cold expanse is more than water. It is the breath of the world, the energy that powers impossible journeys. The spring light returns over the Bering Sea. The ice begins to loosen, separating into fragments. As the sun spreads its warmth, the frozen sea awakens. Long, dormant currents stir beneath the thawing ice. The long stillness of winter finally yields to the relentless push of the wind. The ice, once solid, begins its inevitable retreat. The ice holds many secrets. But as the light returns, the hidden mechanisms beneath the surface begin their slow.
After the long darkness of winter, the returning sun ignites a bloom of life, calling the ocean from its slumber.
The base of the northern food web is awakening in dense, invisible abundance. Tiny greenish forms multiply rapidly in the cold water.
Beneath the retreating ice edge, the water teems with life. This thickening bloom of phytoplankton begins the crucial process of feeding the entire ecosystem.
The bloom spreads in soft clouds through the cold water. This first pulse of energy transforms the sea from silence into productivity.
The timing is fragile. It determines whether this energy reaches the distant seafloor or remains suspended here in the water column.
As the current carries the bloom, tiny copepods arrive in dense clusters, beginning the crucial next stage of the energy chain as they start to graze. The camera reveals the scale of the migration. The sea, once quiet, now pulses with the lifeblood of the ocean. Drawn by the abundance of zooplankton, the fish congregate, creating dense layers of prey in the productive water.
The ocean and air are linked by the same surge of seasonal energy as seabirds drop from the sky toward the feeding patches below.
In the icy waters of the Bering Sea, the annual migration turns the surface into a battlefield. It is a living feeding ground.
The ocean, vast and teeming with life, suddenly feels immense as the great mammals rise from the depths to join the feast.
The long southern migration is over. Now, exhausted but resolute, these magnificent gray whales turn northward. With a powerful expulsion of air, the ancient mariner greets the surface world. A momentary exchange before returning to the depths.
The journey from the warm lagoons is arduous, yet the promise of these feeding grounds pulls them onward across the endless sea.
The gray whale arriving not as a scenic visitor but as a refueling giant, the body carrying the cost of migration, nursing, and survival.
Above the seafloor, the massive gray whale tilts sideways, searching for dense patches of bottom dwellers before engulfing the sediment in a powerful feeding motion.
The gray whale employs a unique feeding strategy. Using powerful suction, it pulls vast amounts of sediment and prey directly from the ocean floor.
Specialized baleen filters the mud and water, trapping tiny prey within as the whale contracts its massive throat.
The calm surface hides the intense work beneath. This repeated feeding disturbs the seafloor, forming pits and scars in the sediment.
Acting as a force of ecological change, the gray whale reshapes the sediment, exposing hidden organisms mouthful by mouthful.
The feeding whale stirs the seabed, attracting a flurry of activity as jacks, snappers, and scavengers rush in to benefit from the sudden bounty. Weathered and scarred, this ancient whale carries the history of the northern storms etched onto its very skin.
A journey of quiet strength, an ancient endurance etched into the deep blue.
Instinct guides her to these waters, a memory of abundance passed down through generations. She feeds steadily, rebuilding her reserves. The feeding ground appears calm from above, yet this surface beauty contrasts sharply with the hidden labor of the whale working in the depths below. The ocean pulses with energy as the spring current carries life across the shelf, fueled by the disturbed sediment left in the whale's wake. The gray whale's feeding creates a vital link, drawing nutrients from the seafloor up into the wider water column, sustaining the entire ecosystem. From microscopic bloom to the gray whale, this seasonal chain links copepods, krill, fish, and seabirds in an underwater spectacle.
The Bering Sea appears less like a cold wasteland and more like a timed feast, where every species arrives exactly when the food is ready.
The feeding ground is alive. Though the waters remain cold, the arrival of spring brings a renewed sense of purpose to the ocean's inhabitants.
Currents sweep nutrients and prey across the shelf edge. This geography gathers life into concentrated patches, fueling the ocean's most intense feeding frenzies.
The broad shelf, deeper basins, and sloping edges of the Bering Sea, shaping where food accumulates. This convergence concentrates the prey at the exact density required for the ocean's giants to feed efficiently. The scale of the system is immense, and so the giant returns to the surface, a quiet triumph etched in water and mist, illuminated by the spring sun. The feeding concludes, and the great whale returns to the blue. But the tremors have awakened something else beneath the waves. The spring feeding pulse invigorates the Bering Sea. Soon, the moving water hunters and ice specialists will rise to meet it.
As the giant passes, it leaves behind a swirling cloud of consequence. These fine particles, rich in nutrients, are the hidden fuel.
Guided by ancient instinct, the humpback aligns its path with the densest concentration of the seasonal bloom. Driven by instinct, she swims ever deeper, leaving the surface world behind for the tranquil darkness below.
The largest journeys truly depend on the smallest organisms. As the whale departs this feeding ground, it reminds us of this fundamental truth.
Powerful, yet vulnerable. The gray whale returns to the depths, a journey into the profound mystery of the cold water.
The Bering Sea breathes as one living machine. From the vibrant bloom to the clouds of krill, fueling giants like the humpback whale.
The feeding pulse now spreads beyond this world, a signal calling to others. It prepares the stage for different strategies and different whales.
The northern waters holding both abundance and uncertainty, the season short, the energy intense, the future still fragile. The gray whale ascends, its journey complete. But as one chapter closes, another is ready to begin. The spring light penetrates the depths, awakening the sea. Here, the food chain thrives, a spectacle of life and death playing.
Continuing our journey beneath the waves, the currents of the Bering Sea reveal a world alive with movement, the hunting grounds of the humpback whale. Driven by instinct, the whale accelerates towards the surface. Ahead, a massive concentration of prey awaits, unaware of the approaching giant.
With a precise turn, the humpback uses its long pectoral fins to cut the current, reading the ocean like a map as it approaches the dense patch of fish and krill.
The immense power of the humpback is realized as its pleated throat expands, engulfing the prey. The cold water rushes past.
Utilizing island-shaped currents and tidal flows, the whale pushes the ecology together. Krill concentrates in layered bands, forming a dense patch of food.
Below the surface, the humpback waits, listening to the currents, while above, the seabirds circle in anticipation.
Here, the rising water compresses the prey against the surface. The ocean narrows life into a concentrated feeding ground for the humpback. The humpback accelerates, building immense speed for a single, powerful strike into the dense wall of prey. The giant maw opens, throat pleats expanding dramatically as the ocean itself rushes into the feeding envelope, securing the trapped prey.
This is lunge feeding. In one explosive motion, the whale engulfs a massive volume of krill, displacing tons of water and air.
As the jaws close, water is forced through the fine mesh of the baleen plates, efficiently trapping the concentrated prey inside before swallowing.
And then, with a surge of primal energy, the humpback breaks free from the ocean's embrace, reaching for the sky. Here, the ocean functions like a brief and powerful engine of life, a dense feeding moment orchestrated by the giants of the deep. A humpback can feed only when prey density is high enough. One small fish alone is not worth the effort, but a thick patch becomes a target.
Driven by the relentless current, a massive school of fish is forced into an ever-tightening spiral, while the humpback waits patiently at the perimeter.
The birds mark the precise feeding zone from above, a stark contrast to the massive whale now accelerating from the depths below the churning surface.
The humpback turns sharply beneath the prey patch, reading the movement of the school and the pulse of the current before striking again.
With controlled power, the humpback whale cuts through the cold water, its massive body propelling it forward effortlessly.
Repeating its strategy with measured energy, the humpback rises and lunges. This cycle of filtering depends entirely on timing and the concentration of its prey.
Here, in the depths, the cycle continues. A momentary burst of energy, then tranquility returns. The confluence of shelf breaks and strong currents creates these unique feeding hotspots, returning year after year.
The whale briefly surfaces, then dives again. Its behavior is flexible and responsive, adjusting its path towards another pocket of prey.
Adjusting its path as the prey shifts, the whale shows intelligence and timing, an instinct built around chasing dense opportunity rather than scattered targets.
With a powerful lunge, the humpback claims its prey. Then, as quickly as it appeared, it sinks back into the abyss.
The humpback's feeding creates secondary opportunities, drawing seabirds from above and smaller predators to the disturbance below. In the wake of the giant, the ecosystem rapidly reorganizes. Prey disperses and opportunistic hunters descend into the disturbed waters. The whale departs into the blue. In the deep ocean, every successful hunt is expensive and carefully earned.
The long migration continues. With slow, deliberate power, the humpback journeys north from the breeding grounds to the colder feeding waters.
As the massive mouth closes following the hunt, the mechanical beauty of the feeding anatomy is revealed. The pleated throat compresses. This enormous seasonal feeding ground provides a narrow window, a chance for the whale to gain enough energy to sustain the long migration south. The ocean surface darkens as clouds drift overhead. The prey patch is visible only in fragments now. For the humpback, this feeding window is brief, but this giant strategy is only one of several layered ways the Bering Sea feeds life, each connected in the vast blue expanse.
Powerful as it is, the humpback's fate depends entirely on the precise density of its prey and the timing of the ocean currents.
The surface turmoil subsides. Below, the magnificent humpback disappears into the blue abyss, a journey marking the continuation of the endless energy chain.
Currents continue to move around the islands and shelf edges, hinting that the same northern system will soon support another very different kind of giant.
As the water grows colder and the light dims, we are drawn deeper into the ice-framed world of the far north, where survival takes on a new, harsher meaning.
The feeding patch thins as we move toward the edge of the sea ice. Quieter waters lie ahead, setting the stage for the next species in this dynamic ecosystem. As the frenzy subsides and the birds depart, the ocean settles into a calmer rhythm. Now, the true test of northern endurance begins.
The world of moving prey recedes, replaced by the deep chill of the colder margin. Here, beneath the towering ice, the turbulence fades rapidly. In this transient moment of foam and ripple, the fleeting nature of this seasonal abundance is laid bare. The open sea gradually yields to the cold, guiding us deeper into an ice-bound world where silence reigns. As the productive corridor of the Bering Sea fades behind, we move into a quieter, colder feeding strategy. A chapter closes beneath the waves. The turbulence subsides, but the endless dance of the ecosystem continues. The water grew colder, a chilling embrace signaling our approach to the northern wastes. There, beneath the shifted, here, in the layered labyrinth of the ice, the water slows almost to a halt. It is this frigid filtration. The northern current is a constant force in this icy realm. Even the energy of the great whales eventually yields to its relentless flow. Here the ocean opens into a colder reach, where the giant must live not by speed, but by patience. The surface grows dark and quiet once more. With the hunter now behind us, the story moves north, into the ice-framed world. The Bering Sea breathes colder now. Ahead lies the ice, a silent world where giants still roam. We are now entering the colder northern margin of the Bering Sea. The water becomes darker, slower, and the presence of deep beneath the ice, the bowhead whale navigates a frozen maze, its powerful body perfectly adapted to the frigid waters.
The bowhead's massive arched head cuts through the water with quiet power and steady endurance, perfectly adapted to the cold northern world. The bowhead whale possesses the thickest blubber layer of any animal on Earth. This dense insulation is crucial for surviving the crushing cold of the Arctic waters.
Moving through water dense with life, the bowhead understands the invisible energy that sustains this frozen world. Suspended in the water column, this cloud of tiny krill and copepods represents a bounty rich enough to feed a giant whale.
Using its massive mouth, the bowhead sweeps through the water. The dense curtain of baleen traps the tiny prey while clean water flows away.
It seems impossible that the largest animal on Earth sustains itself on creatures this small, yet the baleen filter is remarkably efficient.
Moving like a slow monument in the frozen sea, the bowhead endures the crushing cold.
The boundary between the ice and the open water forms a critical feeding zone where plankton gather, drawing massive whales to the surface.
Deep beneath the ice, the bowhead navigates these narrow, seasonal pathways, essential routes for breathing and feeding in a fractured world.
Here, in a world defined by ice and the timing of seasonal change, the bowhead moves gracefully through the frigid blue waters.
The camera tracks the whale into the frigid depths. Here, beneath the ice, distinct layers of water organize the prey by density. Ice, wind, and water movement combine to gather the tiny prey into a denser feeding layer, creating an irresistible feast for the hunting whale.
The massive bowhead sweeps its specialized baleen plates through the frigid water, capturing the dense swarm of krill with patient efficiency. The bowhead, ancient mariner of the frozen seas. Solitary, perfectly adapted to a world few others can endure. And so the feeding continues. With slow, measured grace, the bowhead endures, a testament to patience in a world that often demands power.
The majestic humpback, a giant of the northern waters, proves that immense size does not necessitate speed or aggression. The currents and ice edges concentrate life into this narrow band. Exploiting the density, the whale engulfs the massive swarm in a single lunge.
The jaws close, initiating the filtration process. As the water clears, the intricate baleen plates are revealed.
The bowhead travels calmly through the field of broken ice, the frozen margin becoming both obstacle and habitat. The whale instinctively follows the seasonal opening of the water, a path dictated by the closing ice and the relentless forces of wind and temperature.
And so the whale's survival is inextricably linked to this hidden rhythm, where light and cold conspire to create life. As the whale accelerates, its jaws expand, revealing the intricate baleen plates. These keratin structures efficiently...
The bowhead moves slowly, a giant, threading its way through the narrow channels of the frozen north.
The Arctic waters yield to the Leviathan's passage, a powerful reminder of nature's enduring presence in this frozen world.
The bowhead whale is not alone in these waters. It is just one part of a vast and complex northern food system.
From the smallest plankton to the largest whale, the entire feeding network aligns, turning the deep blue waters into a vibrant, life-sustaining layer. The humpback's explosive lunge is a dramatic feeding strategy, contrasting sharply with the bowhead's calm filtration and the gray whale's deep dredging.
Though they share the same waters, these giants speak different languages, each adapting to the sea's layered bounty. And so the bowhead turns north, leaving the abundance of the shallows for the profound depths of the colder Bering Sea.
The continental shelf marks a boundary where cold polar water meets warmer currents, creating dynamic energy layers that fuel this vibrant ecosystem.
The Northern Sea operates on a pulse, not a constant banquet. This brief seasonal abundance supports these giant bodies, but only the breath fades, returning to the ancient air. The whale descends into the deep, leaving only silence in its wake.
The ocean is a layered archive of life. Here, tiny organisms create the energy that fuels the largest animals on the planet.
Beyond the icebound world, the Bering Sea reveals its true nature. Here, multiple pathways converge, feeding the giants of the deep.
This single northern system supports incredible diversity. Below, the gray whale, in the current, the humpback, and near the ice edge, the elusive bowhead.
These whales do not compete for the same exact meal. Each one feeds at a different depth and on a different prey type.
Using its massive baleen plates, the bowhead filters the nutrient-rich water, capturing the tiny organisms that sustain its enormous body.
With ancient patience, the bowhead navigates the frozen labyrinth, disappearing into the enduring mist. The Bering Sea opens up again into its larger seasonal network of light, currents, ice, and life.
Here, in the relentless blue Arctic, three distinct leviathans, the manta, the whale, and the narwhal, have learned to—
The water column is a layered world. From the filter feeders near the surface to the scavengers in the deep sediment, life finds a way in countless forms, fading now into the broader northern panorama. Here, at the ice edge, we find the boundary between chapters, a testament to life's enduring resilience. The system now framed as a place where the same seasonal pulse of light and productivity splits into different feeding worlds.
As the currents shift, the ocean reorganizes itself. A delicate balance of timing and prey density dictates the future of this frozen world.
Here, in the Bering Sea, life converges. A brief, intense surge of feeding and survival compressed into a short northern window. The whale moved on, but the ocean remembered its passing. A new chapter waited beneath the waves. This is the Bering Sea, a place of northern stillness, yet a complex feeding system where ice, plankton, current, and giant bodies are forever bound. From the ice edge, we see the vast northern system. Currents, light, and prey all align in a seasonal pulse, guiding the bowhead's migration.
This is the Bering Sea, a complex feeding machine where energy pathways connect the smallest plankton to these magnificent—
Though they share the same vast ocean, the gray whale, the humpback, and the bowhead each utilize this sea in fundamentally different ways. From the explosive lunge through dense shoals to sifting the seabed and the gentle filtering of tiny krill, these giants utilize every corner of their— Here, in the icy crucible, the energy of the sun captured by the smallest plankton becomes the shared origin of giant survival. From the smallest drifting organisms to the massive bodies they sustain, the ocean reveals its fundamental dependence on these seasonal swarms.
The concentration of prey, driven by oceanic currents and geography, allows for an efficient transfer of energy to the largest marine predators.
The short northern summer brings a fleeting abundance to the cold, demanding sea. A brief window of life before the ice returns.
In the crucible of the Bering Sea, life thrives fiercely for a fleeting moment, a brief reprieve before the inevitable freeze returns.
Tears. This spatialization drastically reduces competition. While the humpback targets surface krill, the gray whale sifts—
The camera glides across the shelf edge, revealing how these underwater canyons and upwelling zones concentrate life, creating vital feeding grounds for the migrating whales.
While the surface remains undisturbed, deep structures manipulate the flow, bending currents and funneling the swarms of prey into these concentrated patches.
Here, the ocean reveals its true nature. Not a collection of individuals, but a vast, organized system driven by light, timing, and the pulse of the currents. Though they vanish into the blue abyss towards their feeding zones, the intricate dance of the shared ecosystem continues. We often look at the surface and see only water, yet beneath, the northern ocean pulses with an unseen, incredible abundance of life.
The largest animals depend entirely on the smallest organisms. A massive spring bloom provides the energy that ensures a calf's future.
The upper bright layer feeds the middle prey layer and the deep bottom layer. All are separated, yet intrinsically connected by the physics of the ocean.
The bowhead's world near the ice edge is a complex corridor, a vital feeding ground, but also a treacherous route and the ultimate test of survival.
Our journey takes us through the Bering Strait, the critical passage connecting the Pacific warm waters to the frozen Arctic expanse.
Asia and North America face each other across this thin band of water, a surprisingly small passage compared to the vastness surrounding it.
Currents, wind, and ice converge in this crucial strait. This region is far more than just a line on a map. It is a nexus for the great migrations.
Guided by instincts inherited through generations, the gray whales follow ancient paths toward the northern feeding grounds and the southern breeding lagoons.
Bowheads following seasonal openings in the ice and returning through cold passages, navigating by prey, breathing space, and the rhythm of the north. Humpbacks entering or leaving the broader region as prey conditions allow, showing how rich and flexible the Bering system can be. The whales lead the way, but it is the accumulated wisdom of the elders that guides the Umiak safely through the shifting ice.
For these people, the sea is not just wilderness. The whale migration is tied directly to their identity, their food.
The Bering Strait is not just an animal corridor, but a lived passage with history, memory, and seasonal knowledge.
Here, the scale is rewritten. The world feels both eternal and fragile, a landscape moving on timescales we can barely comprehend.
As the passage narrows, the ancient world collides with the new. This fragile ecosystem finds itself under increased.
The ice shifts constantly now, subtly altering the ancient migration paths. As the passage becomes more complex,
as warmer conditions shift the timing of the sea ice melt, the balance is disrupted, impacting plankton blooms, fish distribution.
The ice edge acts as a natural calendar, but even a small change in timing creates a major ecological mismatch across the food web.
An early bloom changes everything. The flow of energy is disrupted, leaving the sea alive, yet profoundly out of sync.
Not all food is created equal. These lipid-rich copepods provide significantly more energy to whales and fish than the smaller, less nutritious prey mixed among them. The success of the gray whale's long migration hinges entirely on the quality of these northern feeding grounds, directly impacting body condition and calf survival. When the prey scatters, the hunt becomes a costly gamble. They must search wider now, expending precious energy with no guarantee of reward.
The bowhead's world is intrinsically linked to the ice. As conditions change, the critical layers of prey shift, redirecting ancient feeding routes towards the surface.
To survive, they must constantly balance the energy gained from feeding against the immense cost of migration.
A solemn truth of the deep sea: the food exists, but when it appears outside the natural order, the consequences are profound.
The danger is not total emptiness, but ecological mismatch, where abundance and timing no longer align.
In the Bering Sea, this feeding frenzy is both a celebration of life and a stark signal of profound climatic change across the north.
The ocean surface carries the question of whether the sea provided enough this year.
But the season of abundance is brief. As the northern summer fades, they begin the long journey south, leaving the reef behind.
And so the migration begins. From the Bering Sea, this life force travels outward, carried south, north.
With the light withdrawing, the layers shift, and the inhabitants scatter, drawn inexorably into the immersive darkness of the deep ocean.
The sea grows quiet and hard again. The winter rhythm always returns to the deep waters.
The Bering Sea. More than just a pathway, it is the raw energy that powers these impossible journeys. Every whale breath above the cold surface feeling like a reminder that even the largest animals still depend on timing, food, and ice. As the giants depart, the sea returns to silence. Yet, in this fragile rhythm, change may come faster than we expect.
This is the Bering Sea, a place where climate, migration, and the stark reality of survival converge in one final, inescapable question.
The Bering Sea under a dimming northern sky. The short summer begins to fade, and the ocean surface, the last bright days of the northern season. The sea beginning to feel less generous and more transitional, the feeding window slowly closing. The Bering Sea's rhythm is no longer stable. We watch as the ancient ice subtly retreats, transforming the waters into something new and unpredictable.
The sea remains full of life, reorganized by timing and current. Fish move in new directions as prey distributions change beneath the ice.
As the warm surface layers meet the colder depths, the misalignment causes turbulence. The ecological clock is clearly out of sync here,
but its success dependent on whether bottom prey remains rich enough to support the long migration and the next year's survival.
In these sparsely populated waters, the whale is forced to search harder. Locating a pocket of krill, it begins the powerful upward surge.
Its feeding zones and travel routes are tied tightly to the rhythm of cold water. The Bering Sea does not simply lose life when the season changes. It changes the arrangement of life.
The ice is no longer a steady seasonal clock, but a moving boundary that now changes more quickly.
The ocean environment is shifting. Whales arriving now find the vital krill layers organized differently than ever before.
Gliding through the ice margin, the bowhead faces a new challenge. The leads shift and close faster than its long-established route allows, testing its ancient resilience.
As the giants departed, the great ocean began to breathe. The surface grew still, the horizon hardened, The whales have fed, and now they are gone. The sea does not keep its giants forever. The increasing noise and changing ice conditions are placing new stress on this narrow and sensitive passage. In the delicate balance of the Arctic, a shift of mere weeks can unravel a system built on precise timing. The rapid breakup of the ice edge this far north signals a significant shift. Marine productivity is now appearing much earlier. Quantity matters less than quality in this harsh environment. While the small prey offer little, the energy-rich bounty of the cost of this mismatch is not paid in a moment, but accumulates over time, etched into the very body of the whale. The whale traveling farther for denser prey, because scattered food no longer rewards the same effort. Diving deeper now, following the shifting plankton layers. The strategy remains effective, but is less certain in these changing conditions. But adaptation has its limits. When the change becomes too fast or too large, even the most resilient species cannot keep pace. While the ocean remains productive, it is increasingly fragile. The future here is becoming far less predictable.
The biggest danger revealed as mismatch rather than complete disappearance. Food may still exist but not in the right time, place, or layer. They are specialists within this ecosystem, yet utterly dependent on the physics of the cold sea that surrounds them. They are not its masters.
The whale's breath is a signal. Its journey into the cold expanse of the Bering Sea foretells the future of these fragile northern ecosystems.
Had the sea provided enough this year?
The northern summer fades, and with it, they depart, carrying the energy far beyond the Bering Sea.
The sea's energy knows no bounds, traveling south in the gray whale, then turning northwest with the bowhead through icy passages.
For the humpback whale, these icy waters are more than a feeding ground. They are the birthplace of a monumental journey south. As the ocean yields to the stillness of winter, we observe the profound connection the largest bodies sustain. The rhythm of the northern sea is fragile, a delicate balance of food, ice, and the precise timing of movement. But every great journey in the north is bound to timing, food, ice, and the fragile rhythm of the sea.
The dawn breaks slowly over the endless blue. As the light touches the water, the ancient rhythm of the swells begins.
The camera glides low over the water as the horizon stretches in every direction, making the ocean feel too vast to measure.
The sea surface shifts between dark cobalt and bright silver as sunlight breaks through the clouds, creating a living landscape where distance begins to lose meaning.
Far beneath the surface, a huge moving shadow appears in the blue water, hinting that something massive is already there before the viewer can properly see it.
Deeper still, where sunlight struggles to reach, the true giants of this world emerge from the impossible depths. The ocean, a realm untouched by human structures. Here, scale is redefined by the silent passage of giants like the whale shark. The ocean hides giants, not as myth, but as living reality. The ocean depths are vast and dark, but they are far from empty. Here, the first giants stir from the abyss.
The deep ocean holds many secrets, but none as grand as this. The blue whale, emerging from the abyss like a submerged mountain range. The blue whale begins its ascent toward the surface. Its immense size makes it nearly impossible to capture the entire body in a single frame.
This single breath, expelled with immense force, is the vital connection between the ocean depths and the air above.
The whale's head passes first, then the throat pleats, then the long back, then the small dorsal fin set far behind, and finally...
The blue whale is the largest animal ever known to live on Earth, larger than any dinosaur or land mammal.
Here, in the open basin, the immense weight of the blue whale ceases to be a burden. It moves with a quiet, unmatched power. Below the whale, dense swarms of krill shimmer like drifting sparks. The giant prepares for the moment it feeds on the tiny lives gathered in massive numbers. The blue whale lunges into the krill cloud, its throat pleats expanding, water rushing in, and then the sea pouring back out as energy is.
The whale moves away through vast open water, showing that even the largest animal on Earth depends on seasonal abundance.
Show the whale continuing across the ocean in silence while the surface above remains calm, suggesting how vulnerable even a giant can be when the sea changes around it.
From the depths where the blue whale reigns, we transition to warmer currents. The sunlight reveals a much gentler soul beneath the waves. The whale shark gliding slowly through blue water, its broad body covered in pale spots and lines like a living pattern from another age. With unhurried grace, this colossal filter feeder draws in the vital plankton, sustaining its massive form in the blue wilderness.
The whale shark passes beneath the light in one smooth motion, making it clear that the largest fish in the ocean survives by volume. The whale shark's broad head moves near the surface. Its natural markings, unique as a fingerprint, are clearly visible in the bright light of the open sea. The vastness of the ocean holds many secrets. As the whale shark descends into the abyss, tracking its journey becomes an almost impossible task.
Emerging from the profound depths, the ancient whale shark moves with calm majesty. Yet near the surface, where the light penetrates.
As the whale shark vanishes into the blue, a new shape appears. Broader than a fish and lighter in motion than a whale,
the manta ray glides like a living wing. Its motion is so smooth that the sea seems to become air around it.
With a highly efficient feeding pattern, the broad-bodied manta ray uses its curled cephalic lobes to direct streams of plankton toward its mouth.
The manta turns in a spiral through invisible clouds of food, and the movement looks like a dance only because the water itself is hiding the prey. Here at the cleaning station, the magnificent oceanic manta hovers patiently as tiny wrasfish perform a crucial service, removing harmful parasites.
Huge enough to command the frame, yet its movement remains almost weightless. Size and delicacy exist together in the same body.
From the smallest plankton to vital cleaning habitats, these giants depend on a fragile system. Yet, their long migrations highlight a profound vulnerability.
Below the sunlit surface, the true ocean begins. Here, in the deep black world, sound becomes more important than light. The sperm whale surfaces, releasing a powerful breath. It rests momentarily, gathering strength before the slow, inevitable curve back into the depths.
With a final powerful thrust of its tail, the massive sperm whale begins its long descent, disappearing into the abyssal depths, truly another world. For the sperm whale, true vision fades. In this deep water, echolocation becomes its eyes, revealing a world of
while sound pulses through the water and becomes the language of survival.
The sperm whale's body is a marvel of evolution, built specifically for the crushing pressures of the deep ocean where it spends most of its life. Sperm whale societies are complex, relying on sound to communicate and navigate. The rising tide of underwater noise pollution isolates them, posing a grave danger. As we transition upward from the deep abyss, a remarkable shift occurs. The solitary existence of the depths gives way to the synchronized cooperation of giants.
Driven by instinct, these powerful tails and fins gather, moving in a pattern so precise, it is as if the sea itself is organizing the hunt. Coordinated and powerful, the pod ascends in unison, breaching the surface in a spectacular display to engulf the trapped bounty. Driven by instinct and precise cooperation, the humpback whales utilize a bubble net, forcing the herring upward before erupting from the depths to feed. Utilizing a strategy known as bubble net building, these humpbacks sculpt the ocean itself, creating transient architecture with astonishing precision. The ocean depths hold secrets passed down through generations. These humpbacks exhibit learned behavior. A wall of bubbles drives the herring upward. This sudden bounty attracts predators from the air, turning the surface into a shared feeding ground.
As the surface chaos subsides, we descend into the deep blue. Here, the ocean's apex predators move with absolute precision.
Orcas are more than just predators, they are social learners. Hunting traditions are passed down from older animals to younger ones.
Carrying the rhythm of deep time, this ancient mariner moves slowly toward the distant nesting beaches, a journey etched into her very being. The descent into the darker, rock-shadowed waters begins, foreshadowing the final chapter where the hidden deep will reveal the giant Pacific octopus. As the leatherback descends, the Pacific seafloor grows colder and darker. Here, beneath the waves, the true mist drifting low across the seafloor reveals a hidden ecosystem where kelp forests dance in the current and schools of fish navigate the rocky terrain.
In the vibrant depths of the Pacific, life thrives hidden in plain sight. Here, among
watch closely as the octopus reveals its mastery of disguise. Utilizing specialized pigment sacs, it melts into the complex textures of the corals.
This is the giant Pacific octopus. We see the mantle expanding and contracting as it breathes. Note the distinct sucker.
Utilizing touch and taste, the arms explore the terrain. For the octopus, the mind extends into the limbs, perceiving the world through contact.
Moving across the rocks with surprising precision, the octopus slips effortlessly into this narrow crevice. Then,
Moving with deliberate stealth, the predator closes in. In a sudden burst of speed, it strikes the unsuspecting crab.
The octopus demonstrates how flexibility overcomes rigidity, turning a narrow gap into a path to its prey.
With a rapid display of cellular control, the octopus melts into the background, vanishing with the water's movement.
The camera lingers on the eye, a silent sentinel in the underwater realm, conveying an awareness that defies explanation.
Moving into the den at the edge of the rocks, the creature folds its arms around the entrance, turning the seafloor into a hidden home.
A life lived brightly, a brilliant body burning intensely but only briefly. Its cycle is starkly different from the ancient whales, a rapid dance toward the quiet dark.
She will not feed for weeks, perhaps months, remaining steadfast by her clutch. This is the ultimate sacrifice for the next generation.
Re-enter the sperm whale's world of darkness. Clicks echo through deep water as the animal descends like a living sound instrument.
Leaving the safety of the nesting grounds, these tiny voyagers face the immense expanse of the ocean, a true living map of giants.
The ocean hides not just one giant, but many kinds of giant life. The largest animal, the largest fish, the winged ray, and the boneless intelligence.
The ocean is too wide, too deep, and too layered to be fully seen at once.
The reef, the kelp, the deep water, and the octopus's hidden den all blend together, leaving the impression that the ocean's final giant is not.
The ocean depths are a realm of silence, broken only by the powerful clicks of the great whale, echoing across the abyss and stirring the life within it.
Here, in the crushing darkness of the abyss, the whale's echolocation creates a sense of sight beyond sight. The void is structured by sound. The sperm whale's body is built for this depth, a life split between the surface breath and the far-off hunt in near-total darkness. The whale's true world is a vertical space, rarely witnessed in full. Here, far below the surface, the light finally fades.
Yet, as we gain perspective on the ocean column, moving shadows at varying depths reveal that giant life is not concentrated, but distributed throughout the sea. Rising from the deepest darkness, the immense silhouette of the blue whale connects the abyss to the surface, reminding us that scale exists across the entire water column.
From the depths it rises, a solitary breath taken in the vast emptiness, before returning to the silent blue.
The whale dives again, and the camera follows its body downward through increasingly blue water, as if the sea itself is pulling the animal back into mystery.
Driven by an ancient instinct, the largest animal on Earth lunges into the swarm, relying on this seasonal abundance of tiny krill for survival. With a slow, powerful motion, the blue whale feeds. Its mouth opens through the dense krill, throat pleats expanding before the water's migration begins now. Timing and food concentration are as important as size in sustaining this giant life in the vast ocean.
From the depths, we transition into these warm, sunlit waters. Here, bathed in golden light, the majestic whale shark opens its mouth in a broad sweep, filtering minute life from the water. Sunlight glitters across its spotted body like moving constellations.
Here, in the sunlit currents, the largest fish in the ocean relies entirely on the smallest lives, tiny eggs and drifting organisms.
The whale shark lingers near the surface, then slowly sinks, its vast body making the water look smaller by comparison, while
As we return to the reef edge, the current bends around the coral heads. The giant manta ray glides through the water with unexpected grace.
The manta loops through a cloud of plankton, turning in a measured spiral that appears almost choreographed, yet every movement is purposeful and efficient. Here at the cleaning station, small fish cluster around the ray's body. The ray remains motionless, trusting the smaller animals completely.
With slow, deliberate grace, the giant departs the reef. The open ocean welcomes this massive creature, a testament to the profound scale of the deep. The transition to the surface reveals a sudden burst of activity. Seabirds and distant fish disturbances suggest a giant feeding event is about to unfold.
Humpback whales returning again, their long fins lifting as they coordinate beneath the surface, and the ocean begins to feel organized by learned behavior rather than by chance.
Using a sophisticated technique known as bubble net feeding, these humpbacks create a wall of air, forcing the fish to the surface before emerging in perfect unison.
A colossal eruption. These walls of air, this temporary architecture, reshape the sea.
The turbulence fades, the bubbles dissipate. The ocean exhales, its secrets returning to the profound silence of the deep.
Humpback strategies are a form of living knowledge, with complex feeding methods and intricate songs spreading across the ocean depths.
As the light fades, the gentle giants retreat into the depths. But from the darkness emerge the ocean's wolves, moving as one. The water yields to their advance, a testament to their synchronized strength and ancient purpose.
Approaching from below, the orca turns sharply with devastating precision, revealing that speed alone does not explain its dominance.
For these apex predators, the hunt is a solemn lesson. Elders demonstrate strategy, creating a wall of bubbles, ensuring the pod's future through shared knowledge and devastating cooperation.
Driven by ancient instinct and sophisticated culture, the pod executes wave coordination, followed by silent alignment, trapping their prey with surgical precision.
The orca's true power is found not in individual speed or strength, but in the sophisticated coordination, communication, and shared decision-making of the pod. We follow the orcas into the open water, where the sea becomes darker and colder, drawing us toward the ancient rhythm of the leatherback turtle.
Reveal the leatherback turtle again, its ridged back moving through open water with steady, ancient purpose, crossing the sea as if following a route older than memory.
The leatherback swims onward beneath the surface, its front flippers pulling through the water in a slow, powerful rhythm that contrasts with the speed of the orca. Diving into the deep blue, the turtle begins its long migration. These journeys are crucial lifelines, bridging the gap between.
Under the cloak of darkness, the ancient mariner returns. The leatherback begins its arduous climb towards the nesting grounds. Under the cloak of moonlight, the leatherback excavates her nest. With the eggs safely deposited, she begins the journey back to the. Instinct alone guides them now. Tiny turtles moving toward the water, where the surf waits ahead like a first, formidable test. The journey begins anew. These ancient travelers return to the depths, carrying the promise of the future into the vast, dark ocean. Sinking once more toward the reef, we return to the giant Pacific octopus, where shadows and rock formations return,
The octopus reappears briefly, blending into stone, then unfolding an arm across the reef, reminding the viewer that the ocean's final The octopus shifts color and texture one final time. Then, it slips into a crevice so narrow that the body seems impossible to hide.
In the deepest reaches of the ocean, scale is measured in giants. These magnificent creatures rule the silent depths. The ocean is not empty, only too wide, too deep, too layered, and too alive for humans to witness all at once. Even as the sun sets on the surface, the deep ocean stirs with colossal life. Here, the movement is slow, deliberate, and immense. Here, in the twilight zone, the ocean holds its breath as day gives way to the profound silence of the deep. The sheer scale of the ocean remains beyond our easy comprehension, a humbling truth hidden in the deep blue vastness.
Here, in the mid-water, the light from above catches tiny particles, illuminating the vast, layered depths of this hidden realm.
Return to the blue whale as a pale form below the water, its movement slow and deliberate, reinforcing the idea that the largest animal on Earth remains only partially visible at.
The breath, a fleeting reminder of the surface, vanishes as the whale surrenders to the silent depths, swallowed by the vast, blue landscape of the sea.
In slow motion, the whale lunges forward, its specialized throat pleats stretching dramatically to capture huge amounts of tiny prey. The krill cloud appears again like drifting sparks in the water, and the blue whale moves through it as if passing through a living storm of small organisms.
The immense scale of the humpback whale contrasts sharply with the microscopic krill it consumes, a testament to life thriving through abundance at the smallest level.
With a final powerful sweep of its massive flukes, the whale descends beyond the reach of the sun, disappearing into the blue void.
Transitioning into the warmer currents, the sunlight reveals the magnificent whale shark, its spotted skin illuminated in this vast, cathedral-like expanse.
The majestic whale shark glides forward, mouth agape, filtering the water with serene patience. Around it, smaller.
Drawn by the currents that concentrate their food into dense, shimmering bands, the whale shark returns to these rich waters to feed. The majestic whale shark, adorned with its celestial pattern, begins its slow descent, leaving the sunlit reef behind as it gliding effortlessly over the reef edge. The manta ray harnesses the rising current. Its massive wings move in smooth, carefully controlled arcs. Ascending from the reef into open water, the manta ray begins its hypnotic spiral, filtering vast quantities of plankton in one continuous motion. Here, at the cleaning station, the giant manta finds a moment of respite. Tiny fish perform a vital service, the manta rises away from the reef and out into open water, leaving the viewer with the impression that elegance itself can be a survival strategy in the sea.
Deeper still, where the light struggles to penetrate the darkening blue, it is here that the silent, massive shadow of the sperm whale reigns supreme, a momentary reprieve at the surface. The ancient ritual of breath, exchanging the deep cold for the warmth of the air before returning to the darkness. Descending into the crushing darkness, the sperm whale unleashes a volley of powerful clicks, charting the abyss. In the depths below, life responds to the sound. The deep ocean is a world apart, defined not by sunlight, but by immense pressure, profound shadow, and the haunting sounds of its inhabitants.
And so the giant returns to the void. The ocean keeps its secrets well hidden in the blue-black depths.
Leaving the darkness behind, we rise towards the light. In these brighter surface waters, the ocean's giants congregate.
Working together, the humpback whales release a precise wall of bubbles, forcing the fish toward the surface before emerging in a synchronized feeding lunge.
Utilizing a sophisticated technique, the whales build a temporary wall of air. This forces the panicked fish into a tight-moving target.
Surging upward in perfect unison, the whales execute their coordinated attack, mouths agape, engulfing everything in their path.
This synchronized bubble net hunting technique isn't instinct. It's a learned behavior, passed down through the population, demonstrating a truly cultural phenomenon. The bubble net strategy forces the fish upward, creating a sudden bounty that attracts predators from above, linking the depths to the sky.
As suddenly as it began, the event concludes. The ocean surface settles, absorbing the frenzy back into its depths, returning to silence.
Transitioning back to the orcas, the pod travels in tight alignment, their forms cutting through the cold water with confidence and precision.
Watch closely as the pod turns, their spacing changing in a complex dialogue of motion and sound.
Swimming closely together reinforces their strength. The pod represents learning, memory, and vital social continuity across generations. The orca pod navigates this rich marine corridor, their presence sending ripples through the ecosystem as schools of fish scatter before them.
Their intelligence is not simply individual cleverness, but a profound group knowledge carried across generations. The ocean, it seems, the giants of the kelp yield to an even older presence. With slow, deliberate strokes, the ancient mariner crosses the open sea.
Across the seemingly endless blue, the leatherback moves steadily. The faint ambient light catches the ridges along its shell as it travels through the vast open water. Driven by ancient instinct, she navigates the water column, passing through feeding grounds and the deep travel lanes towards the nesting shores.
Driven by instinct, the ancient mariner begins the arduous journey up the beach to secure the next generation.
As the ancient traveler departs, the next generation emerges. Driven by instinct, these tiny hatchlings...
For millions of years, this ancient ritual has played out on these shores. A fragile beginning against the might of the ocean.
Hidden deep within the reef, the giant Pacific octopus remains perfectly still. Yet a shifting eye and a sudden change in skin texture reveal its location.
As it flows over the coral, the octopus adjusts its form, becoming one with the reef structure itself, a silent hunter of the deep.
Demonstrating high intelligence, the octopus tests the reef structure and manipulates this shell. Then, an instantaneous shift.
Here, in the quiet darkness of the den, the future sways gently in the current, watched over by a silent, solemn protector. While the great whales endure for centuries, the octopus's brilliance is fleeting. From her sacrifice, new life bursts forth as hers is extinguished.
Moving away from the sanctuary of the den, we see the reef open up. It is here, in this vast expanse, that the ocean floor reveals its hidden story.
These are the true rulers of the deep. The blue whale, the orca, the humpback, each a titan defining its own unique form of oceanic greatness.
This is the common world that holds them all. A journey from the sunlit surface to the deepest darkness.
They are real, immense, and still moving. Giants of the sea, navigating a world far beyond.
Below the smooth surface of the dusk sea, the water still hides great movement. Ancient roots are here at the edge of night. The ocean acts as a living boundary. The last rays of gold surrender to the encroaching blue of the deep.
In the vast, open channel, the smallest life sparkles like dust. Without them, the largest animals, what begins as a shadow beneath the waves, soon resolves into the unmistakable form of the leatherback sea turtle.
The leatherback pulls through the water in powerful, ancient strokes, each motion deliberate, crossing a distance that feels almost timeless. Driven by instinct, the green sea turtle navigates the vast ocean depths, moving tirelessly between its feeding grounds and distant nesting beaches.
The leatherback turtle, the largest turtle in the world, its flexible carapace catching the light as it glides through dark blue currents teeming with jellyfish and prey.
Following instincts shaped by millions of years of evolution, the leatherback feeds patiently, engulfing the soft-bodied organisms with graceful efficiency.
The turtle leaves the feeding zone, moving toward distant water. Its life is spread across vast regions, separated by storms, currents, and time.
Driven by instinct, older than the tides themselves, she emerges from the deep.
Once on land, the immense power of the sea turtle seems to vanish. Each movement becomes an arduous struggle, slow, exposed, and uncertain.
Using natural instinct and immense effort, she digs the nest deep beneath the surface, securing the next generation on this dark and silent shoreline.
Here, beneath the sand, lies the next generation. Their survival depends entirely on the precise timing and location of this.
Emerging into a world of turbulence, they must navigate the churning surf, guided only by the faint light above.
Let the baby turtles enter the waves one by one, disappearing into the dark foam as the sea receives them with both danger and possibility.
Swimming into the open water, their tiny bodies are pushed by the first strong current. This links the leatherback's ancient cycle to the future of the ocean. Transition away from the shoreline and back into the reef-shadowed Pacific, where dark stones, kelp, and hidden crevices prepare the return of the giant Pacific octopus.
Perfectly camouflaged against the dark rocks, the octopus waits. A flicker of light reveals a single eye, and then a curious arm slowly.
The octopus changes its color and texture to match the reef, seamlessly integrating with the stone. Now, only the slightest moving with quiet precision, the octopus uses the reef as shelter and a hunting ground. The surrounding fish instinctively keep their distance from this master of concealment.
Here, intelligence manifests without a spine. The octopus handles the shell with astonishing control, showcasing a remarkable.
The octopus utilizes distributed motion, its arms exploring the seabed independently, while the central body remains poised.
Moving with deliberate stealth rather than speed, the octopus makes every gesture intentional. With surgical precision, as the currents gently subside, the octopus retreats into the safety of its chosen refuge, sealing the entrance with its powerful arms. The female octopus remains vigilant, guarding her precious clutch. In this hidden chamber, life begins sheltered from the indifferent currents outside.
The octopus displays intense brilliance and power, a flash of life across the reef. But its time is tragically brief.
As we transition from the den back to open water, the camera rises through the blue column, showing the reef below as a small fragment of a much larger sea. The ocean is home to giants. We watch as the blue whale breathes at the surface, and the sperm whale disappears into the solemn darkness below.
The ocean's depths reveal the breadth of giant life. Humpbacks coordinate their bubble nets, while orcas move with
While the vast ocean highways belong to these ancient mariners, the vibrant reefs conceal a different kind of wisdom. Both are part of the endless pulse of the sea.
Even as the world above sleeps, the ocean depths remain teeming with life. A constant nocturnal ballet hidden beneath the waves.
Reveal plankton drifting through the darkness like distant stars, connecting the smallest living things to the biggest creatures on Earth.
Deep in the ocean's twilight zone, the greatest migrations remain invisible to the human eye. Yet these massive plankton fields. The ocean is a layered world. Though they occupy different depths, these giants remain tied together by water.
The reef's vibrant life fades into the crushing darkness of the deep ocean. Yet even here, isolated points of light remain visible in the void.
As the clicks fade, we are reminded of how much of this deep ocean realm remains forever beyond our reach.
Return to the humpback whales one last time, their cooperative feeding circles forming and dissolving with graceful efficiency, proving that learning and memory can.
The sea's precision hunters, their bodies aligned in a moving strategy, vanish into the dark water as quickly as they appeared. The ocean offers its definition of greatness, seen in the majestic power of the whale shark and the effortless grace of the manta ray. The leatherback journeys across vast oceans,
a migration etched into its very being over countless generations.
A final glimpse of the blue whale before it vanishes into the abyss, reminding us how little we see of these giants.
The deep ocean reveals its master of disguise. The giant Pacific octopus emerges from the shadows, its skin
proving that the ocean can hide a giant not by distance alone, but by flexibility and intelligence.
Here, where the sunlit waters meet the deep shadows of the reef, life thrives in countless forms. The ocean is never truly.
From the darkness of the reef, we ascend through layers of life. The light above intensifies, revealing the true scale of this immeasurable ocean.
In the ocean's vast expanse, giants move with purpose. Through breath, glide, and dive, they cooperate, hunt, and migrate.
The ocean is so wide, so deep, so layered, and so alive, that no single observation can contain it completely.
Below the surface, where the sun's reach ends, giants awaken, moving silently through the endless dark. The giants of the sea remain real, ancient, and farther from full human understanding than we like to admit. But beneath the tranquil surface, the deep ocean stirs. Life begins its ascent, drawn by the morning light. The early light filters through the water in long, pale shafts, revealing particles drifting towards the deep, where a distant giant begins to move.
The largest animal ever to live on Earth still feels almost impossible to fully see.
Rising slowly, the whale breaks the surface to breathe, the spout visible only briefly before it arches its back and disappears into the depths.
An ancient giant navigates the depths, a testament to nature's scale. Below, the smallest life shimmers in the current, dwarfed by the greatest body ever built.
The energy of countless tiny organisms becomes fuel for one immense animal.
As the whale moves deeper, its massive form is slowly swallowed by the endless blue horizon.
The tropical waters reveal the ocean's largest fish. The whale shark, a gentle spotted giant, glides effortlessly through a bright current.
With quiet patience, the whale shark opens its mouth, allowing the water to flow through. It acts less like a predator and more like a living current.
Gliding effortlessly, the whale shark begins its descent. The sunlight catches the intricate mosaic of spots and lines, a unique identifier.
Transition to the manta ray, its wings opening wide over a reef edge. The ocean feels lighter for a moment as the ray glides almost weightlessly.
Spiraling upward into the densest patch of plankton, the manta performs an elegant, practical maneuver. Every movement is placed where the food is thickest, ensuring maximum efficiency.
As the manta hovers over the cleaning station, smaller fish perform a vital service, removing parasites.
The manta rises away from the reef and disappears into open blue, leaving behind only the impression that grace itself can become a form of survival.
The camera drops into colder water. The sperm whale returns as a dark shape below the light, a crucial link to the hidden world of sound.
With a powerful exhale, the leviathan draws breath at the surface before beginning its long descent back into the silent, crushing darkness of the abyss.
Into the darkness, where sound becomes structure, revealing a world of squid, pressure-adapted fish, and prey moving in layers invisible from above.
The sperm whale's anatomy is uniquely adapted for the crushing pressures of the midnight zone. Rising from the depths, the darkness gives way to light. And here, in the sunlit surface layer, the cooperative giants continue their work together.
In a remarkable display of cooperation, the humpbacks deploy a curtain of bubbles, corralling their prey toward the surface before the final, explosive lunge. Breaking the surface in a burst of foam, these gentle giants conclude their synchronized hunt before disappearing back into the deep blue. The synchronized movements of these whales are not instinctual, but learned behaviors, shared memories essential for survival. The feeding event is a temporary reshaping of the marine scene. Seabirds circle briefly above the disturbed water before the surface settles again into tranquility.
Transition into orcas once more, the pod moving with exact alignment and black and white bodies cutting through the water like a disciplined thought in motion. The pod's power lies not only in their speed through the water, but in the social continuity that binds them, keeping the young close to the elders.
In the deep blue, the orca pod navigates with absolute precision, their synchronized turns sending ripples of panic through the nearby schools of fish. Here, intelligence is a shared culture. These synchronized movements are learned behaviors, passed down through generations, allowing them to cooperate with deadly precision. The leatherback turtle moves across the open sea with slow strokes, its ancient body carrying the rhythm of long migration over immense distance.
The leatherback follows the invisible river of the current, drawn instinctively towards the warmer, shallower waters of the feeding grounds. Hauled from the ocean depths, the female begins the arduous task of securing her legacy beneath the sand. From the nest, a new generation emerges under the moonlight, drawn inexorably toward the rhythmic promise of the waiting surf.
With instinct as their guide, they return to the sea. A cycle of endurance begins, fraught with vulnerability, in the hope of one day returning home.
Transition back to the giant Pacific octopus in its rocky den, where only an eye and a changing patch of skin reveal that the reef still hides a mind without bones. Gliding across the seafloor, it tests the stone, then folds back into the shadow, as if the reef itself is remembering its shape.
The precision with which it manipulates the shell highlights an intelligence that, while alien to us, is undeniably extraordinary.
Watch closely as the octopus melts into the coral, a seamless blend of color and form, until only a moving shadow remains. Here, in the quiet darkness of the den, she embodies dedication. A silent vigil, the ultimate hidden sacrifice for the life within her care.
She holds them close, a protective embrace against the deep currents. A moment of tenderness in a world of stone and shadow. Deep in the blue, the true giants of our world reside. From the massive blue whale to the elusive octopus, these creatures dominate the ocean depths. Gliding through the current, the sea turtle begins its long migration. Below, the whale spirals upward, a dramatic dive culminating in a powerful breath. Every giant lives in a different layer of the same ocean, and no single layer can explain all of them. Draught by the unseen currents, the humpback whale encounters a massive bloom of krill. This dense layer of life is the energy source driving its survival. Within this living architecture of the deep ocean, creatures like the great whale are not separate, but an integral part of the structure itself, flowing with the currents.
Rising from the blue abyss, a single breath links the ocean depths to the evening sky, a timeless connection between sea and air. We descend now into the crushing silence of the deep, a realm where sound and shadow dominate, and ancient creatures remain forever obscured by the darkness.
Far below the camera's reach, the ocean's giants move silently through the depths. We see only fragments of lives that remain largely hidden from human sight.
Witness the majesty of the deep, the breathing of the great whales, the silent filtering of the whale shark, and the incredible vanishing act of the octopus. A shadow, a fin, a fleeting glimpse of an eye. The deep ocean guards its secrets, never revealing everything at once. Into the quiet depths she descends, becoming part of the immense, unseen life below the calm surface.
The ocean is not empty. It is too wide, too deep, and too alive for our understanding ever to fully grasp.
At the meeting point of desert, sunlight, and sea, the Red Sea Ocean begins as a world of beauty, danger, and mystery. From above, this sea looks silent and gentle, but beneath the surface of the Red Sea Ocean lies a living world. Every descent into this sea is a crossing from the world we know into the hidden heart of the Red Sea Ocean. The deeper we enter the Red Sea Ocean, the more the sea begins to reveal the first shadows of a world built beneath the waves. Here, the Red Sea Ocean begins to change from open blue water into a hidden sea kingdom filled with color, movement, and life. The beauty of this sea is not empty beauty. Every color in the Red Sea Ocean belongs to a living system struggling to survive. Even the sand beneath this sea carries the marks of the Red Sea Ocean, shaped by currents, tides, and the slow rhythm of time. At first, the Red Sea Ocean shows only wonder, but every opening in the reef is also a doorway into survival. Light is the first architect of this sea, shaping every color, every shadow, and every movement inside the Red Sea Ocean. In the Red Sea Ocean, beauty is built layer by layer, and this first coral garden is only the beginning of the seal's hidden story. Now the Red Sea Ocean begins to open before us, not as a silent blue space, but as a living sea city built by coral and time. Every narrow passage in this sea leads to another chamber of life, and every coral wall protects a fragile part of the Red Sea Ocean.
The Red Sea Ocean is never truly still. Even in silence, the sea is filled with movement.
Below the bright reef, the seafloor tells its own quiet story, written by currents, small creatures, and the endless patience of the ocean. From the sand to the coral, every layer of the Red Sea Ocean is connected,
and each layer depends on the one beneath it. A single coral tower in this sea can become a home, a shelter, a hunting ground, and a landmark within the Red Sea Ocean. Around this living tower, the Red Sea Ocean shows its first great rule. Every creature must find its place. Above the reef, the sea becomes a moving sky, where schools of fish travel like clouds through the Red Sea Ocean. In the Red Sea Ocean, beauty and danger often move in the same water, separated only by distance, timing, and instinct. This first glimpse of the Red Sea Ocean has shown only the surface of its story, and ahead, the Coral Kingdom will reveal far more. As we move farther into the Red Sea Ocean, the reef begins to unfold like a living map beneath the sea. Every shelf, every crack, and every sandy path in this sea gives shelter to life within the Red Sea Ocean. The closer we move through this sea, the more the Red Sea Ocean reveals that beauty is also a system of hiding places. This wider reef shows the Red Sea Ocean at its most delicate, where thousands of lives depend on balance within the sea. The Red Sea Ocean teaches its lesson quietly. Beauty may fill the sea, but every creature must remain aware. As the fish return to their rhythm, the Red Sea Ocean invites us deeper into the reef, where the true complexity of the sea is waiting. The deeper we follow this movement, the more the Red Sea Ocean becomes a world of hidden roots beneath the sea. Inside this coral passage, the Red Sea Ocean begins to trade open brightness for shadow, depth, and quiet discovery. From above, this sea chamber shows how the Red Sea Ocean builds order from coral, sand, light, and instinct. Even the quiet center of this sea holds signs of movement, proof that the Red Sea Ocean is alive, even where it seems empty. The Red Sea Ocean always leads us from emptiness back to life, from silence back to the crowded pulse of the reef. As the light strengthens again, the Red Sea Ocean reveals its power to turn every reef corner into a new beginning. The Red Sea Ocean is beautiful because it is alive, but life in this sea also means caution, shelter, and constant awareness. This first chapter of the Red Sea Ocean is leading us toward the Coral Kingdom, where the sea's beauty, danger, and mystery begin to collide.
The first chapter of the Red Sea Ocean has shown us only the edge of a much greater world beneath the sea.
What seemed at first like simple beauty is now becoming a living structure, a sea kingdom built by countless fragile lives.
In the Red Sea Ocean, color is not decoration, it is life, warning, camouflage, attraction, and survival within the sea.
Every small movement inside this sea has meaning, and every creature in the Red Sea Ocean must understand the rhythm of the reef. The Red Sea Ocean never reveals itself all at once. The sea leads us from one hidden chamber of life into another. Here, beauty gathers in silence, but beyond the light, the Red Sea Ocean still holds danger and mystery. At this boundary, the Red Sea Ocean shows the truth of the sea. Safety and uncertainty often exist only a few meters apart. The opening journey has brought us to the threshold, where the reef begins to tell its deeper story. Before we enter the deeper dangers of the Red Sea Ocean, we must first understand the brilliant sea kingdom that makes this world possible. Next, we enter the Coral Kingdom of the Red Sea Ocean, where beauty becomes a living city, and every corner of the sea hides a story of survival. Now we enter the Coral Kingdom of the Red Sea Ocean, where the sea turns beauty into shelter, movement, and life. The Red Sea Ocean is built by lives so small they are almost invisible, yet together they create an entire sea kingdom. Every surface in this sea has a purpose, and every opening in the Red Sea Ocean may become a refuge for life. To follow these fish is to discover that the Red Sea Ocean is filled with secret roads beneath the sea. Inside the Red Sea Ocean, the Coral Kingdom is a maze where every turn can mean food, shelter, danger, or escape. Beyond the corridor, the Red Sea Ocean opens into a forest of coral, where the sea itself seems to breathe. The Red Sea Ocean is organized in layers, from the coral below to the open sea above, and each layer holds a different kind of life.
In this sea, survival is not always a battle.
Sometimes the Red Sea Ocean depends on cooperation, but
the deeper we observe the Red Sea Ocean, the clearer it becomes that this coral kingdom survives through connection, balance, and constant motion. In this coral kingdom, the Red Sea Ocean survives through connection, and even the smallest fish helps keep the sea alive. The Red Sea Ocean is not only filled with life, it is organized by movement, color, shelter, and instinct. Above the reef, the sea becomes a moving sky, and the Red Sea Ocean fills that sky with thousands of small lives. Every shadow inside this sea has meaning, because in the Red Sea Ocean, darkness can become shelter. Beyond the shadows, the Red Sea Ocean returns to light, where the sea feeds the reef with every passing current. The current is the hidden river of the Red Sea Ocean, carrying food, signals, and change through the sea. As the current carries us forward, the Red Sea Ocean leads us toward a greater reef wall, where the sea's living architecture rises into view. Here, the Red Sea Ocean builds upward, turning coral into a living wall where the sea gathers life in layers. On this wall, the Red Sea Ocean shows how every ledge, crack, and shadow can become a home within the sea. The higher we move along this seawall, the more the Red Sea Ocean reveals how light controls where life gathers. The current feeds this wall, and the Red Sea Ocean turns moving water into energy for the entire reef. In the Red Sea Ocean, survival is often built on trust, where even tiny fish can protect the health of larger lives. Beneath the bright life of the reef, the Red Sea Ocean keeps quieter spaces, where the sea hides what it is not ready to reveal. The mystery of this sea is not always found in great depth. Sometimes the Red Sea Ocean hides it inside a single dark opening. Back in the light, the Red Sea Ocean becomes motion again, a sea of color rising and falling with every passing current. Seen from a distance, this reef wall becomes a complete world, showing how the Red Sea Ocean stacks life from sand to sunlight. As we leave the wall behind, the Red Sea Ocean guides us toward a new reef plateau, where the sea's coral kingdom continues to expand. Beyond the wall, the Red Sea Ocean opens again, and the sea reveals a plateau where life spreads outward in every direction. On this plateau, the Red Sea Ocean becomes a garden of coral, where the sea grows beauty through patience, light, and movement. The closer we look, the more the Red Sea Ocean becomes a world of tiny lives, building the sea one detail at a time. Even across this open sea plateau, the reef creates pathways, and the Red Sea Ocean uses them to connect one shelter to another. This sandy path is more than empty space. In the Red Sea Ocean, it is a route through the sea where movement becomes survival. The Red Sea Ocean leads us from open light back into complexity, where the sea hides countless lives inside coral walls. In this part of the Red Sea Ocean, every creature lives between two choices: remain protected within the reef or risk the open sea. Above the coral, the Red Sea Ocean turns movement into protection, as the sea gathers small lives into one shifting form. In the Red Sea Ocean, unity can become a shield, because the open sea is beautiful, but it is never empty. As the school fades into the sea, the Red Sea Ocean draws us onward, toward a coral forest where the reef's hidden life grows even more intense. Inside this sea forest, every branch of coral becomes a shelter, and every space between them becomes a path through the Red Sea Ocean. To move through the Red Sea Ocean is to follow instinct, because in this sea, every turn can lead to food, safety, or danger. Here, the Red Sea Ocean seems to breathe, as the reef and the fish move together in the same pulse of the sea. Below the color of the reef, the Red Sea Ocean keeps another layer of life, quieter, slower, and harder to see. The Red Sea Ocean never separates beauty from mystery. The sea hides both in the same reef, often only a few inches apart. In the Red Sea Ocean, even the brightest beauty carries awareness, because the sea rewards those who notice change. The Red Sea Ocean often gives its warning in silence, through a shift in movement, a pause in the reef, and a shadow in the sea. This is where the Coral Kingdom teaches us the truth of the Red Sea Ocean. Beauty can protect life, but it can never erase danger from the sea. Next, we leave the brightest heart of the Red Sea Ocean and begin to uncover the hidden danger beneath the beauty of the sea. Beyond the brightest heart of the reef, the Red Sea Ocean begins to reveal the danger hidden inside beauty. At this boundary, the Red Sea Ocean becomes a meeting place where reef life, open water, and hidden danger constantly overlap. As we descend along the reef slope, the Red Sea Ocean leads us into a darker zone where danger becomes harder to see. In this sea, danger does not always arrive with motion. Sometimes it begins with stillness. The reef reacts before the eye understands, because in the Red Sea Ocean, survival depends on sensing danger early. As the reef slope darkens, the Red Sea Ocean teaches us that danger is often hardest to see when the sea appears calm. In the Red Sea Ocean, some danger does not chase through the sea. It waits silently, hidden in plain sight. The Red Sea Ocean often hides its hunters beyond the frame, allowing only their shadow to speak for them. Here, the Red Sea Ocean turns invisibility into protection, and the sea allows danger to become part of the landscape. Here, danger wears beauty openly, and the Red Sea Ocean gives even its most dangerous creatures a hypnotic grace. After seeing what can hide on the seafloor, every shadow in the Red Sea Ocean begins to feel more alive. In the Red Sea Ocean, beauty can be a warning, and stillness can be more powerful than speed. The reef is not only a shelter. In the Red Sea Ocean, it is also a place where danger can wait unseen. Not every hidden creature in this sea is a hunter. In the Red Sea Ocean, camouflage can also be the language of defense. Inside this shadowed space, the Red Sea Ocean reminds us that the reef has eyes, even where the light cannot reach. The Red Sea Ocean is filled with quiet transformations, where survival may depend on becoming part of the sea itself. Nothing here is wasted. Not a shadow, not a crack, not a pause. Everything in the Red Sea Ocean can become part of survival. Every creature in the Red Sea Ocean reads the sea around it, measuring distance, movement, and the intentions of others. In the Red Sea Ocean, danger is not always an event. Often, it is a pattern of respect written into the movement of the sea. We have seen danger inside the reef, but the Red Sea Ocean holds another kind of danger in the open sea beyond. When the fish gather tightly again, the Red Sea Ocean signals that something in the sea has changed. Beyond the reef, the Red Sea Ocean becomes a different world, where the safety of coral gives way to the uncertainty of open sea. In the open sea, there are fewer places to hide, and every movement in the Red Sea Ocean must be measured with care. Now the Red Sea Ocean draws us toward a greater danger, where the open sea holds shapes that move with power, distance, and silence. For small fish in the Red Sea Ocean, the open sea offers space, but space also means risk. In the Red Sea Ocean, the open sea can turn silent in an instant, and that silence is often the first sign of power nearby. The Red Sea Ocean does not need violence to reveal danger. Sometimes distance alone is enough to change the behavior of the sea. The Red Sea Ocean gives warning through motion, and when a school tightens, the sea itself seems to hold its breath. A great hunter in the Red Sea Ocean moves like part of the sea itself, quiet, patient, and almost impossible to ignore. In this sea, a hunter does not need to rush. The Red Sea Ocean often gives power to patience. The Red Sea Ocean is not always violent, but the possibility of danger shapes every choice made in the sea. In the Red Sea Ocean, survival is often not about escape at the last moment, but about knowing when to return to shelter. After every journey into open water, the Red Sea Ocean draws small lives back toward the protection of the reef. The reef becomes a fortress in the Red Sea Ocean, a place where small lives survive by knowing every hidden passage of the sea. Inside these coral passages, the Red Sea Ocean changes from open danger into hidden strategy, where the sea rewards those who know the maze. The reef may offer shelter, but in the Red Sea Ocean, the edge of safety is never far from the unknown. Even after leaving the open sea, danger remains. In the Red Sea Ocean, the reef can hide what the eye almost misses. The Red Sea Ocean is full of hidden warnings, And sometimes the most dangerous shape in the sea is the one that looks like stone. As we rise again through the reef, the Red Sea Ocean reminds us that danger and beauty are never separate. They trade places with every turn of the sea. The Red Sea Ocean has shown us danger in the open sea and danger inside the reef, but its deepest warnings still lie ahead. The Red Sea Ocean has shown danger in the open sea and danger inside the reef, but the deepest warnings often arrive at the edge of the reef. The Red Sea Ocean becomes a border between color and shadow, between shelter and the deep sea beyond. Below the bright reef, the Red Sea Ocean descends into a world where shapes become shadows and danger becomes harder to read. The Red Sea Ocean changes with depth, and every meter downward takes the sea farther from brightness and closer to mystery. In the Red Sea Ocean, survival is written into small decisions: when to move, when to hide, and when to vanish into the sea. Here, danger is not a moment. In the Red Sea Ocean, danger is the endless presence of the unknown sea around every living thing. The farther we drift from the sunlit reef, the more the Red Sea Ocean begins to trade beauty for silence, depth, and uncertainty. This is where the Red Sea Ocean reveals its true nature: beauty behind us, danger around us, and mystery waiting below. Now the Red Sea Ocean begins to lead us away from the reef and into the deep blue mystery, where light slowly disappears. Next, we descend into the deep blue mystery of the Red Sea Ocean, where the sea grows darker, quiet. Now we enter the deep blue mystery of the Red Sea Ocean, where the sea grows darker, quieter, and less familiar with every descent. Above us, light still belongs to the reef, but below us, the Red Sea Ocean begins to belong to shadow. The Red Sea Ocean is not only reefs and color. Beneath the beauty, the sea drops into walls, canyons, and hidden depths. Along this wall, the Red Sea Ocean becomes a border between solid stone and endless water, between what can be seen and what remains unknown. In the deeper Red Sea Ocean, life becomes quieter, slower, and harder to find, but it never truly disappears from the sea. The deeper we travel, the more the Red Sea Ocean offers doorways into places where light can barely follow. Some places in the Red Sea Ocean do not reveal themselves at once. The sea asks for patience before it allows us closer. At this threshold, the Red Sea Ocean becomes a mystery within a mystery, a hidden room inside the deep sea.
Inside this hidden passage, the Red Sea Ocean changes again, from wide blue depth into a narrow world shaped by stone, silence, and darkness.
Here, where sunlight weakens, the Red Sea Ocean begins to whisper another story, one written in darkness.
Here, inside the deeper Red Sea Ocean, light no longer rules the sea. It survives only in fragments. In this sea, even the smallest light becomes a signal, a warning, or a fragile sign of life in the dark. The deeper this passage leads, the more the Red Sea Ocean becomes a place of silence, adaptation, and hidden endurance. Inside the Red Sea Ocean, even darkness has direction, guiding life through hidden corridors carved by time and water. In places like this, the Red Sea Ocean becomes a refuge, where life survives by slowing down and staying close to stone. Every layer of the Red Sea Ocean is connected, and survival in this sea depends on forces moving quietly between darkness and light. The deep sea gives to the reef in ways that are almost unseen, and the Red Sea Ocean depends on this hidden movement to keep life alive. As light returns, the Red Sea Ocean reveals that survival is not sudden. It is built slowly, one reef, one current. This coral may look still, but in the Red Sea Ocean, it is constantly feeding, breathing, building, and surviving against the sea. In this sea, survival is shared, because the Red Sea Ocean holds life together through feeding, cleaning, hiding, and moving. The Red Sea Ocean survives through balance, and even a fish grazing quietly on the reef helps protect the seal's fragile foundation. From the coral floor to the open sea above, the Red Sea Ocean builds survival in layers, and every layer must remain strong. Movement is survival in the Red Sea Ocean, because the sea demands that every creature know when to rise, when to feed, and when to return. In this sea, nothing survives alone. The Red Sea Ocean depends on timing, shelter. As the current carries us forward, the Red Sea Ocean begins to show the fragile strength of life adapting to a changing sea. As the current reaches brighter water, the Red Sea Ocean reveals how survival depends on adapting to a sea that never stands still. The reef may appear strong, but in the Red Sea Ocean, even the brightest coral survives only when the sea remains in balance. In this sea, survival is not always dramatic. The Red Sea Ocean often tests life through space, shelter, and quiet competition. For a small fish in the Red Sea Ocean, survival can be measured in seconds, in distance, and in the safety of the next coral opening. The Red Sea Ocean is a world of constant choices, where every creature must read the sea before it moves. To feed, life must leave shelter, and in the Red Sea Ocean, every meal comes with a measure of risk. In this ocean, timing is everything, because the Red Sea gives life only brief moments to feed before the sea asks it to return. The reef protects life, but life must also protect the reef, and this is the fragile agreement at the heart of the Red Sea Ocean. In the Red Sea Ocean, survival is not carried by one creature alone. It is shared across the entire sea. This living reef is beautiful, but its strength is fragile, and the Red Sea Ocean survives only by holding many forces in balance. In the Red Sea Ocean, warmth gives life energy, but too much change can turn strength into fragility. The current is more than movement. In the Red Sea Ocean, it is the sea's way of delivering life to the reef. In this sea, survival often means choosing the right place to wait, where food arrives but danger stays at a distance. The Red Sea Ocean is never completely still, and every creature here must learn to use the sea's force without being carried away by it. Even in a sea of movement, life needs shelter, and the Red Sea Ocean offers calm pockets where fragile creatures can recover. In these protected corners, the Red Sea Ocean gives young life a chance, but even here, survival remains uncertain. From the beginning, life in the Red Sea Ocean must learn the language of shadow, shelter, and sudden silence. The danger passes, the current continues, and the Red Sea Ocean returns to the endless rhythm that holds the reef together. Abundance in the Red Sea Ocean is not guaranteed. It is created every moment by balance between current, coral, fish, and light. The Red Sea Ocean is strong because it is connected, yet fragile because every connection must keep working for the sea to survive. The Red Sea Ocean survives because every part of the sea is linked, from the smallest shelter to the widest current. In this sea, the current is not background motion. It is the quiet force that carries food, oxygen, and survival through the Red Sea Ocean.
The Red Sea Ocean offers life, but it also tests life, because every safe space in the sea has value.
In the Red Sea Ocean, the reef protects countless lives, but the reef itself must also be protected by the behavior of the sea.
Young life in the Red Sea Ocean begins in small protected spaces, where the sea offers shelter before it demands strength. From the first days of life, the Red Sea Ocean teaches every creature to read the sea through light, shadow, and movement. The Red Sea Ocean is a chain of survival, and every link in the sea depends on another link staying strong.
In the Red Sea Ocean, light gives energy, but life must also know when to seek shade, rest, and protection within the sea.
Rest is also survival in the Red Sea Ocean, because the sea rewards those that save energy for the moment they truly need it. The Red Sea Ocean is powerful because life adapts, but it remains fragile because every adaptation depends on balance within the sea. The Red Sea Ocean is powerful because life adapts, but every adaptation depends on balance within the sea. In this fragile sea, survival is not one great act, but thousands of small actions repeated every day inside the Red Sea Ocean. Every meal in the Red Sea Ocean requires a choice, because the sea gives life and tests life at the same time. In the Red Sea Ocean, survival belongs to those that understand when to move, when to hide, and when to wait. The Red Sea Ocean looks abundant here, but abundance survives only when the sea's hidden balance remains unbroken. This sea survives because its parts are connected, and the Red Sea Ocean becomes fragile whenever one connection begins to fail.
Here, the Red Sea Ocean gathers every lesson of the sea. Beauty to attract life, danger to shape it,
The Red Sea Ocean is not one story, but many stories moving together through the same water. From the smallest coral polyp to the widest current, the Red Sea Ocean survives through balance, and that balance is the true strength of the sea. Next, we return to the full Red Sea Ocean, where beauty, danger, and mystery finally collide in one unforgettable sea. Now the Red Sea Ocean gathers every force we have seen, beauty, danger, mystery, and survival, into one living sea. The Red Sea Ocean is not divided into separate worlds. The reef, the open sea, and the deep all breathe through the same water. The beauty of the Red Sea Ocean is still the first thing we see, but now we understand how much life is hidden inside that beauty. Here, the Red Sea Ocean reminds us that danger does not always destroy beauty. Sometimes it wears beauty as its warning. When life leaves the reef, the Red Sea Ocean changes its rules, and every movement across the open sea becomes a risk. The Red Sea Ocean does not need chaos to show power. Sometimes the quiet presence of a hunter is enough to reshape the sea. Below the danger of the open sea, the Red Sea Ocean holds another force entirely: the mystery of depth. The Red Sea Ocean is beautiful at the surface, dangerous at the edge, and mysterious in the darkness below. Everything we have seen belongs to one sea, and every layer of the Red Sea Ocean shapes the layer above and below it. This is the Red Sea Ocean in its true form, a living sea where beauty, danger, and mystery collide without ever becoming separate. In this single frame, the Red Sea Ocean becomes the whole story, a sea where every force touches every other force. The Red Sea Ocean never separates wonder from risk, because the same sea that feeds life also tests it. Every crossing in the Red Sea Ocean is a choice between the safety of the reef and the opportunity of the open sea. In the Red Sea Ocean, danger may pass without violence, but its presence changes the rhythm of the sea. The reef may seem like a safe kingdom, but the Red Sea Ocean keeps the deep mystery close, even inside its brightest coral. Beneath every bright surface, the Red Sea Ocean holds a quieter world, where the sea keeps its oldest secrets. This is the Red Sea Ocean at its most mysterious, where the sea invites us closer but never gives away everything it holds. The Red Sea Ocean moves between darkness and light, as if both are part of the same breath. Seen from above, the Red Sea Ocean is a living map of connection, where every path leads from beauty toward risk and from risk toward mystery. The Red Sea Ocean is unforgettable because it is never only one thing. The sea is beauty, danger.
The Red Sea Ocean is unforgettable because it is never only one thing. The sea is beauty, danger.
Every path through the Red Sea Ocean carries more than motion. It carries the memory of shelter, hunger, caution, and instinct. The great story of the Red Sea Ocean is written in small details, in sand tracks, coral shadows, and the quiet movement of life. In this sea, every doorway is both promise and warning, because the Red Sea Ocean hides mystery inside beauty. The Red Sea Ocean leads us through gateways of coral, each one opening from what we know into what the sea still keeps hidden. Here, the Red Sea Ocean shows balance at the edge, where beauty holds its ground while danger moves quietly in the distance. Below the reef, the Red Sea Ocean keeps its deeper silence, where the sea becomes shadow, pressure, and hidden light. Nothing in the Red Sea Ocean is truly separate. The deep feeds the reef shelters life, and life moves the story of the sea forward. The Red Sea Ocean is a circle of survival, where each return to the reef carries the influence of the deep sea below. As the Red Sea Ocean opens beneath us, the full truth becomes clear. This sea is not only a place to witness, but a world to understand. As the Red Sea Ocean opens beneath us, the full truth becomes clear. This sea is not only a place to witness, but a world to understand. Every path in the Red Sea Ocean connects to another, and every movement in the sea becomes part of a larger design.
The Red Sea Ocean holds many worlds close together, and the distance between color and darkness is often only a few meters of sea.
In this sea, survival is the art of balance, and the Red Sea Ocean asks every creature to understand the line between safety and risk. The Red Sea Ocean gives life the courage to move, But the sea also reminds life to return before the distance becomes too great. Danger in the Red Sea Ocean does not always strike. Sometimes it simply passes through the sea and changes everything around it. The Red Sea Ocean is filled with doorways, and each doorway leads from light into shadow, from safety into the unknown. The Red Sea Ocean is filled with doorways, and each doorway leads from light into shadow. The Red Sea Ocean does not choose between darkness and light. It carries both, and life must learn to move between them. Now the Red Sea Ocean prepares to leave us with its final lesson. This sea is most powerful when all of its hidden forces collide. The final lesson of the Red Sea Ocean begins here, where every hidden force of the sea comes together in one living world. Beauty is the face of the Red Sea Ocean, but beneath that beauty, the sea is always moving, testing, hiding, and surviving. Every creature in the Red Sea Ocean belongs to the same fragile rhythm, and every rhythm helps the sea continue. Danger is not separate from the Red Sea Ocean. It is one of the forces that shapes the movement, caution, and intelligence of the sea. Mystery is the depth of the Red Sea Ocean, the part of the sea that remains unseen even after the journey has changed us. From darkness to color, from depth to reef, the Red Sea Ocean shows that every layer of the sea belongs to the same story. This is why the Red Sea Ocean is unforgettable, because it does not offer one truth, but many truths moving together beneath the sea. The Red Sea Ocean is a living collision of forces, and its power comes from the way those forces remain connected. As we rise from the reef, the Red Sea Ocean remains below us, still alive, still dangerous, still beautiful, and still filled with mystery. The journey ends here, but the Red Sea Ocean continues, where beauty, danger, and mystery collide beneath the endless sea. This hidden chamber shows another face of the Red Sea Ocean. Not bright, not crowded, but ancient. In the deep Red Sea Ocean, mystery is not only what hides in darkness, but how life continues where almost nothing seems possible. Every hidden room in the Red Sea Ocean seems to lead to another, as if the sea itself is built from secrets. The path ahead sinks lower, and the Red Sea Ocean draws us farther from light, farther from color, and deeper into the unknown sea. At the end of this hidden passage, the Red Sea Ocean opens again, but now the sea ahead is darker, wider, and far more mysterious. Beyond the hidden cave, the Red Sea Ocean opens into a deeper world, where the sea becomes wider, darker, and far less familiar. Here, the Red Sea Ocean no longer feels like a reef. It feels like a silent sky beneath the sea. The Red Sea Ocean may appear empty in the deep, but the sea is never truly empty. Life simply becomes harder to find. Down here, the Red Sea Ocean is shaped by pressure, darkness, and the slow endurance of life against stone. In this deep part of the Red Sea Ocean, survival belongs to creatures that can vanish into the sea itself. The deep Red Sea Ocean is full of hidden valleys, places where the sea gathers silence, shadow, and fragile life. This valley is another corridor of the Red Sea Ocean, not carved for us, but shaped by the sea over time beyond human memory. The farther we move through this sea valley, the more the Red Sea Ocean seems to leave the surface world behind. Where sunlight cannot reach, the Red Sea Ocean creates its own language of light, faint, brief, and mysterious. The valley ends, but the mystery does not. Ahead, the Red Sea Ocean opens into a deeper basin where the sea holds its secrets in darkness.
The valley opens into a basin, and the Red Sea Ocean becomes a hidden plain where silence stretches farther than light.
Down here, the sea does not need color to feel alive, and the Red Sea Ocean speaks through stillness, shadow, and faint hidden light. In this part of the Red Sea Ocean, survival belongs to those that move slowly, hide well, and waste nothing. Even where the sea appears empty, the Red Sea Ocean leaves clues in the sand, traces of movement written softly across the deep. The Red Sea Ocean guides us onward through the faintest signs, because in the deep sea, even a track in the sand can become a story. This ridge may look small, but in the Red Sea Ocean, even a low rise can divide shelter from exposure in the deep sea. The basin is not the end of the descent. the Red Sea Ocean keeps lowering the seafloor into deeper layers of mystery. With every downward turn, the Red Sea Ocean grows less familiar, as if the sea is hiding older worlds beneath newer ones.
Here, the Red Sea Ocean reveals a world that does not need brightness to be beautiful, only the will to survive in darkness.
Ahead, another opening waits in the deep Red Sea Ocean, and the sea seems to pull everything slowly toward the darkness beyond. At the edge of this canyon, the Red Sea Ocean feels less like a place and more like a question waiting in the dark. The Red Sea Ocean does not reveal its deepest rooms easily. It hides them behind stone, darkness, and pressure. Inside this canyon, the sea becomes a passage through shadow, where the Red Sea Ocean carries life into places almost untouched by light. Even here, far below the Coral Kingdom, the Red Sea Ocean refuses to become empty, and the sea still finds a way to hold life. In the deep Red Sea Ocean, movement becomes careful, energy becomes precious, and survival depends on doing almost everything slowly. The Red Sea Ocean keeps building mysteries within mysteries, each hidden space leading the sea into another layer of darkness. Here, mystery is not empty darkness. In the Red Sea Ocean, mystery is life adapting to a world without comfort. Looking back, the Red Sea Ocean reminds us how far we have traveled from color, from warmth, and from the easy beauty of the shallow sea. The deep Red Sea Ocean may seem separate from the reef, but every layer of the sea is connected by currents, nutrients, and life. Next, we return toward the living layers of the Red Sea Ocean, where survival depends on balance, adaptation, and the fragile strength of the sea. The Pacific Ocean looks peaceful, but beneath this enormous sea, Earth is hiding forces powerful enough to. The Pacific Ocean is not silent at all, because every movement of the sea is connected to deeper, invisible energy.
This peaceful sea is only the outer skin of a much larger and more restless ocean system.
Below the calm sea surface, the Pacific Ocean carries heat, pressure, and geological stress across unimaginable distances.
That the Pacific Ocean is both a cradle of life and one of the greatest engines of natural disaster on Earth.
To understand where earthquakes, tsunamis, and superstorms begin, we must look beyond the surface of the sea. Beneath the sea surface, the Pacific Ocean becomes a hidden world shaped by pressure, darkness, and time. Most of the Pacific Ocean is hidden beneath light, where the sea begins to reveal its true scale and power. That the deeper the Pacific Ocean becomes, the closer we move toward the forces that shape the planet from below. Beneath the Pacific Ocean Sea lies the restless foundation where the story of earthquakes, tsunamis, and superstorms truly begins. The Pacific Ocean seafloor is not a quiet, empty plain, but a vast, hidden landscape shaped by pressure, movement, and ancient force.
Beneath this enormous ocean, the foundation of the Earth is cracked, folded, and constantly changing.
These silent scars on the Pacific Ocean floor mark the places where immense geological stress can slowly build.
The Pacific Ocean hides boundaries, where sections of Earth's crust press against one another in silence.
Deep under the Pacific Ocean Sea, pressure does not disappear. It waits, gathers, and strengthens. Even the smallest movement in this deep ocean world can be the first sign of a much larger force awakening. That the Pacific Ocean contains some of the deepest and most active geological regions on the planet. That the deeper the Pacific Ocean becomes, the more it reveals a world where stillness can hide enormous danger. Earthquakes in the Pacific Ocean begin when stored pressure finally overcomes the strength of rock. Beneath the Pacific Ocean Sea, the first quiet signs of a future earthquake may already be beginning. The Pacific Ocean often gives its first warning deep below the sea, long before anything changes at the surface. Beneath the Pacific Ocean Sea, pressure can remain trapped for centuries before releasing in a single violent moment. The Pacific Ocean rests on moving plates, and where those plates lock together, invisible energy begins to accumulate. This deep-sea silence is deceptive, because the Pacific Ocean floor is slowly storing the force that can shake entire coastlines. When rock beneath the Pacific Ocean can no longer hold against pressure, the stored energy begins to search for release. Trenches beneath the Pacific Ocean mark places where one plate may be forced beneath another, creating some of Earth's most powerful seismic zones. In the Pacific Ocean, the greatest disasters often begin with movements so deep that the surface sea remains unaware. Every layer of rock beneath the Pacific Ocean carries a record of collisions, ruptures, and pressure built over geological time. An earthquake beneath the Pacific Ocean does not begin as a single image, but as a chain of stress, resistance, and sudden release. Beneath the Pacific Ocean Sea, calm is never proof of safety, because the next movement may begin without warning. The Pacific Ocean can return to silence, even when the forces beneath the sea have not disappeared. Under this sea, stillness is only a pause between movements of the Earth. Every fracture beneath the Pacific Ocean is part of a larger system that links deep geology to the sea above. The Pacific Ocean hides an enormous architecture of stress, where pressure can travel across the ocean floor without being seen at the surface. When the seafloor moves, the entire Pacific Ocean above it becomes part of the transfer of energy. The ocean does not need to break open violently to carry danger. Sometimes the first signal is a silent movement through water. Energy born under the Pacific Ocean can move upward and outward through the sea long before the world recognizes its power. The Pacific Ocean is a bridge between the planet's inner force and the atmosphere that shapes storms above. This single ocean can carry energy from the seafloor into waves, from warm water into clouds, and from silence into catastrophe. The Pacific Ocean is never only what we see on the surface, because beneath this sea, earthquakes may begin. The Pacific Ocean always returns to beauty on the surface, even when the deep sea below continues to hold the memory of pressure and movement. What happens beneath the Pacific Ocean may remain invisible, but its consequences can travel across the sea with unstoppable force. The Pacific Ocean is connected from its deepest trenches to its highest storm clouds. Beneath this sea, the earth can shake. Above this sea, storms can grow. And across this sea, the Pacific Ocean is not one story, but many forces moving together beneath one endless surface. Every calm ocean scene in the Pacific carries the possibility of sudden transformation. This opening journey has only revealed the first layer of the Pacific Ocean, because the deeper story begins where the seafloor meets the movement. To understand earthquakes beneath the Pacific Ocean, we must descend again into the places where tectonic plates collide, lock, and for the next part of this Pacific Ocean story, we'll enter the Ring of Fire, where the sea hides volcanoes, trenches, and earthquake zones. Powerful lakes fold. The Pacific Ocean is the silent giant of Earth, and beneath this vast sea begins the path toward earthquake. Beneath the Pacific Ocean Sea lies the Ring of Fire, a vast hidden boundary where the planet's crust is restless. Along the Pacific Ocean trenches, one tectonic plate can be forced beneath another, creating some of the strongest earthquakes the planet can produce. The Ring of Fire beneath the Pacific Ocean Sea is where pressure gathers, rocks resist, and the first hidden steps toward earthquake begin. Inside the Pacific Ocean Sea, the Ring of Fire is not a single place, but a vast chain of hidden collision zones wrapped around the ocean basin. These layers beneath the Pacific Ocean were shaped by millions of years of pressure, collision, eruption, and slow tectonic movement. Where tectonic plates meet beneath the Pacific Ocean Sea, the rock does not slide smoothly. It locks, bends, and stores force. This hidden resistance beneath the Pacific Ocean is what allows earthquake energy to build quietly over time. The Ring of Fire beneath the Pacific Ocean is a place where the surface of the planet is constantly being recycled, crushed, and reborn. Volcanoes beneath the Pacific Ocean reveal how closely fire and water exist together in this hidden world. Heat escaping from beneath the Pacific Ocean is another sign that the Earth below this sea is still intensely active. Beneath the Pacific Ocean Sea, tectonic plates do not move freely. They grind, resist, and lock against each other. When one plate is forced beneath another under the Pacific Ocean, the rock can bend under impossible pressure without breaking immediately. This bending beneath the Pacific Ocean stores energy slowly, silently, and relentlessly. That each tiny fracture beneath the Pacific Ocean sea is a warning that the locked boundary is approaching its limit. The ring of fire beneath the Pacific Ocean is a chain reaction of pressure moving through rock, water, and time. Before a major earthquake beneath the Pacific Ocean, the seafloor may show only quiet signs of pressure seeking escape. When the locked plates beneath the Pacific Ocean finally slip, the release can shake the seabed with extraordinary force. This is the hidden moment when the Pacific Ocean begins to transform stored pressure into seismic motion. Even before the largest movement arrives, the Pacific Ocean floor can begin to ripple with warnings written in sand, stone, and pressure. Beneath the Pacific Ocean sea, the ring of fire is now fully awake, and the next movement may be the first true step toward an earthquake. Beneath the Pacific Ocean sea, pressure does not always release at once. It first announces itself through subtle motion in rock, sand, and water. That this locked boundary under the Pacific Ocean has held back immense force. But every tremor means the balance is weakening.
When seismic pressure starts to move beneath the Pacific Ocean sea, the first disturbance may travel through stone before it travels through water.
Along the Pacific Ocean ring of fire, trenches mark the places where the planet folds its crust downward and stores dangerous energy. That beneath the Pacific Ocean sea, even a small upward movement of the ocean floor can become the beginning of a much larger event. The Pacific Ocean hides the moment when pressure becomes motion, and motion becomes the first language of an earthquake. That under this vast sea, the Earth can hold still for centuries, then move in seconds with enough force to disturb the entire ocean above. An earthquake beneath the Pacific Ocean is not only a movement of rock, it is the beginning of an energy transfer into the sea itself. Beneath the Pacific Ocean sea, the ring of fire has moved from silent pressure into active strain, and the final rupture is now close. Beneath the Pacific Ocean sea, the ring of fire has reached the moment when stored pressure can no longer remain hidden. An earthquake beneath the Pacific Ocean begins when locked rock finally gives way. When the Pacific Ocean floor shifts suddenly, the movement is not only local, it becomes energy transferred into the sea above. That this vertical movement beneath the Pacific Ocean is one of the critical forces that can disturb an enormous mass of water. The sea itself does not create the first force. The Pacific Ocean receives that force from the sudden motion of the Earth below. Deep under the Pacific Ocean, an earthquake is not the end of the story, but the beginning of a new motion through the sea. The terrifying truth of the Pacific Ocean is that disaster can begin deep below, while the surface remains almost unchanged. This contrast is what makes the Pacific Ocean so dangerous. A peaceful surface can conceal a violent transformation underneath. Once the Pacific Ocean floor has moved, the next question is whether that movement has pushed enough water to form a tsunami. Beneath the Pacific Ocean, the Ring of Fire has released its first great force, and in the next chapter, the sea itself will show how an earthquake can become a tsunami. When the Pacific Ocean floor shifts, the sea above it may become the next carrier of Earth's power. A tsunami does not begin as a towering wave, but as energy moving quietly through the ocean. In the open Pacific Ocean, tsunami energy can travel across enormous distances while barely changing the surface. The Pacific Ocean can carry this energy like a message written through water. When part of the Pacific Ocean floor rises or drops suddenly, it pushes the water above into motion. The sea does not move because of wind here. It moves because the ground beneath the Pacific Ocean has changed shape. The size of the displaced seafloor helps determine how much water the Pacific Ocean will set in motion. In deep water, tsunami waves are often long, fast, and low, hiding their strength across the vast Pacific Ocean. This is what makes the Pacific Ocean so deceptive. The first stage of a tsunami may pass beneath a calm-looking sea. The tsunami has begun, not as destruction, but as silent energy racing across the Pacific Ocean. Across the deep Pacific Ocean, the first stage of a tsunami may be almost invisible to the eye. In deep water, tsunami energy can travel fast, while the ocean surface